Welcome into the DNVR Avalanche Free Agent Frenzy. Not really a podcast, I suppose. We're about 20 minutes away from the start of free agency. Not that that's stopped anyone from signing deals unofficially, as there's already a couple about there, even if Twitter is struggling to give anyone the news. We'll be here all day, hanging out, watching the signings roll in, enjoying ourselves, I guess, making fun of NHL GMs. That's what we do here. The couple of signings that have already been unofficially confirmed: Oliver Ekman-Larsson to Florida. Looks like Ryan Reeves to Toronto.
That's the biggest one that I just don't.
Yeah, I don't get that one either.
I don't like Oliver Ekman-Larsson in Florida either.
I mean, they need defense, but yeah, with the injuries, he's just going to get overplayed, right?
That's what I was concerned about. Is like that was one of the biggest areas they needed to improve on, and I don't think that really improves on their defense.
Agree. He's going to be drowning out there a little bit, I think.
He seems like such a reclamation type thing, though, where I think anybody that signed him is doing it under the hope of, like, he'll bounce back. Here, he'll be better.
Yeah, and then going to Florida where your top two defensemen are hurt for the first few months of the season is like, now he's going to play in the same role he was in Vancouver, which was part of the problem. It's my confusion about that fit. If those guys were healthy, I would get it, but I don't really get it.
Yeah. All of this is, well, it's NHL free agency, right? It's where every team makes a bunch of mistakes usually. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
But I mean, are you guys purely saying that because it was Florida's with the injuries? That's why? Because I was going to say, I feel like any team that signed him, everyone's going to be like, I don't like. Was there any team that you felt would be a good fit for him?
I mean, a team that could put him on the bottom pairing at least, right?
Yeah.
Right. A team that didn't desperately need to improve the entirety of its defense.
Yeah.
You said this is on ESPN Plus?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the thing I ran to the store for isn't working.
Rip.
Womp womp.
What other deals are out there? Detroit signing Klim Kostin.
Which makes that trade make a lot more sense because it was
That's
weird when they did not give him the qualifying offer yesterday, and it was like, so they traded him just to buy Yamamoto out? That's it?
Strange.
What's happening?
Strange life out there. Which apparently Yamamoto might be going back to Edmonton and totally not cap circumvention at all.
Yeah. It's not.
Hey, Dmitry Orlov, or not Dmitry Orlov, what's his name? Did that a few years ago with the Avs.
Brooks Orpik.
Yeah, Brooks Orpik, thank you.
There hasn't really been a whole lot of guarantees of deals yet, so I'm hoping some of the more interesting ones come through as the clock strikes noon Eastern, which is still about 18 minutes away.
Yeah, Matt Nieto, 2-year deal in Edmonton is cool.
Yep.
That guy did not do anything the last, 15 games he was in an Avs uniform.
I mean, he did exactly what I expected him to do. It was a weird year for him because he was getting played way too much in San Jose on that terrible team.
So, all right, I know you guys talked about it a lot probably yesterday on the show, but we were going through the airport. Like, yesterday made today a lot more interesting, right? Like, this has to be one of the more intriguing free agencies in the last couple of years after what happened yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Well, a bit weird, too, because Nashville is, now looking for a center. And it's like...
Well, did you see that?
Little swippy swap.
You're not look, however you feel about Matt Duchene, I don't think you're getting better at the position if you're buying out Matt Duchene to take JT Compher.
Well, I also just thought that it's weird that they're in on him, that they're considered to be like one of the couple teams in on JT Confer. It's like you're gonna have to give him above market value because he's one of the few centers out there. So you just bought out a center that you thought you were paying too much, so you could go pay too much for a center that's not as good.
Yeah, and then this morning they were talking about Evgeny Kuznetsov and Logan Couture, and those wouldn't make any sense because then you just get older and more expensive.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing.
Somebody.
Rudo, what's going on with your headset?
Oh, this is broken.
I've
Don't
been
worry about
interrupted
it.
like 5 times, you guys. I'm gonna exit the show.
I'm sorry.
I blame Jesse.
It was just I was just so distracting. Megan,
I was gonna talk about Matt Duchene and Barry Trotz.
I know.
You do know?
Well, I was waiting for you to go.
And the difference between talking with him Monday, and I think the explanation he gave for Johansson applies to Matt Duchene in ways as well. I think the way he described Nashville's window alluded to it being something that's a bit out and wanting to give Johansson a chance to chase a cup at this stage of his career. And I wonder if it's something a bit merciful for Matt Duchene as well to go onto a team that could chase a cup in the next year as well. And so maybe that's what the vision is. That's why they let go of a player in Matt Duchene who would be on paper better than a JT Confer, but perhaps it is something that is a kindness to him.
It is a little interesting, right? Because Trotz talked about them at least potentially keeping Duchene, where they seem pretty set on moving on from Johansson.
Yeah, building around Duchene and Forsberg. So it's interesting that it changed so suddenly.
We'll have to see. I don't know. Maybe they thought they had some kind of deal in place this free agency that changes things. But I don't mind seeing Nashville be in a bad spot. I'll put it that way. If you're an Avs fan, everyone else in the Central can screw this up and it'll be fine.
Mackenzie Blackwood getting 2 years, $2.5 million from San Jose.
Doesn't San Jose still have like 5 goalies?
They just keep taking like weird shots on goaltenders every year. And it's like, at some point you should probably consider the defense in front of them.
Yeah. So they have Kakinen still. And then I guess they bought out Martin Jones, so there's one less goalie.
Yeah.
But
no more James Reimer.
yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny because the way that this has all changed now, where in the past you have to start early because there's so much stuff that's already been
Announced.
done. And I mean, really, yesterday. So I was talking to Megan about this, with Megan about this in the airport. This is not me saying they're going to do it, but like, doesn't just the way all of this has come together make a weird amount of sense for Matt Duchene to sign a 1-year deal in Colorado for above market value? It's like, hey, you got thrown into this at the last second. Here's a place where you and your family are comfortable. You know guys on the team. Things like that. Come play 1 year here. We'll give you more money than what you'd get somewhere else. And then you'll still be valuable next summer when you've had a full year to collect your thoughts about free agency instead of 36 scrambling hours. Again, not saying it's going to happen, but I think we're open to those types of things possibly happening today.
Yeah, the only thing is, like, do the Avs actually have the money to do it?
Yeah.
because I don't know, if you get Byram for cheap, like if Byram ends up signing for like 3 instead of like 4 or 5, maybe you have the money. If you end up trying to move out a little bit more money, maybe you have the money. But right now, they have 4 roster spots to fill with.
So I was just about to say, let's go through what they need: a top 6 winger.
Yep.
They need
That
a bottom
graphic
pairing
from yesterday?
defenseman.
It's probably not on StreamYard. Yeah.
Damn.
They need top 6 winger, 2 more forwards in the bottom 6, and then
a defenseman.
And they need to sign Byram and Colton still.
And Myers. So if you get really lucky and Byram, Colton,
honestly,
and Myers cost $6.8 million.
I'm honestly surprised they haven't gotten Byram done yet.
Why?
For the exact reason we're talking about, to have some clarity. Are you drinking a beer right now?
No.
Ah, wow, dude. I haven't had one of those in
What is it?
decades.
I don't think I've heard of it.
What?
To be honest with you, I had never heard of it until I went out east, and it was super readily available out there in grocery stores. It's now readily available here, but
dude,
it took a long
when I was
time.
in middle school, those were everywhere here.
Yeah,
middle school, early high school. Yeah.
Nope. They were not available in. I never saw them in Texas, man.
That's so funny.
So yeah, no, they are left over from the gaming trip. I saw there were 2 of them in the fridge, and I was like, well, this is a good time to drink them.
Get yourself up and running for free agency with some balls, I guess.
Yep.
There you go. Yeah, no, I just thought that they would want to have Byram done ahead of free agency so that you know what that number is. And, maybe they have a good idea of what it is and they feel comfortable with it. But I just thought that was something that they would really prioritize to make sure is done ahead of needing to go hand out free agent deals.
I almost wonder if it's the opposite, where they do everything else and they're like, well, Bo, we have exactly $3.75 million left, so that's what you're getting.
Yeah, but what if he doesn't want that?
Well, that's where the part comes in where you said they have a reasonable idea about what he wants.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
All right, inside 10 minutes.
You see this Craig Button saying that Josh Manson's being shopped.
If he
that would be a cap clearing move.
It sure
also
would.
Consider that his trade protection, I believe, changes.
It's not till next year.
Today.
I think it's actually in a couple of days. I think
it wasn't until next year.
I thought it was. We'll just look at it. But no. I thought his trade protection changed, and it was like July 10th or something.
Because he signed on one of the weird COVID years.
Begins June 15th, 2024.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's where it switches from a no trade clause to the
12-team list.
12-team list. Okay.
Which, I'm sure if they were like, hey, we'll give you to San Jose, he'd probably waive. But maybe Anaheim, he'd waive for Anaheim. But I don't know.
That wouldn't make. They wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't get anything for him.
Right. That's what I don't know how they'd be able to send him to the West Coast.
So if you're just cap dumping it, though.
All right. Who breaks my heart today and steals Carson Soucy?
I really would love to see Carson Soucy in Colorado.
So no one? Is that the end? No one breaks your heart? They actually do it?
If they actually got that, dude, I would be like, oh my gosh.
What I was gonna ask, what's the biggest AAV given out today? Just guess.
It's gonna be to like DeBrincat gets traded and signs a deal, and it's gonna be something goofy like that.
How much would
pure UFA deal? pure UFA deal, I'll be shocked if anybody on this market gets over 8.
8 was where I was thinking when you asked the question, but I feel like if it's going to be surprising to us, it's going to be a little bit above that. That would be surprising to me if there was something above 8.
Yeah, and if it is, I feel like that's probably a short term, 1 year, 2 years. If you're getting up into those dollar figures, just I don't know.
If you're giving someone 8 figures, I think you're making a mistake in this free agent class. Full stop.
I guess like Patrick Kane. I guess maybe he could get.
But he's hurt, right? So
yeah. I bet Kane is one of those guys that signs in August or September to see how that recovery goes, and then what's left in the market, et cetera, et cetera.
What about
Think so?
You think?
Yeah, he's the other one. I don't think he'll get 8, but I think he's the other high bar.
How do you guys feel about Tarasenko at this point in his career? Like,
I wouldn't pay 8 for him. I'll tell you that.
If the Avs brought in a guy like that, I would like that move. I think that's a nice add for your top 6. But I mean, he showed after the deadline last year that like he can still be really good, and he can also still be completely invisible.
I just don't know if he has the quality to completely change the course of a game and have that impact on it that some players do. He's still such a high-end player, and I have fond memories of him because I really liked him for a while, but I just don't know if he'd have the kind of impact on a game that people came to expect from him earlier in his career at this stage in it.
he was, for the longest time, one of my favorite non-Avs.
I always liked him a lot.
I still think he'd be like super interesting on the Avs if you could get him for a decent number, but I just don't.
Val would like it too.
Yeah.
We were just talking about it this week in Nashville at the PHNX, folks. Got to keep your Russians happy.
Gotta keep your Russians happy.
Yeah, we talked about it when they drafted the second Russian. We were like, oh, we drafted a buddy for him.
Well, so the PHNX folks didn't have much experience with having Russians on the team. So they're like, oh, how crazy. They took a second. And Megan and I were like, haha, yeah, the old Russian thing. And they're like, what? I was like, do you guys not know about this? If you have one, you have to have multiple?
Yeah. You don't ever want to isolate your Russian player.
Right. Shane, their videographer, even the next day was like, oh, Jesse, hilarious joke yesterday about having multiple Russians. I was like, not a joke. Washington did it.
Scout. Just scout more Russians.
Right. It's like any of the super Russian heavy teams, they all do it. You get one and you start adding them.
Hey, look, it also sets up perfectly for Gulyayev to come over in 2 years and have a Russian family, okay?
A Russian family.
Honestly, though, like for real, like they've done it before. That's how they got what's his name over here. Now it didn't work out. The other Russian defenseman that would just low bridge people.
Are you talking about Mironov?
Mironov. Yeah. A kid that just was aiming for ACLs every shift.
Yeah, he was not ready for North American hockey. It's unfortunate.
All right. Let's do this.
Yeah. T-minus 3 minutes before the madness kicks off. There's been a lot of rumors swirling about Bertuzzi. Do you think the Avs do it?
No.
Me either.
I don't think so either.
No, I think if they were going to spend that kind of money, they would be a lot more in on the Jason Zucker conversation, because just where he is in his career, the kind of game that he plays, it fits really nicely.
TSN has both JT Compher and Vlad Tarasenko estimated at a $5 million AAV on this new deal. That is just given what we were talking about Tarasenko, that's just shocking. With all due respect to JT Compher, that is what the center market is like, is that Vlad Tarasenko and JT Compher are looked at as the same player in this free agent market.
To be in the same conversation is a little bit wild. I feel like Tarasenko has a longer track record of being that guy. No offense to JT Compher, who does
a much higher end guy, right? Totally.
Free agency is the place that teams go to make mistakes on a guy who has one good year. All right, it happened with Kadri last time. Now it's going to happen with JT.
And then what's hard about players like what Kadri did and then JT Compher this past year is where it's like they have an entire career that says this is a solid player. This is a really solid guy in your middle six, your bottom six. He can kill penalties. And then he has one very good offensive year, and it's like, boom, see, we knew it. Solid player. There's the offense we were waiting for.
If you have auxiliary tools like TweetDeck, those are working. Actual Twitter, it's a little dicey right now.
Oh, is TweetDeck working?
Yeah. It did for a minute for me, and then it stopped.
No, it's working fine for me right now.
I tweeted, rate limit exceeded. Very cool. And Twitter broke. And I was like, whoops. Shouldn't have let him know I was alive.
All right. Here's the list. Quick to the Rangers, Reeves to the Leafs, Talbot to the Kings, OEL and Stellaris to Florida, Bastian staying in New Jersey, Carson Soucy unfortunately going to the Canucks.
Wait. Where are you? What is this?
Pagnota just tweeted as it's officially free agency. Nieto and Brown to the Oilers, Blackwood to the Sharks, and Ranta staying with the Canes. So at least you get to rip the Band-Aid off with Carson Soucy not being an Av. Also, the fact that Jonathan Quick still has a job is wild to me.
And Kevin, we
really
teased that he had a really big announcement coming. I told Jesse I thought it was going to be a goalie announcement, and I was a little bit let down that it was Jonathan Quick to Rangers announcement. I think that's what it was the whole time.
Doesn't feel like a big announcement, does it?
No. But you know what? We were due for some goalie news, so.
Fair enough. Ooh, all right.
Pending the trade call, Joel Edmondson from Montreal to Washington.
Yep. Okay, Matt Nieto's actually going to Pittsburgh. Not Edmonton. Joel Edmondson only got a third and a seventh.
I can't believe Joel Edmondson got a third.
No.
He's brutally bad now.
I mean, I don't know. What are the where are the Caps even at as an organization? It doesn't feel like they can really compete, does it?
I feel like they're just trying to stay relevant enough to get Ovi to the record.
I mean, yeah, fair enough.
I think they're gonna.
They're just trying to say
they're kind of like the Avs next year. If they get all their guys healthy, they should be far more competitive.
Better. Luke Shen to Nashville. Nashville's got something weird going.
Why would Nashville go after Luke Shen?
Nashville's got something weird going.
3 years, 2.75. Luke Shen Reds.
I'm excited for Mitch Love to be behind the bench in Washington. That's gonna send them over the edge, you guys.
That's the difference maker.
AJ was right about health, though. That's a very real problem that they experienced last year. Avs dominated some of the injury news of last year, but Washington was also in a bad way.
That's a good point. Man, we talked about the Avs a lot, and they got a lot of weird runway for it, especially given how well they ended up finishing in the regular season. But it was Colorado, Vegas, Columbus,
Montreal.
Washington and Montreal all had insane injury seasons. And again, the difference is two of those teams still performed very well in the standings, and the others didn't.
Yes.
But that's a great point. There were a weird amount of teams that had a weird amount of injury problems last year.
Columbus,
What happens
talk
when you have
about
short
benefiting from it.
off-seasons?
They think they're going to take last year seriously, and they walk out of it. Well, hey, we had a really weird disaster of a season. Oh, hey, look, now Adam Fantilli's our franchise center.
Fell
be
into our
nice.
lap, yeah.
Like, all right.
Did you see that clip of him talking to NHL Social back in May, saying that he wanted to go to Columbus because they have a lot of Michigan guys in the organization? I just got the rate limit thing on TweetDeck.
Rest in peace. All of the news.
Oh, yeah. Terrible. Yeah, what a hilarious day to have this happen.
Confirmed.
NHL and NBA free agency day.
All right.
Wow, the Preds gave Luke Shen 2.75 per year
At-
over 3 years.
It takes him to 36. Like I know Megan mentioned it earlier, but I just don't. Nashville's like buying people out, and they're going out and getting 33-year-old defensemen. I don't get it.
Like hard third pairing defenseman. Like Luke Shen does one thing. He plays on your right side of your third pairing, and he gets traded at the deadline.
Hey, like I said earlier, if Nashville wants to mess it up, I'm cool with it.
What are they messing
just
up?
pure-
They missed the
just purely-
postseason.
Purely out of curiosity, where were you when we were all first shocked at 3 years, 2.75 for Luke Shen, like 2 minutes ago?
I mean, I didn't understand their signing. I didn't see the number.
I
though,
know.
what that is. I don't understand that money.
Yeah. I don't understand that term.
Yeah, I mean, Baltimore.
Like,
I guess it had just
Nashville-
been 1 year at 2.75. I'd be like, yeah, okay, whatever.
There you
Well, I was
go.
going to say, with the moves that they've made, Nashville signing a bunch of guys to like 1-year deals at more money, random guys. Like, oh, yeah, that all makes sense. But
Per Kevin Weeks, Mikhail Maltsev signing with LA for $775.
Bye, Mikhail.
It's one of those things that it makes sense, but it still feels like it's from the American League angle because of how familiar Ontario Reign were with Maltsev's game, because of how often the Eagles in Ontario played. I feel like he was someone that they're familiar with, will play in the American League level comfortably. Doesn't mean you won't get any chances with their NHL team. I'm just not confident that's what this is framed as.
I was going to say that should be the Ontario Reign have signed Mikhail Maltsev to a.
I don't mean that in a mean way. It's just.
I mean in a mean
with
way.
the window LA's in right now, that's why it doesn't seem like that's what that's geared for.
Connor Brown to the Oilers.
Yeah.
It really bums me out.
I mean, this is not surprising, right? We kind of expected the Avs to be a little bit slower on doing stuff today.
Yeah, I mean, I've expected, outside of the AHL signings that will inevitably happen
Sure.
at some point, I've fully expected like maybe 1 or 2 today for the Avs, and then it will be a slow drip of news throughout the summer.
Yep.
They're going to spring for sprung.
I think they need to make. They'll have to make one signing today that is relatively significant. There's just too many holes on this roster for them to wait too long.
Especially if they were actually shopping Manson. That's a pretty serious name to be throwing out there, that I imagine the return they're looking for is also pretty serious. That I don't think it's some nothing American League angle.
See, I actually wonder if they're just trying to cap dump that. If they're saying 4.75 was maybe too much, we're not sure on the health.
I mean, so what happens if they can't, though?
Well, then you keep him and you keep the player.
Yeah, that's rough.
I feel like that's a pretty big difference of paths to go, whether you can move it or
Yeah.
not.
Totally.
Wow, this tweet from Filipovich is wonderful.
What is it?
Showing Luke Schen's cap hit over basically the last 7 or 8 years.
Oh boy.
Its highest was 1.25 in 2016-17 and 17-18. And then it's been under $1 million every year since then, and now it's suddenly 2.75.
Well,
The other thing I don't get about the 3 years is they are going to be in a real bad cap spot 3 seasons from now. Like that last year, the Luke Schenn deal, they have a lot of dead cap.
I mean, I have a ton of questions about the Duchene. I just don't understand it. It's not like Nashville is like, oh, this is the one piece we need. It feels like an organization that's slowly dismantling itself, and then you go out and pick up that guy, and lock yourself into him for 3 years. I just don't understand.
Wonder if they meant for that to be 3 years and 2.75 total.
Total.
800K.
The agent was like, "Oh, they miswrote this contract. We got to send it in."
3 years, just shy of 1.5 per for Ryan Reeves. I don't get that. I understand the intimidation factor. It sounds like he's a good guy in the room, good guy in the community, all that stuff. That dude is not good. Like he's just not an effective hockey player.
He's not young anymore either, right?
Yeah, he's definitely getting bought out of that 3rd year.
Yeah.
And I actually don't even think he's I don't think he fought that much last year.
It's a 35+ contract. That's
He'd be 39 at the end of that deal.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Oh God.
that's weird.
Ryan O'Reilly to Nashville.
They
No
did not
way.
buy out Matt Duchene to go sign Ryan O'Reilly, did
Megan,
they?
you're making that up. You're making that up. No
you
way.
guys, you guys.
Oh God, Nashville, what are you
Oh
doing?
my gosh.
Yeah, come on,
4
Ryan
by
O'Reilly
4
and
and a
JT
half?
Copper. Come on, let's go.
Say you want to be the Colorado Avalanche. Just say
4
it.
by 4.5 for O'Reilly. That's way less than I thought he was going to get.
Wow.
I had him at 3 at 5.5 was kind of where I had ticketed.
He must have
so.
wanted to go to Nashville.
That's
Sorry, I don't mean that as some surprise. Like, who would want to go there?
Well, no, but I mean, it's I can't think of any other reason. Wow. What are they doing?
Do they think he's gonna be there 1C? What?
Yes.
That's not gonna work.
I don't know what they're trying to do, so I don't know if it's going to work or not because I don't know what the goal is.
Wow. Twitter added an exclamation point to what's happening when you go to write a tweet. So now it says what's happening ? Exclamation point. What's happening? Tweet it.
What is happening,
Wow.
Twitter? Why aren't you
Dude.
working? That this is Preds are making all the moves and none of them make any sense. I'm so confused.
Wow.
So you managed to get O'Reilly for 4 by 4.5, but you're also just paying Duchene's buyout price. So it's like you're paying O'Reilly $8 million.
Right.
I talked to somebody a week or two ago about O'Reilly specifically, and they said he might just not be very good now. So if you give him 4 years, you could just be fucked.
How old is he?
32,
32.
and he had a 30-point season with injury. Obviously,
Oh, so he had a lot of
I
injuries.
think he broke his foot, but he's had 2 down years in a row.
Wow.
He pretty clearly established himself as not really capable of being a 1C.
He was a 1C 1 year, and they won the Stanley Cup.
Yep.
And it was
Never
really
got
for the
back to that
back half
level.
of that year. The back half of that year, he was a first line center. Wow.
So every device I have is now rate limited. Awesome.
My desktop regular Twitter feed
Bruins
is
and JVR.
working right now.
Oof, the Bruins getting
JVR.
JVR for 1x1.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah,
1 by
that's a
1. That's
fine
great.
deal.
One
Yeah.
1x1. I would have been interested in that.
Right.
I saw our good buddy Grant McCagg tweeting yesterday. He's like, should the Canadians move some money to claim Matt Duchene? I was like, bro, someone just bought him out of that deal. I don't think anyone else is lining up to take it.
Right.
That's
to
the
take that
point.
contract on.
Yeah.
I know
The
Mikey
team that
McCarthy-
knows him best is like, yeah, we're good. Sorry, Megan, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. I was just saying, I know one of the names AJ you threw out there was Mikey McLeod, but in a way, I'm glad to see that it's the Devils will just hold on to him and we don't have to entertain the cultural conversation.
I am thrilled that I don't have to deal with it. I am thrilled. Let me tell you, I had not really followed that case at all. And then last night I was going through it because I wanted to include it on my free agency list and just have it be like a, hey, this is just something to keep an eye on. So I'm glad. And he was the guy where it was like, all he came out and said was, I've cooperated. And it's like, oh, jeez. I don't even want to get into this.
There's some
He's
incriminating photos
2018?
from that night.
Really?
2018
Not like-
WJCs.
Yeah.
Is that him? Okay, yeah.
Anything but of a short list of players, one of which Formanton, who has been maybe the most directly linked to this.
Yeah.
And he's in the photo with the players from that night. And it's like a down to this short list of 5 players that we obviously have no idea if they are directly involved, but it's a lot more compelling than some of the people who are just simply there.
Yeah.
Jason Zucker is an interesting name.
Thrilled that we don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, Megan wanted Zucker. And
So I think Zucker's price point is going to come in high because he just had, I think, a 27-goal season.
Yep.
And if Evan Rodriguez has priced himself out of Colorado, I think Jason Zucker is just unaffordable. But I would love to see it. If somehow that conversation, if Colorado can talk him into even like a 1-year deal, that he would even agree to something like that.
They need a top 6 guy. Like they're gonna have to bite the bullet on somebody. They need a top 6 guy. And maybe it's a trade. I don't know. But
Tampa Bay can't get a deal done with Alex Killorn,
They
and
get
so they go
Sheary
and
done.
sign Connor
Yeah.
Sheary.
it's kind of weird.
I love
Oh.
it. Catching up. That's so much for Luke Shen.
Yeah,
True.
that's
Not wrong.
so. Last year was the Eric Branson to Columbus deal, and this year it's Luke Shen. Where you're like, what are teams doing? Has anybody seen money on Susie to the Canucks, or is it
I
just?
have not seen money. Yeah.
I am very curious what that's going to look like.
all right, my Twitter is official. Oh, that really is so annoying that today is the day that it dies.
Yeah.
Finally
Yep.
breaks. Yep.
Oh, that's legitimately annoying.
So, hear me out. If we're until he signs somewhere, if you're Matt Duchene, what are you prioritizing right now? You're gonna still make the majority of the money that you were gonna get on that contract because a lot of that cash you'd already been paid. You're at an age where you could look at the cap and say, "Hey, at 32 years old, we could take the 1-year deal and go into the market next year and try and get, a 4 or 5-year deal with bigger money. I just wonder, like, if you're Matt Duchene, what is your priority right now?
That was, all jokes aside, dude. Like, that was why I said that earlier about the Avs maybe being something that, like, isn't just like a meme, but like could make sense. Where it's like, I have to imagine this has been a pretty chaotic 24 hours. Megan, you and I talked about that yesterday. We were like, imagine Matt Duchene. He's like, oh, all right, some changes in the organization, but free agency, I'm excited to see what happens. And then Barry Trotz is calling you, and suddenly you're plunging headfirst into the free agent market. He's got 2 little kids. He's got a wife who's from Colorado. Like, that to me, I think what you just laid out, whether it's with the Avs or someone else, AJ, that to me sounds like how he would prioritize things. I'm going to get a 1-year deal where I can play somewhere this year, and then we can have all year to figure out what we want to do next, what's best for us. Do we want to go back to Canada? Do we want to try to be closer to home there? Whatever. And to me, if Colorado had the money, if he had the interest and 1-year deal, whatever, that would seem like something where he would feel very comfortable doing that on a short term. Because it's like, cool, my wife is from there. We have a ton of family there. I've played there, et cetera, because I have to imagine that for any of these free agencies, he's probably the one that this is among the most chaotic for, because he didn't think he was in this situation until yesterday morning, 2 nights ago at absolute best. So just, I think some short-term, real quick stability would have to be what his top priority is.
Very quickly, not a big surprise, but Varley is staying in New York.
In New York.
Yeah, I told you yesterday I thought that was done.
Yeah.
I loved, though, the possibility of a team, was it Ottawa, taking a chance on him as a starter? Because I wondered if that would be why someone would be interested in a Pavel Francouz, too, is if there's a team willing to take a swing on a goaltender like that. But I think it makes sense for Varley to stay in New York.
Yeah, I just don't know how many years Varley has left, right? I think it would make more sense for like a Francouz shot for a team like that.
I think that would be really fun.
Yep.
For a team like Ottawa to give a guy like Pavel Francouz an opportunity to be like the guy.
That's
I
not
wish
Francouz by any means. It's just if he were to get a shot at a starting goaltender position, I'd be really happy for him.
Totally. I wish he made more money so I could be like an advocate for like,
right,
somebody come pick him up, and then the Avs could save money and it could be a everybody kind of wins thing. And instead it's just like, you're at most you would save $1 million and you would probably get a way worse goalie.
Oh, easily. There's a reason he's a 1B.
Yep.
But going back to that Duchene conversation, like my question is like, he could probably get decent money from somebody, right? But if he was prioritizing comfort and fit and all that, and like, hey, 1 year in a place that I'm familiar with, so Columbus, for example, played there before, they could use a center. That would make a lot of sense. I have no idea what Ottawa's cap situation is. I also don't know if that went particularly well.
Yeah.
Or, like Colorado, like what if he called up the Avs, Pat Brisson calls up and he's like, look, it's kind of weird. You guys need a top 6 guy. Duchene will come play for $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you do that, right? Like you
totally.
You immediately are like, okay, literally Duchene and Landeskog were hanging out the other day. One of the guys that maybe had the most friction there was EJ, who's not expected to return at the moment. Maybe you can just kind of move on and just kind of transition where you're like, okay.
And Megan and I talked about this yesterday. We were at breakfast waiting to head to the airport, and it was right after it had happened. And we were just talking about the way that it ended here. And obviously a little bit of this, we'll never fully understand what the internal dynamics were between individuals and things like that. But we were just talking about how that was probably, for as much crap as Duchene got from the fans and giving up, that was probably a hard thing for him to go to. He was originally supposed to be the face of the franchise. the offensive guy, the cornerstone, and then the team just never really took off. Nathan McKinnon ends up coming in behind him, and he's now kind of the offensive center point. He's the fan favorite. He's getting a letter on his jersey, all that stuff. You would almost just kind of be like, drag all of that into the trash, and we're starting fresh. It's as if he's coming in as a free agent. He knows he's very clearly behind Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Mikko Rantanen. You're coming in to be a second-line guy. Like, and I do think that there could just be a bit of a bury the hatchet thing. I'm with you, AJ. If Pat Brisson called up the Avs and said, let's do something here totally reasonable for a year, and then, he'll probably go into free agency next year, great. That solves everyone's issues. And then the Avs, I think if you were to do something like that, then you could slow play it the rest of the summer.
Well, and it gives you multi-positional versatility, because Johansson has had trouble staying healthy. So if you have a problem there, Duchene could slide in as your 2C. At the moment, he could slide in on either wing on either of your top lines, and you're just kind of like, okay, we'll just fit him in wherever. His play style would still fit how you play the game. I mean, it would make sense. He would have to seriously be willing to just be like, hey, I'm looking for a place that I'm comfortable in. I didn't think I was going to be in this spot. I'm already getting paid a pretty decent amount of money by Nashville. I don't need the money right now. There's going to be a lot more money available next year. I'll go back into the market next year and try and get paid. But right now, I'm going to go try and go to a place where I can win and score a lot of points and be prolific and earn another big money deal.
Because, I mean, dude, in that role, there is zero reason why he couldn't have a Nazem Kadri-esque type season. In that role, get some power play time, kind of be not sheltered minutes, but you're not getting the top matchups and all that stuff. Like, he could legitimately have a career year and then, go back into the market next year when he's still young enough to get a multi-year deal, really get paid somewhere. I actually do think that, I mean, dude, we joked about it a bunch last year. We're like, the hilarious part, the perfect guy for the Avs right now is someone like Matt Duchene. And I don't know. I still don't necessarily think it's going to happen, but I do think it makes a lot more sense than maybe the kind of way that people joked about it initially yesterday. I think that would be, if those two came together, I think that's a marriage that would make sense for a year.
Yeah, and you don't have to try and make it anything more than it is. It's a good deal for the Avs. It's kind of a fun story for both sides, especially if it ends well. Like, they win a Stanley Cup, he gets to achieve, in this circuitous way, we end up where we wanted to be all along.
Sounds like Blake Wheeler is heading to the Rangers.
They're not gonna like it. That dude's about to get eaten up.
Yeah.
In New York, that soft bullshit is not gonna go. Like,
anywhere
Larry
fast,
Brooks is gonna write about him every day, man.
Tough look.
Maybe he'll stop talking about Cale Makar.
No, he's got to keep up the Adam Fox is actually better than Makar meme.
You know what really sucks is that it feels like Avs fans and Rangers fans have been pitted against each other. Instead of being like, these two players are both absolutely incredible, you have to pick one and be like, this is my ride or die, and the other side is wrong. And all along, I'm like, both of these guys are great. Can we just agree that Miro Heiskanen's the overrated one here?
No, Miro's dope too. Not as good as those two. But
he is dope, but Dallas fans are straight up in their feels trying to pretend he's on the same level. I love Miro, but watching them try to pretend that he is a similar caliber of player to Cale Makar, girl, please.
We were also saying that I think if Matt Duchene came back, he would almost need to he would need to wear 95. Like, this is a completely new chapter. I'm not number 9 Matt Duchene. I'm number 95 Matt Duchene coming back to Colorado.
Duchene actually go to the Islanders would be a wonderful fit. I still think Carolina makes all that sense there.
for Duchene.
Yeah.
Stays close to Nashville. Yeah.
Exactly. And he could get, they have the kind of cap space where they could give him a 1-year deal at $5 million.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Boy. All right. So we're what, 30 minutes in? None of the big names have gone yet. Is this the new norm? Are we is free
No.
agency now the big names don't go until 2 or 3 days in?
No, free agency is just bad this year.
I mean, you're not wrong.
And to be honest with you, the strength of this free agent class showed up 24 hours ago with the QO thing.
That's true. There was very little time.
There's a ton to sift through.
Elliot Friedman put out it was like a 600-word blog last night, just like a couple last-second thoughts. And he started off by saying, like, in most free agent years, I feel pretty confident about where the majority of guys are going to end up. There's a couple surprises usually here and there. And he was like, this year, given everything that happened yesterday, he was like, I have no idea where most of these guys are going to end up as of right now. So I really do think that this was the first year we make the tampering joke. Like, I think this was the first year where there was less of that. And there is legitimately more teams talking to players for the first time today, in part because we just had the draft 48 hours ago. Like, the draft just finished up. I asked Chris McFarland about it, about, like, do you like having free agency like this? And he kind of said, like, well, it's pretty chaotic and it makes it hard for us. But then he said, but we're at the point where it's like, let's just do it. Let's just go. Let's just get this done. Let's just get this knocked out and, whatever. But so I do think there was less tampering this time.
Yep. A weird all the way around, right? Because there weren't a ton of trades done at the actual draft either. So just kind of a slower set of
the
crazy
don't have
part
any
of
money
off
this year.
season. Yeah, the cap definitely has an effect on that for sure.
Which I'm a little over teams being like, well, the cap hasn't gone up. I'm like, the cap hasn't gone up in 3 years. You idiots should have planned for this. Like,
yeah.
We were told 3 years ago that it might be 3 years of not much growth. And you still had GMs, running around giving out $4 million to 30-point players. Just acting a fool. And it was like, this is the year I have no sympathy. The first year of the no cap with the way that it all went, with the way the pandemic went, like, you couldn't plan for that. Like, of course some teams got squeezed. But by this point, give me a break.
Is there any surprise that Fantilli's coming out to play with Columbus? No?
Not surprised at all. Yeah.
No.
He's ready.
The bigger surprise would have been him going back, because why would he?
Right.
Like, what are you going to do in your sophomore year? Score 100 points? Okay.
Yeah. Actually, well, now that you say that, I would have liked to see him do that. Now that I know that was an option.
I mean, I think Nashville probably had an idea that Trotz had a certain vision for their team. I would hope so, or he's about to get fired. One of the two.
There's no way this is completely out of left field. Like, Poyle is still involved, right?
Mm-hmm. He's like
president,
promoted out,
ops,
kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Like, there's no way this is completely like, yeah, Barry Trotz just in a room with the door locked doing all this shit by himself. Like, there has to be some level of plan.
David Poyle's like, Barry, you need to let me in.
And he opens it up. All right. Hear me out.
Yeah, I know what you're thinking.
Open the door, Barry.
Open the door, Barry.
What's so funny though was he told us he used the phrase, we're wanting to change that about our DNA, and he was referring to like the very defensive heavy. We want to play with more speed, lean into our skill. And then he bought out their fastest, most skilled player and added a much slower, much more defensive-minded guy in his place.
Well, and he talked about the timeline as well. He was like, "Oh, we're trying to
Right.
reset our timeline. We want to get a little bit younger."
Luke Shen, Ryan O'Reilly. That's a
Yeah.
great point. I
Wait,
just don't.
if this O'Reilly thing was like 1 to 2 years, fair, fine.
Totally.
4 years at locking in Ryan O'Reilly.
Yeah, because 1 to 2 years, O'Reilly could go into a market with more cap space and maybe get a higher AAV deal if he wants. Or
Right.
they could easily move that guy to deadline because a guy like that is going to be catnip for GMs at deadlines.
Yeah.
At this,
Yeah.
what they did, like, it's not even like the contract is all that bad. Like $4.5 million just really isn't that big of a deal. But the 4 years and like you have the player and it's like what's your plan here? Is it by the 4th year he's your third line center? Great. Where are the other two?
Maybe O'Reilly and Duchene really didn't get along, and O'Reilly only came to Nashville on the condition that Duchene was no longer there.
Well, so this
Slapfight
is
was real.
This is my other thing where I would love to know what, and this is going to sound maybe harsher than I mean it. Like, what is Barry Trotz telling these guys? Like, what's the pitch? That's the part I want to know. Hey, you just watched us give away players for free and buy players out. Let me tell you why you want to sign here for 4 years, Ryan O'Reilly. Like, I would just love to know what the sales pitch is on here's why you'd want to be here semi long term.
Well, let's see. If he got the 3 years at 5.5 that I was talking about, 16.5 million, right? You got $18 million instead in a tax-free state. So I think we could probably boil this one down to classic O'Reilly just got money.
Get that money.
And have you ever
do you think that was the
What's that?
Do you think
Have you
that
ever
was
heard
the
of
highest dollar out there?
Is JT Compher actually going to get paid though?
Is he going to get paid by Nashville? Is that going to be their 1 and 2?
the selling point?
Is he going to give JT Compher 4 years at $4.5 million too? He's just going to copy the contract?
That I actually want that to happen because who's going to have a more disappointing season, Ryan O'Reilly or JT Compher?
Predators fans.
Fair enough. What was the point you were making, Megan?
I don't remember.
Okay. All right. How many of these GMs were up drinking all night and now are making terrible decisions because of that?
Dude,
They got stuck in Nashville.
yes.
They
A bunch of them got stuck.
in Nashville. They went to the bar together. They started making under the table deals.
There you go. Mystery solved.
It was very entertaining to watch all the people still stuck in Nashville just be like, we can't get out of here. We've been here for 12 hours.
I feel bad. That was crazy. We're lucky.
Yeah, you guys escaped.
We escaped.
Wow, the TSN guys just spent 5 minutes ripping Jonathan Quick to the Rangers. Wow.
I
mean,
thought
he's
his
bad.
career was over. Yeah. Like,
What's the criticism?
why would you bother?
He can't play.
He looked completely washed up in Vegas. Like unplayably bad.
The argument they just made, the crux of all of it was he played for 2 really strong defensive teams this year and still really struggled. And Vegas went 4 deep in the playoffs and was like, we're good.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't think that a move for a backup goalie would grab that much ire on a national broadcast. But
Right?
literally,
Like,
all these guys are like, boo.
I mean, I guess it's an entirely variable contract, so does it really matter? But
Are you going to bury Jonathan Quick in the minors? Are
I
you
mean,
going to send that guy to Hartford?
LA traded him, so maybe.
Just saying, man.
I mean, you could always do the handshake agreement of like, hey, we're not going to play you. You should retire, and we'll send your contract down there. Supposedly, the Hurricanes are getting close to extending Frederik Andersen.
Yeah, they kept Antti Ranta earlier, so
just running it back. Yeah,
$5 million on the same tandem. It's pretty good money, but okay.
Yeah. All right, who's the next big deal to get done?
There's one AHL guy that I'm keeping an eye on in free agency. It's Matthew Phillips. That tiny little dude from Calgary.
You're a believer?
He was a Group 6. He just produced so much, man. That I'm like, it's at some point you want to give a guy like that a look and be like, so what's up here? I should double check and make sure he actually hit the market. He did.
If Nashville doesn't want Galchenyuk back, then Avs can. If Nashville didn't want Galchenyuk, Avs can just take it back for Eagles.
Yeah,
I'd be all about that.
Fine with that. Yeah, he still could be a depth guy for the Avs for sure.
Yeah, Matthew Phillips has. He has 140 points in the last 2 years.
That's a lot of points.
And 3 NHL games played. Give me that guy.
Yeah, no, that sounds excellent.
Tyson.
Yeah, Malgin 2.0 sounds great to me.
Tyson,
where's the downside here?
Does end up signing in Buffalo.
Okay.
At a $2 million AAV.
What?
Yeah.
The exact.
Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't just QO him.
That was his qualifying offer that they didn't give him.
Yep.
And I was like, that makes sense. If they don't want to give him $2 million, okay, I get it.
So I think the thought is
arbitration.
Yeah, this way, because it's a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to go to arbitration with him.
Yeah. The threat of arbitration scared the shit out of a lot of teams this year.
That's good for Jost. He seemed to like it there.
He was a good fit, honestly. When I saw he didn't get QO'd, I was like, this is not a hockey thing. He was solid there. I've got the Avs. I think the Avs will make a couple of signings today not purely AHL guys that you can at least have NHL roster conversations for. I'm sure they'll sign AHL guys.
They'll need to. The Eagles have a lot of vacancies.
The Avs have one of the lowest contract numbers
it's going to be
in the NHL.
Sneaks, right?
From what I've heard, it's Sneaks.
Okay.
But I think that process will probably wrap up in the next few days.
Sure.
I think they probably would like to have that guy on the ice at Dev Camp next week. Did you guys see the Red Wings roster for their Dev Camp?
No.
It's like 50 players. It was huge. I was like, I'm so glad. If there's one great thing about the Avs not having a lot of draft picks, it's that we aren't going to Dev Camp and watching 6 sessions of that stuff.
30 dudes that you're like, whose name is that?
Yeah,
who is this guy?
I was like blown away when I looked. I just happened to see their roster at like 5 o'clock this morning. I was like, what the hell is this? And I was like, I'm going to be thrilled when the Avs send us our roster, and it's 20 guys.
There were a lot of camp invites for guys who didn't get drafted that ended up getting drafted.
Unfortunately.
I saw the Klippenstein interview that you did, and him being like, we lost 7 guys. I was like, 7? That's like a third of your camp roster, dude. That was a great interview.
Hey, my tweet deck is back.
I actually feel so bad for Wade Klippenstein because he finally gets the job that all the scouts want. Like he's head of your amateur scouting. He's the guy making the call on draft day. Just as the organization burns through all of its draft picks for years and is like, all right, we're going to pick in the first round and then the 5th round, and we need you to get us NHL players.
Hey, nobody said the job was easy, all right?
Yeah, and it's just like, I mean, I just feel bad for him because it's like, can you even gauge any level of success or failure on that guy? And he doesn't make a mid-round pick for 5 years? Like, it's so tough. Yeah.
Ottawa.
That makes sense.
It makes so much sense.
That's a good fit.
Opening.
So I mentioned it a minute ago. The Avs are only at 29 of 50 contracts.
Yeah.
So they're going to need to sign a few people.
Expect 10+ deals to happen over the next month and a half.
Yeah. They've got unsigned RFAs. They only have Colton, Byram, Myers, Ranta, and Annanen. And obviously Ranta will be
remaining unsigned.
Yeah, continue to be unsigned.
Wow, that's a 5-year deal for Korpisalo. Okay, that's a commitment.
Okay, that makes less sense.
Yeah.
But I guess you got to convince a dude to play in Ottawa.
Fair enough. Corpy's not old, right? It's not that crazy for a 5-year as far as like age. Yeah, he's only 29 for a goalie. That's fine.
$4 million for him is fine too.
Yeah, it's not a terrible number.
I felt bad for him. I thought he was good in LA at the first half of that series. I thought he was really good, and then the wheels just completely came off.
He cost them that series at the end, man.
At the end, I agree with you. I thought he was one of the reasons they got up. He had a couple really good games early in that series, and then
I mean, he won game 1 for them, and then that Costin goal went in on him at the end of game 3, I think it was, and it was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Got Clem Costin paid.
Yeah, he did. $5 from our Moisters, who says fix Rudo's headset fund. Thank you for the $5. It's not even broken, like it still works. It's just like the plastic piece that was holding in my mic popped off, so now it just falls out.
How did it pop off?
I don't know. I took it with me when I went to New Hampshire for my sister's wedding, and I'm assuming like it got jostled in my backpack or something.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean it's so physically it's broken, but like it still functions. I could use it as a microphone still, and it would still work.
Dude, San Jose gave Kyle Burrows a 3-year deal.
Why? That's a choice.
I mean, 1.1 million isn't very much, but I mean, good for Kyle Burrows.
Yeah, he's got a secure career now, right?
Yeah. Just hanging out, watching depth players sign.
I was going to say, let's get something going here.
Yeah, let's get a Tarasenko deal.
Or like just re-sign Cogliano.
Yo, I'd take the Avs doing anything.
Avs deal. I was going to say, let's get an Avs deal done and then something with a big name player anywhere. Just give us something interesting to talk about. Cogliano is going to be an interesting one to see what he decides to do in general. That's a nasty injury.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fair.
you worry about him being able to play at all with an injury like that.
I mean, if there's anybody that can do it, it's that dude.
Well,
But
it's weird too because it's not like this hasn't happened before. Pacioretty had his vertebrae cracked years ago.
I don't know if that's a great example.
Is he really?
That makes sense.
Who?
Remember
EJ.
when he knocked over Josie into the boards and he went, Josie, you fell. And Josie's like, you're a dirty player. Now they're teammates again.
Wow, that's culturally, I actually think that makes a lot of sense. I'm shocked, Eric Johnson.
They gave him
all due respect.
$3 million.
They've got the space.
He got more than Oliver Ekman-Larsson, bro.
That's actually
Didn't get bought out.
Good for Eric Johnson. Good for Eric Johnson.
Happy for him. He got his money. But wow, just a 1 year.
wow.
Wow.
Between I don't know.
That's
it's
about $2.2
Howard
million more than I thought he was going to get.
and Eric Johnson. It's just it makes so much sense.
Ugh.
That's way more than I thought he was going to get. Again, with all due respect to Eric Johnson, I thought you were talking about $1 million to $1.5 million, depending on who it was that signed him.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know how it can't be an overpay unless EJ is a completely different player than he was last year. But you know what? Buffalo can have fun with him.
For a 1 year deal on a team that has cap space that they can go through a little bit, it's fine.
Radko Gudas, Ducks.
He's your classic right-handed veteran, championship experience on a really young team. It's going to come in there and teach them how to be professionals. Blah,
3
blah,
years,
blah, blah, blah.
$4 million Gudas to the Ducks.
That's a little rich for my
Radko
blood.
Gudas got $4 million. What are teams doing with defensemen?
I like the Dadco, but that is a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a little lot.
EJ was
a little lot.
3.25. 3.25. Oh my gosh. Good for him. I can't believe that.
Reimer's going to Detroit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, she's back.
My dad, I'm in Do Not Disturb because for whatever reason, whenever I get a call, it knocks me out. I just need to let him know I'm on a show.
This is the casual free agency show. If you got a call to take, just go.
I'm going to hop out really quick and see what it's about. I'll be back.
There you go. Yeah.
The Avs are going to do something huge, naturally.
Yeah, if it happens, you're off the show. You're done.
My dad's always the phone call that when I get a call in the middle of the day from my dad, I'm like, I need to answer this. My dad never calls. There's a reason Dad's calling.
My mom and I have a system where, because we call each other when we're just like in the middle of our day for 10 minutes just to check in, see what's up.
Mm-hmm.
But if one of us doesn't answer, but that person calls the second time, we know it's serious.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm glad the Avs aren't looking for too many defensemen in this free agency so far because they're getting wildly overpaid.
Well, and this is where we had talked yesterday about, the smartest play for them was to wait out the defenseman market, wait for the music to stop, the guy who doesn't have a job, and be like, hey, does this work?
If you're not moving Josh Manson, if they move Josh Manson, that's suddenly a second spot that you need to fill out.
They're not going to move Josh Manson.
Morgan Geeky is going to the Bruins on a 2x2.
I don't know if anybody in Boston's actually watched Morgan Geeky play, but I think they're going to be disappointed when he shows up and he's a big guy that doesn't play a big guy game.
He plays pretty soft.
Exactly. Boston probably saw him and was like, "Yeah, 6'4", I like that."
See, this is my issue with like the TSN free agent thing. They're still talking about Jonas Korpisalo.
It's the modern era with the existence of Twitter and other online connections. What used to be like the go-to find out everything from free agency show is now well behind.
Well,
it's just like they have this thrown to their local like Ottawa guy who's at the Ottawa arena.
Yep.
And I mean, they've and I'm sure it's awesome analysis. I'm sure it is, and how he's going to fit and all that stuff. But it's like on a national broadcast, I just don't really know how much appetite there is for a 10-minute diatribe on Jonas Korpisalo to the Ottawa Senators. It's like,
is that not
maybe
the
for your
biggest
Ottawa
money deal
regional
signed so far?
My point is,
Korpisalo.
What about it?
No,
isn't that the biggest deal we've seen signed so far?
O'Reilly's is bigger, I think. Well, they're about the same.
Yeah, I mean 20 million to 18 million.
Yeah. O'Reilly's is bigger.
What's the
per
point?
year, but
well, my point is that's the biggest
overall.
contract signed of the day. That's a starting goaltender going to a Canadian team and you're watching TSN. What are your expectations?
That they're a national broadcast and they keep talking. There's been like 7 signings since that happened. And it was the biggest dollar figure, but
they're going to be on the air for how long?
At least another 2 hours.
And
right?
so they've missed Cam Talbot, Kyle Burrows, Tyler Pitlick, Eric Johnson, James Reimer, and Radko Gudas.
Oh, shit, man. They missed Tyler Pitlick. I did too. Where is he playing?
The Rangers.
Dude, has the salary cap ever
1 year
to them?
1 year, $787. What a weird contract.
I wonder what that's about.
My point is they don't need to talk about all that stuff, but they haven't even like flashed a chyron across the bottom, like update. It just has the Jonas Korpisalo AAV and term. And it's like, yo, at least flash the stuff across the bottom. Twitter's not working. This is your time to shine.
Except for Twitter's kind of working for some people.
Mine just keeps it will reload and then it just dies.
Yeah, and then I get randomly the rate limit pops back up.
I've been able to survive on the Avs account. It hasn't rate limited for me yet. Yeah.
Yep, on my phone. I've been able to.
Oh, I wonder if it's because it's a Twitter Blue.
Probably.
Oof,
and they probably prioritize them.
Yep.
Morgan Geeky 2x2.
That's what I said.
I wouldn't have given him that. I just wouldn't have given him that.
Oh, I tried to make a tweet from the Avs account though, and that's not going so hot.
Connor Brown got $4 million after not playing, after 3 games played or something like that last year. I really want to know how a guy signs for $787.5. Like, I want to know what
That's what I'm saying.
I want to know how the conversation went where it was like 800 is too much. And you're like, well, I don't want to take the minimum of 775.
All right, how about we throw you a bone?
Yeah, and so they're like, we'll give you an extra 12.5.
Does it equal some nice round cap percentage number? Probably not, eh?
Yeah, I mean, 787.5, what's it going to equal, 0.5%?
I don't know. I'm not going to try to do math on air.
If it was 0.69%, that would be actually hilarious, and I would applaud it.
You know what else I just realized? Because I saw a funny tweet that said the Avs 2009 draft class have all played for Nashville now. Tyson Barrie is still there.
Yeah.
And him and O'Reilly, I know, are really good buddies.
Yeah.
I mean, who isn't good buddies with Tyson Barrie?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're not, if you can't get along with Tyson Barrie, you're the problem.
Dude, for real. I was going to say, at this point, again, another tweet I just saw. At this point, I want the Avs to re-sign Duchene just because it would be so funny, the reactions that we would get in the chat, on Twitter, in our DMs, all that stuff. It would just be a meltdown.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense on the ice, though, right? Like,
Duchene in the Avs?
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I actually... I think the fit itself makes a lot of sense.
It might be like, from a hockey standpoint, it might be like the best thing that they could do.
Yep.
Right. As long as you can tap dance the political side of it. We've made the joke too much. Wow, the Avs could really use a guy like Duchene in the last 6 months, and now you can maybe get him.
I mean, looking at what these defensemen getting paid, though, I don't know if that dude is...
Or use that as leverage. You're not a defenseman. You're not getting paid like that.
Yeah, you're just a 20-goal scoring center. Teams don't fucking need those.
Is it just 20? Dude, I mean, he had a 40-goal season recently.
Yeah, last year was like 22. And that's kind of the thing with him, is that his goal scoring is...
It's all over the place.
Rangers
his whole career.
Keep doing stuff. This is a small one, but they signed Riley Nash, too.
That guy's terrible.
Yeah.
Connor Clifton to Buffalo.
All right, that pisses me off.
I forgot that Kerfoot was out there.
Yep.
Wouldn't mind him for a middle six if it was like $2 to $3 million, which it won't be. But
so let's just, because nothing's happening and this is all we can do right now is speculate. Let's just say that they did go with Duchene. Would you run, if the Avs did that, would you run McKinnon, Duchene, Johansson, Colton?
No.
Or would you slide Duchene to the wing?
Duchene would be wing or
I would
Rijo,
go-
either one.
I would go, me personally, I would go Lehkonen, McKinnon, Duchene, and then Nichushkin, Johansson, Rantanen.
I love it.
Yep.
I love that. That's a really good top six.
Yep. It would be really good if you get Duchene for the right price point.
Yeah, I mean, or either that, or oh no, you have to go Lehkonen, McKinnon, Rantanen, and then Duchene, Johansson,
Which is still good.
and then Nichushkin on the right side. Like,
because you could let Duchene be the shooter on that
Yep.
second line, and
Yeah.
these two guys are going to go dig pucks out and set you up.
He can go have a 30-goal
Or-
season and get paid next year.
you could do what I've talked about for years and run duos, and you could have Duchene with Colton on your third line. As long as you got middle six guys like a Sprong that you can
Yeah,
put
who's on
somewhere in
the
your
other
top
side?
six.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nothing's happening, so we're just talking about it until he signs somewhere. We're just gonna have the conversation
Yep.
because
We're an
There
hour
isn't a
in,
lot
so
going
it's
on right now,
speculation time, baby.
Tyler Pitlick and Riley Nash are getting signed and shit, and so it's like, okay.
Supposedly Anaheim interested in a DeBrincat. But
They should be
nothing
interested
happening.
in Brincat and Duchene. Fill out that top six.
Lucic back to Boston.
Okay.
Yeah.
No dollar amount, though. I imagine it's very small. We already have GMs addressing the media. Canadians GM Kent Hughes will talk in an hour.
That was the team that wasn't going to do anything today, though. Like, going into it, they were.
I mean, they
like,
made the Edmondson deal, right? So got a third-round pick for that guy.
retained half of it.
Yeah.
Easy business.
I don't know that Dallas would have room for Duchene, really. Like, they only have $5 million in cap space right now.
I mean, it's the same conversation that they're having with the Avs, where it's like on a cheap 1-year deal.
Sure.
Come fill a top six job for us.
They need to sign a couple of forwards, though, to fill out their roster. Like they still need to extend Delandria, who I know isn't going to be very expensive, but like.
Well, and that only gives them 10 forwards.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
So they either need to bring a couple guys up, or they need to, give money somewhere.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if you're serious or not, but the Rangers did say they want to keep Laugh, so that dream's probably dead.
That was one of the guys that when the Avs got the picks from Tampa, who I thought they were maybe gearing up to take a run at.
Would have been fun, but not
way smarter to go and get a center.
Wow, Connor Clifton got a $3.33 million for 3 years.
Christ, dude.
Dude, the league is overpaying defensemen left and right out here.
The last vestiges of cap space are going to third pairing defenders.
Yep.
Honestly, great news for the Avs because somebody's going to be out of money. All this cap space is disappearing really quickly.
Yep.
Well,
so the teams run out of money, the easier it is for the Avs to get bargains.
It's true.
Do you guys think we see, and I know we ask this every year and people always get excited, then it's no. But with more teams tighter than ever, do we get an offer sheet?
Who would get it?
Like Evan Bouchard? I don't know.
Bowen Byram?
I just don't what's the I feel like whatever the offer sheet is, it's just super easy for the Avs to either say yes or no.
I mean, you probably just say yes unless
they're giving you 3 firsts and you're like, well, okay.
Or here's a 7-year deal at $11 million or something where you're like,
well, right, but the compensation for that is okay, so you're giving us 4 first-round picks. Neat.
Luke Glendening to Tampa.
The worst offensive player in the NHL. Worst offensive forward in the NHL.
Tampa gets 30 points out of him. That's when you know they've got something cooking down there.
Dude, if they get 25 points out of him, I'm going to be like, okay, what's up?
Offer sheets are a way that teams can make an offer to a different team's restricted free agents. Depending on how much of the contract value you offer, there are different levels of compensation that you would have to give the team. They're very, very rarely used because they never work, basically. And if they do work, it's because you overpaid and you end up giving up way too much stuff.
Yo, I actually can't believe, AJ, you said it at the time and it just didn't fully process. I can't believe Toronto gave Ryan Reeves a 3-year, 35-plus deal.
It's so dumb. Money guaranteed.
Over 35.
Yep. That's 100% cap hit, even if you buy him out.
Alex Belize, Rangers. I don't know who that is.
He played for the Eagles in the ECHL years ago.
Oh, Belzile.
Yeah. He's really turned himself into
a fringe NHLer.
Yeah, turned out quite a career for him. Jesus.
No, the Avs will not retire number 6.
No.
If he had played 95% of the games here, had been healthy, maybe he'd have a chance, but he was just too injured too often. Doesn't have the accumulated numbers.
Let me ask
you
something.
If he ever was a record holder on any of the defensive before McCarr breaks him.
Honest question, and not meant to be like a dunk or anything, but what's Eric Johnson's iconic moment?
So I actually know exactly what his iconic moment is.
Is it tackling Nathan McKinnon after they win the cup?
It's that as the successful one. And if you're talking about an actual hockey play, it's the Minnesota series in 13-14 where he saves the empty net goal.
Yeah. Good call. I was going to say, because one of the ones that sticks out to me was the overtime goal against Winnipeg. They had already secured a playoff spot. And then that was just kind of a cool moment for him. But Yeah, it's probably. I like the swiping the puck off the goal line.
As he goes barreling into the net.
Mm-hmm.
Does that delay a game?
No.
No.
Good. Right answer.
Wow, Darren Drager. Toronto was trying to retain Ryan O'Reilly. The term and money wasn't an issue. O'Reilly decided to look outside of Toronto.
Yeah, I had heard he wasn't super.
I mean, that's somewhat common for that town, right? Like the media,
This
the
one hurts a little.
ridiculous media presence. Ooh, Nyquist at $3 million to Nashville, huh?
That at 2 years, that one
Yeah.
hurts just a little. That was a guy that I wasn't sure what his number was going to be, and I was super curious.
God damn, if we were running a Predator show, we would be like
popping off right
scrambling to
now.
get to all this stuff. Yeah.
It would be a lot of confusion of like, what the fuck are they building? Right now, this looks like the trade deadline all-stars.
It's very much a patchwork for them.
Apparently, Dallas is pursuing Patrick Kane.
Neat. Good luck with that. Looks like Meghan is back. Hello.
I loved your reaction. Patrick Kane to Dallas. Neat.
Neat. They're gonna become an old folks home pretty soon. At this point, Dallas keeps going after the oldest players they can find.
Here's an Elon Musk tweet. To address extreme levels of data scraping and system manipulation, we've applied the following temporary limits. Verified accounts are limited to reading 6,000 posts a day. Unverified accounts are limited to reading 600 posts a day. And new unverified accounts are limited to reading 300 posts a day.
Congrats,
you've killed Twitter.
You're so fucking stupid.
How can they know what tweets I'm actually reading? I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I just don't you're literally killing your product, but maybe not for this show. I don't know.
That's extremely shocking.
That doesn't make sense. So what? You're going to hit a certain thing that's going to shut off your Twitter for the day?
I'm assuming that's what this rate limit is.
Yeah, that's what this is, man.
300 tweets a day is like 10 minutes of tweets.
I was gonna say, dude, it's like 3 fucking scrolls. Like,
do all the ads count? Does the every other post ad count? Wow, dude, I can't. That's insane. That's almost worse than just shutting it down. Like, just shut the app down at that point.
I don't understand. Yep.
Wow, that's insanity.
The biggest L of NHL free agency is Twitter.
And there's the thank you, EJ post.
Yeah.
I felt bad. My initial reaction cracked way too many jokes, but the cultural fit of EJ in Buffalo makes so much sense. And the value he brings as a person in the room is hard to really capture. It'll be sad.
I don't feel that sad about it. He got his cup here. It was a happy ending.
He did.
Well, then he got way more money than what I thought.
I'm not looking forward to him playing somewhere else.
It's like I'm not happy about it, but I'm not like distraught.
I actually went off camera to cry. My dad was never calling. I'm just kidding.
Alex Lyon also to Detroit. They already signed Reimer though.
They do weird things with goaltenders in the offseason. Like, was Ville Husso the answer?
I guess they just
Nedeljkovic wasn't, and then is Husso, is Reimer, is Lyon. What are they doing?
They also have Casa waiting in the wings. I don't
Well,
know.
and they just drafted Trey Augustine. I mean, smart to just turn yourself into a bad goalie factory, I guess. I love Trey Augustine. I'm just mad he
Okay,
went to
I do
Detroit.
too. I was really excited to hear his name called out.
I slept through day 2. I woke up and was like, or slept through the second round, and I woke up and was like, oh, all these guys that I liked went to places. That's nice for them.
Canucks signed Ian Cole to a 1-year, $3 million deal.
Dude, he got $3 million too.
I'm telling you, the league has lost its mind with third pairing defensemen.
So they signed Carson Soucy and Ian Cole?
The Soucy deal, I still haven't seen any official numbers on.
Yeah, it was like people carried it over from last night and we're just like, yeah, it's okay, we're done.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping that the Ian Cole deal dissuades Carson Soucy from signing there.
Saying I'm good.
Although at this point, the Avs can't even afford that guy, so
I mean, this is this is an official tweet from the Vancouver Canucks that says they signed Ian Cole, Teddy Bluger, and Tristan Nielsen, and a specific lack of anything about Carson Soucy in that tweet.
Teddy Bluger too? Damn it.
Yep.
1 year, 1.9 for Bluger. That's not terrible. It's actually a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it could have been at that price point. Would you have been interested if you were Colorado?
1.9?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
So the Avs are still the odds-on favorite, and they have put a lot of separation since I last saw these odds.
What?
To win the Cup next year.
Mm.
The Avs are plus 800 to win the Stanley Cup, and the next closest team is plus 1,300. It's Boston.
Boston that high up with half a roster? That's weird.
Would you guys?
I'm sorry, plus 1,100.
What's up, Megan?
Would you be okay with Puljujärvi to the Avs after the surgery?
Yes.
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
The money is the thing that I would care the most about there. Of, is it $1 million? Is it $1.5 million? Because you have to wait till December for that guy. Double hip surgery, like God damn.
But if that gives them some leverage on the money, maybe it could be worth it.
Mm.
And, would you
I'd be
do
okay
it
with
now,
that.
or would you like wait for a month and then see? Hey, do you have hips?
Like I said, I would call him in September if he still isn't signed, right before you go to training camp, and say, hey, why don't you get to Denver, show up, let's check out your rehab, let's do the medicals.
It keeps happening. Justin Hall to Detroit, 3 years, $3.4 million.
Yeah, dude, there's this whole list of defensemen that I thought that I built last night. Like, at this point, I'm like, it really is going to be fucking Kevin Shattenkirk coming to the Avs for $2 million.
That could be fun.
Like, let's prepare. Kevin Shattenkirk and Jack Johnson can't make fun of Dallas for being the old folks' home.
I guess.
Gonna have to get walkers for that third pairing.
Yeah, your third pair is allowed to be old.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Accurate.
It is weird though that it's like, look, you guys have like 4 forward spots
New
that you should probably be filling.
New Jersey just traded a 2025 fifth for Colin Miller.
So what's Dallas doing with that money?
I don't know.
Giving it to Tarasenko.
Please don't.
That would be so weird if they're interested in Kane and Tarasenko. Like, yep, we loved what we saw in New York. That was really good. We'll take a couple of those.
That went exactly the way that we hope it goes for us. I don't understand. Colin Miller makes no sense to me. I watch him every year. He's got good size. He's right-handed. He's got good offensive skills. He's a decent defenseman in his own zone. That dude, and he gets just moved around all the time. And I'm like, this guy's good. What's happening? Joel Edmondson just went for a 3rd-round pick, and Colin Miller goes for a 5th? NHL GMs confuse me.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, the Avs getting Caleb Jones would be great, or Ethan Bear would be great. Like,
I love Ethan Bear.
those are all dudes that would be totally fine as depth defensemen. Bear, like Puljujärvi, you got to wait on.
Okay, I've seen it floated. I don't personally know that I'd have any interest unless this was a very depth option. But do you have an interest in Babyfoot?
Which one?
Cal.
So I was actually going through his microstats last night, and I will tell you, the on-ice impacts aren't great, and I've never watched him in the NHL and thought, this guy's pretty good. But the things that he does well are the things that the Avs ask their defensemen to do at a high level. He's good. He's good on zone entry denial, and he's good on puck retrieval.
I guess my question would be, what's your other choice? Like, is the choice between Cal Foote and Jack Johnson? Yeah, I'm interested in Cal Foote.
I'd probably be more interested in Jack Johnson.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with Johnson, and for whatever reason, it doesn't translate literally anywhere else. But with him, like, Jack Johnson might have been better in his post-deadline stint at the end of this last year than he was the year before. Like, he was rock solid in Colorado.
I think you'd get just as good out of Cal Foote here, is the thing. Now, if Cal Foote wants millions of dollars, that's going to turn me off of that.
He's just not very good.
That's why I'm comparing it to, like, what would be a number 7 in my eyes in Colorado.
And what's tough for Colorado in the position that they're in is they presently are still locked into Curtis McDermott. And so they need a little bit more reliability and then whatever option they are seeking out. And that's where a Jack Johnson, I don't know where I'm pointing, takes a little bit of the edge.
Is he just off camera, Jack Johnson? About to
And here he is, folks. Jack Johnson, everybody.
Man, Mike Riley going to Florida for 1 year, $1 million is exactly the kind of business.
All right, we got a big one.
That is
Orlov
than
to Carolina for 7.75 for 2 years. Carolina's defense is going full juggernaut mode.
Wow.
Yeah, they're going to be hard to beat next year.
Unless their goalies break again.
You guys, I think you guys don't need me to tell you this, but Dmitry Orlov's really good.
I'm aware, yes.
Orlov's really good.
So, you know.
That's a decor of Slavin, Burns, Shea, Pesci, and Orlov. Plus one more.
Jalen Chatfield.
Sure, or Coughlin, rather, but.
So Chatfield.
Not a believer, huh?
Chatfield he played last year.
I mean, Coughlin played a little last year, too, but.
So, I'm just running it back based on what they did last year. Carolina had all kinds of cap space, homies. Like, their roster, once they re-signed their goalies, their roster was more or less set.
Yep.
They had, like, what, $13 or $14 million left over?
They had $14 million. They just spent, even if you round it up and call it 8, they still have $6 million left.
Yeah. And
their roster's signed. They don't need anything.
Yeah, like, that's how they afforded it. They don't have like they need extensions for Aho and Teravainen, I think.
They have a lot of work to do before next July 1st, but
Yeah,
for
and
this coming season, they're set.
This is where the Orlov thing, the 2 years is great because cap can go up for Orlov, and apparently you can just be old and bad now and still make a lot of money. So as long as Orlov doesn't fall off a fucking cliff, he's still going to get paid in 2 years. But 2 years, I mean, it's not a long commitment for Carolina, so it does not stop them from being able to keep most of their band together if they want.
Yep.
But yeah, next year, Brady Shea, Brett Pesce, and Jalen Chatfield all expiring at the same time, which those first two especially. But yeah, those guys are expiring. Sebastian Aho, Teravainen, and Netchus next year.
They'll have a lot of work to do.
Oof. Curious what Sebastian Aho's new deal is. How much of a raise does he honestly get after the last couple of years that he's had?
I mean, you got to be thinking it's 9 to 10 mil, right?
Yeah, which isn't really that much of a raise. I mean, he's only
That's fair.
8.5 right now. If he makes 9, it's not really that big of a raise.
Ask again after they try and win the cup this year.
That's a good bit of business for them. I really like that deal. More interested in what Dallas thinks it's up to after the Miller deal. How much money do they have?
Don't know. Let me see.
6.2.
That's not a ton.
Yeah, and Dellandrea won't cost that much. I think he only had 28 points this year, so he won't cost very much.
Yeah, I mean, at worst, it'd be like 2 mil, right?
Yeah, right in the 2 mil range, so. Oh, is there backpedaling on Carson Soucy? Does the dream live? I mean, it really shouldn't with the way that defensemen are getting paid today. I'm kind of like,
Good on paying Carson Soucy $4 million.
I love Carson Soucy. No. The answer is no.
Lucic, back to the Bruins.
It's Orlov.
Yeah,
that was just a lot of noise. I didn't hear what you said.
I said I missed Orlov, huh?
Yeah.
The Lucic just sucks, and are the Bruins going to suck this year? Is that where I'm at? I guess it depends on if they get Bergeron back and stuff like that.
That's what the Taylor Hall thing feels like. It's gearing up for.
Yeah, maybe. $5 from Degro, who says, at work, thank you for making this a great day and all of the amazing community. Don't thank us. Thank Elon for driving traffic to our show instead of being on Twitter.
Yeah, knowing how strict those limits are, we should probably be scrolling our phones in shifts.
Yeah.
So we can play rate limit tag all day.
Rate limit tag.
So I don't even get what he's mad about.
Who?
Elon.
He's not mad about anything.
Data scraping and system manipulation.
He's just saying all the bots that are like scraping info are costing them too much in server prices, so they're limiting everyone like an idiot. But it's fine.
And it's basically him saying, hey, look, if you pay $8 a month for your check mark, you can get 10 times the number of tweets before we limit you.
Yep.
Stupid.
Don't you want 10 times the tweets for only $8 a month?
Unlimited talk and text on
I was gonna say
Twitter.
Nights and weekends, yeah.
It's like putting
right.
the internet company's putting data caps on you now.
It looks like Soucy to Vancouver is done at 3.25 for 3 years.
Holy Lordy, I would not have done that.
Philly signs Ryan Poehling, 1 year, 1.4.
Not a great.
Yeah.
Man.
Wow, so Orlov didn't even break 8.
Nope. But third pairing defenseman can get $3 million guaranteed.
Code. Yeah, we're gonna have to start making extra accounts.
Oh, don't worry. I already have a few burners.
Now there you go. Megan's
You
got
guys,
us
so
covered.
the key here to keep you from having to burn through useless tweets is to have curated list of just the people who are breaking contracts, and then to
Yeah.
only check it once every 5 minutes. Gerard's trade value should be going up with these prices. This should be a
Bingo. Yes, AJ, what you're about to say.
this should be a very stark message to all the Gerard haters clamoring for how overpaid he is.
Mhm.
That dude's not overpaid. Not even a little bit.
The Avs have not made not even a minor AHL move yet.
Yeah. This is combined with how annoying Twitter has been, this has been a frustrating morning.
Yeah, the Twitter thing really has.
It was not great. Yeah. I can't believe Justin Holl got $3.4 million, dude.
I've felt, with the exception of Ryan O'Reilly, which the fit was just weird, I have felt like almost every contract I've seen come through has been higher than what I expected it to be. I thought this was going to be a summer of bargain deals because it's the last year with the flat cap. And thus far, people are like, we'll deal with it later.
It'll go up next year, right? It's fine.
Son of a bitch, man.
So, anyone got an invite to Blue Sky yet?
I do.
You got an invite?
Yeah, I've been on there for like a week.
Dude, get me in there.
What the hell is Blue Sky?
It's the new social media website made by the original creator of Twitter.
I didn't know that.
I haven't even heard of that.
Yeah.
So,
It
dope.
at the moment pretty
I imagine it's empty. Yeah.
pretty barren.
Yeah.
I haven't spent any time on it, to be honest. So all I did was take the invite and sign up for it, and I haven't actually spent.
Fair enough. Sounds like Max Pacioretty going to the Capitals, 1 year, $2 million plus another $2 million in bonuses.
That's one that makes sense.
Would you have been willing to do that if you were the Avs?
Yep,
For
easily.
the $2 million bonus?
Yep, easily. Shit, man.
What
I
was
would've
the
given
injury for him?
$3 million. He blew out his Achilles for the second straight year.
I'm sure that feels awesome.
Colin Delia to the Jets. Craig
All right.
Smith to Dallas on a 1x1.
I would have been interested in that.
Neat.
I want to know what Compter's going to do here.
Yeah, the longer he sees all this cap space go. I mean, I guess Chicago hasn't signed him yet, right? We could that dream still lives.
He's wishing he was a defenseman right now.
Yeah.
you guys are starting to all lament the Avs doing nothing, but we tried to tell you that there wasn't going to be
Much
a
happening
ton.
today. Yeah.
And like where the Avs really need the huge pool of players that the Avs should really be pulling from isn't the one being largely touched yet. Like the Avs weren't going to be able to spend $4 million on Connor Brown. Almost all the contracts. I think every contract for a defenseman that I've seen has been too rich for Colorado.
Yep. Any defenseman worth having the conversation about has gone for $3 million plus. So
yeah.
They're doing more Jonas Corposalo stuff.
Okay, now I'm going to agree with you. This is too much. This is too much. Oh, Mike Riley's the only defenseman contract. I take it back. That's the only defenseman contract I would have liked.
One by one.
there you go.
For Ekman Larsson's a little bit for Florida. Like, okay, that's
Yeah, I didn't hate it. I hate it for Florida, but had another team done it at that price, I wouldn't have minded.
I was
that.
gonna say
Had
the
Colorado
fit's not
done it
bad,
at that
but one at
price.
2.5. Yeah,
I'd have been fine with that. That's right in that max range of money that they could probably spend on that spot. So
it's not so much the value of it, but the value of the player and the difference I don't think he makes for Florida.
Yep. All right, so you have New York, Washington, and Nashville popping off,
yeah.
and that's about
And
it.
everyone else.
I guess the Corposalo signing also a thing, but there's a whole lot of not a ton going on elsewhere.
Which is honestly, I'm honestly surprised because this is, I feel like, how free agency day normally feels. But that's because everything's been done for a week and there's a flood of them at the very beginning, and then you sit around for the rest of the day. This is just a lot of guys who haven't signed yet.
this feels like the COVID year for agency, which never really got off the ground, and was like this weird, like 5-day slow drip.
Yeah,
There was never the faucet got turned on. It was just
Yeah.
like 10 deals a day kept coming in, and you were like, okay.
Oh wow, those Pacioretty bonuses are easy to hit.
What's the games played?
Yeah, $1 million if he reaches 10 games, and another 500K at 15, and another 500K at 20.
Yeah,
10 games?
that's good business.
We are setting the bar.
Well,
Didn't get it last year.
Immediately break, and you'll get your bonus.
I guess that does. I mean, I guess it depends on just how worried you are about it. Because to AJ's point, he would not have hit any of those bonuses last year. Ugh.
I guess that's safe, but scary.
I would have at least put the last 500K at like 40. Like 10, 15, 40. You got to really show it to us if you want this last 500K.
Really make him work for it.
Yeah. You can power through an extra 10 games for double your salary.
All right. If I hit the limit on tweets, I can just swap over to my other computer. Does that reset the limit?
So I was going to say, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming it is because none of my devices are working.
Oh, hey, here's some fun news. Andreas Englund to the Kings on a 2-year, $1 million AAV deal.
They are poaching the Colorado Eagles.
They're probably tired of the Ontario Reign getting the shit kicked out of them by the Eagles in the postseason. 2 years in a row of it, and they're like, enough! We'll
I
take
could
their
see-
players!
We'll take them all. I could see them utilizing England a little bit more with LA, but it's still fringy enough for me to be looking at Ontario.
Good for him getting a real NHL deal too. Even if he
Yep.
does end up with Ontario. It's,
That's awesome.
Multiple years too.
yep.
We were told that CMAC would speak today at some point.
Yeah, I mean, as
He
is
should come on
always
the show.
case. That would be pretty funny.
He
He's
was
like, "We're
in
not
business
interviewing
mode
guys."
this week. He was in business mode this week.
It would be
He
cool
was not
if
his
they
normal chatty self.
do at least one thing for him to talk about today.
Yeah, I'm ignoring the bow talk in the chat, Blake.
There's some pretty funny stuff going on in there.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Come down to the DNVR bar August 18th, I think. We'll be doing a live show and a little meet and greet at the bar.
The day after my birthday.
I didn't know that was your birthday.
Well, the 17th is. Yeah.
We both have our birthdays on a 17th. Nice.
Yep. This is not the first time we've had this revelation.
Yeah,
I was just about to say it's pretty wild. This is the first time you two have talked about this.
next year we'll have this exact same conversation because I won't remember your birthday. So
Yep. I will be in Canada for that.
What's the meet and greet thing?
that thing Spence had talked to us about, we're just doing a live show down at the bar that day, and then we can come say hello to people.
Spence talked to us about something?
He emailed us about it.
Yes. I definitely saw
Slackers.
that.
Slackers. Anyway, yeah, August 18th. Come down to the bar and say
I'm
hi.
starting to think AJ just hates the fans. This will be like the 5th straight meetup event that he's conveniently in Winnipeg for.
It's pretty funny because they get scheduled after I've already scheduled my time in Canada, and I'm just like, sorry. Like, what do you want me to do?
Canadians are signing some AHL dudes.
I can't even read the tweet that explains why I can't read tweets. That's
I wonder if anyone will take a chance on Charles Hudon.
Speaking of Kiefer Sherwood and Eagles
Yes.
guys, or Eagles guys and AHL players, Kiefer Sherwood was at the draft this week on the concourse signing autographs and taking pictures. He was like the Preds player. They had a big setup for him. And I told Megan, who loves all things American Hockey League, and I was like, Kiefer Sherwood's out there signing autographs. She goes, that's a really weird pick. Like, that's a really weird guy to have on the concourse signing deals.
They had Yossi and Rene come up on the stage and make the pick. Like,
Right.
right.
Well, and the point that she made was he played more games in Milwaukee last year than he did in Nashville. That'd be like having, hey guys, the draft is in Colorado. We got Jean-Luc Foudy here on the main concourse meeting fans. And it's like,
well,
cool, I'm sure he's a great guy, but that would make more sense up at Budweiser Event Center.
that's so funny.
It would have been really funny had they had Matt Duchene out there doing it.
Dude, that would have been fucking great.
And then they could have traded him on the draft floor, and he would have been like, wait, what?
$14 from the incredible Drew, who says, "Hey guys, happy Canada Day. Would the Orlov signing at that price help the Avs with a Taves extension price at all?"
Because it's 2 years. I don't know that it's overly
Super
helpful.
relevant, yeah.
Yeah. If the Avs could get Taves in that range, if they could get him at $8 million, I think I would be very interested in that. But I don't know that they will. It's hard to imagine, right? Like, you're looking at what they're paying for third pairing defensemen. If Devon Taves hits the market next year, when all teams are given $4.5 free million
Yeah,
to spend, somebody's going to give him $10 million, right?
you would think so.
I'm just seeing the comment in the chat about Grasshopper Hotel 2 at the meet and greet that I also just learned about today. I've got some work to do.
Trevor Lewis going back to LA and Troy Stetcher going back to the Coyotes.
Michael Bunting got 3 years from Carolina.
Neat.
3 years? I wonder what that number is, man, because I would be... I mean, I would have liked that.
Depending on the number.
I love this tweet. Sens continue to study a trade for disgruntled winger Alex DeBrincat. Haven't heard anything they've liked to the point, but the work continues. Not sure if it will happen today or not. They continue to study it? Like, what are you taking a class on trading DeBrincat?
Shattenkirk to the Bruins.
No.
The dream is dead. I'm just kidding.
How much? That's the big. If Shattenkirk gets $3 million, I give up.
That's so funny. Let's see. I can't see.
I'm gonna guess 2.
I think 2 is more realistic. I hope.
1-year deal. Still haven't seen the number yet.
They're gonna keep it secret because they're embarrassed.
It's got to be like 2.5, right?
I would think so, but I've also watched a ton of defensemen sign for $2 million more than they should.
Dude,
so
Justin Hall getting like 3.4.
It's insane. Insane.
Okay.
I don't understand what GMs are doing, but
2.5. All right.
That's only a touch high instead of ridiculously high.
Do any of you guys have the TSN thing on?
Yeah, with them shooting at this robot goalie thing.
Yeah, dude. This is so weird. Especially because the first shot they took went in, and I was like, "Oh my god, the girl there from the robotics company is sweating right now."
All right. Well, we made it to 2 hours in before we ran out of anything to talk about.
I was gonna say, good for us. This is the first prolonged moment of silence in 2 hours and 10 minutes. Good for us.
Let's see.
How long do you think some of these deals take? Not free agency, but like the DeBrincat trade. Do you think those will drag on well into the summer, or do you think they get done?
That one in particular, I think it's done. But I think, like AJ said, I think there's a chance we could be in for a month from now. Something sizable comes down that we all thought would get done now-ish.
Yeah. Okay, so Shattenkirk deal is apparently a 1-by-1.
Oh.
Fuck that.
Wow.
I'd
for
have done that.
That would have been nice.
Yeah.
Well, I was just about to ask if it was the 2.5. Would you have been comfortable with that for Eric Johnson?
No.
No.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so either.
I think I wouldn't even feel good about 1.5. I'd probably have done it, but 1.5 would be like my hard max.
Is Nylander a realistic option for the Avs? I mean, is Alex a free agent?
I don't want anything to do with Alex Nylander.
He's awful.
He's not a good hockey player. I mean, I say that. He's like one of the best hockey players in the world. He's not a good NHL player.
Like
an important distinction, Rudo.
Yeah.
Willie Nylander, I mean, if the Avs were going to make that caliber of move, they needed to do it when they had 2 first-round picks at their disposal.
Yeah.
This was my thing. Megan was dragging me all week because I sounded really down on the Callum Ritchie pick in our immediate video. But all I was saying was I would have rather seen them move because I thought those were 2 very valuable assets that if you wanted to make a bigger splash. I liked the pick itself, but I definitely was in our instant reaction video. I was like, yeah, I would have rather seen them packages and move them out.
Golly, Giovanni Smith got $1.6 million.
You got what point? I saw it was 2 years. I didn't realize he got that much.
What the? Is that total or AAV? Because if it's total, I'm cool with that. If it's AAV, that's unnecessary.
Dude had 4 points last year.
Yeah, the Cal Ritchie pick was not DNVR Avalanche's favorite moment.
Yeah, we were not in love with that pick on the show either.
I went back and listened. Back and listened.
800K AAV, that makes way more sense for him. We're cool with that. I'm cool with that.
For Giovanni Smith?
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Yep.
One of the most penalized players in the NHL last year.
Really got to get that value, I guess.
A stat that I just stumbled upon while I was looking through players last night. I hope Richie proves us wrong too. Once again, we're not rooting against Cal Ritchie having a good career. Just we're talking about how to use that pick. That wasn't what we were all about at the time.
It's okay. My love for Gulyayev will make up for it.
Yeah, he is going to be a perfect Av.
Dustin Tokarski going to Buffalo.
Dustin Tokarski's still playing?
Right? Okay. Still some. I thought more of the big names would get done by now.
Yeah, I mean, guys that are still on the market right now, okay? Patrick Kane, Jonathan Taves, Matt Duchene, Vlad Tarasenko, John Klingberg, Matt Dumba, Jason Zucker, Jonathan Durant, Josh Bailey, Tyler Bertuzzi, Shane Gostisbehere, Tomas Tatar, Alex Killorn,
That's
Brian
a lot of
Dumoulin,
dudes, man. Like
Lars Zeller, JT Compher, Alex Kerfoot.
These are not like fringe guys. All of these dudes will be in the NHL next year.
Ryan Graves, Kyler Yamamoto, Jesse Puljujarvi, Max Domi, Travis Hamonic, Dennis Gurianov. Now we're getting into the
not so much, yeah.
Nemesnikovs, Nick Ritchie, Laurent Brossoit, Dmitry Kulikov, those types of guys.
Don't you badmouth Dmitry Kulikov.
Oh, you know what I mean, man.
Maybe that's who they end up with.
You know, obviously Evan Rodriguez still sitting out there.
Yeah. All right, you know it's slowed down when the big national guys are tweeting things like Alex Kerfoot is in talks with several teams right now. No specifics, no actual information.
Alex Kerfoot, phone is on.
Yeah, right.
I mean, with all of the front office, probably staff that was stranded at the Nashville airport, they had the best opportunity to do something so funny and start rumors.
Just
And they
start
didn't
making
take
shit
advantage
up.
of it. They didn't take advantage of it. They just start talking.
That would be fun. Then everyone would get mad, but I wouldn't care.
I probably would have fell for some of the rumors.
Garnett Hathaway, Scott Mayfield, Phil Kessel.
Okay, so I like Scott Mayfield, but I feel like he's just going to stay in New York.
Yeah, so there was the whole thing last night that was out there that other teams that were interested in him felt like he was already wrapped up to stay with the Islanders. But, with the Islanders being who they are, they're not going to announce any of their fucking signings.
Based on today so far, you'd have to give him $6 million. So.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I kept trying to tell people Scott Mayfield was going to make between $4 and $5 million, and I might have way undershot that.
I love that my feed is slowly filling up with tweets of people being like, LOL, this is one of your 600 tweets.
Any particular reason you want Scott Mayfield here? Any reason at all?
Not at that price.
You know who else is still a free agent?
Don't say it.
You know who else?
Is it Danton Heinen?
It sure is.
I really wanted to address this, that I obviously love Danton Heinen, but I'm not sure I see his fit on this iteration of the Avs unless he takes a contract. That I think he would. I think he's valued around that. I just don't know what kind of money he's looking to fetch in free agency. But if he's a depth option in the truest sense, I'm okay with it. I'm just a little nervous about the fit in Colorado presently if you're looking for him to be something other than that.
Look, if he wants to take a $1 million deal all day, if he wants 2.5,
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with it, is because he does bring a lot of value. But Pittsburgh also, I didn't love the way they utilized him in this last year.
Yeah.
And I think the Avs could do better by him, but there has to be a little bit of an understanding then. If it is a $1 million contract, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. So nothing is happening. Lots of more teams are still engaged with people, and that's it. The only news that I see is apparently the Sharks are trying to do like a 3-team deal with EK.
Would you have any interest in trying to get a healthy season out of Andre Kasha?
What's his cap hit?
Nothing.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Like, what do you have to pay?
I mean, at this point, how could he ask for more than $1 million?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. If you get him on like a $900K deal, something variable.
His last 3 seasons, he's played 3 games, 50 games, and 1 game.
Yeah. It's not great. It's not great.
He was always an analytics darling that we all just kept waiting for him to break out, and he just hasn't been able to stay healthy.
then they can call up Andre Pavel too, and they can be the Fighting Andres. All right.
The Fighting Andres.
Yep.
I really want to see what Pavel looks like in camp because we saw such a limited body of work from him, so I want to be fair about that. But I just don't see him being NHL ready.
Yeah.
Soon.
I
He was bad. It's just like he would be as NHL ready as I feel. Wow, his name just slipped my mind. Great shot, tough skating.
which one?
Injury. His name.
An Eagle?
Yeah.
Bocage?
It's Bocage. No, that's what I'm thinking of. Like right now, that is where I'm with Pavel is like third, fourth line on the Eagles.
Yeah.
For now.
I hope we get to see a healthy chunk of those college kids at Dev Camp.
Yeah, I hope so.
Me too.
I could understand why. What is it? 24-year-old Sam Malinsky's like, I'm good. Like, no
He
thanks.
might actually be 25 now. Let me see.
Hard to be going to dev camps at that age.
I would like it for the opportunity to get him in front of more Av staff. But unless he's doing something else too, like maybe he has some sort of training that he's doing elsewhere that he doesn't need to be taken away from. I know he works with a skating coach in the summer, but
yeah,
if he's free.
For the record, the Connor Sheary deal in Tampa was a 3-year, $2 million AAV.
what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
All right, he's turning 25 this month.
I would have done that.
Yep. In a heartbeat. Because he's only like what, 29, right? He's 31, but still, it's still a fine deal, but a little bit older than I thought.
Guys that I'm very interested in for the Avalanche, or a lot of them are still out there. Depth guys, Noel Achari, Caleb Jones, Garnet Hathaway.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a question of how long does this drag out? Is it over the next week?
Yeah.
This trickle comes through, or...
Yeah, and then the fast guys who may not be good in that category that I had last night. Miles Wood, Dennis Gurionov.
If it was under $1 million, I would not hate Gurionov.
Oh yeah, Pierre Engvall was another one that I really liked. Man.
All right, what is moving slower, Twitter or NHL free agency?
Nico Mikkola to Florida.
Ooh, there you go.
That's a better option. I'm feeling a little better now about.
That's well, I was gonna say it's gonna be a cheap Gudis replacement, but I have no idea what's gonna be.
Yeah, what the AAV ends up.
Yeah.
What was it?
2.5.
Okay, it's not
Okay.
bad. Yeah.
That's not bad. I feel a lot better.
Yeah, that outside of the Mike Riley, Kevin Shattenkirk 1x1s, that might be the most reasonable defenseman deal of the day.
It's good business.
think a lot got made of Sakic saying that he wanted to add grit. Because that doesn't mean exclusively grit. That doesn't mean, oh, they're not going to add a guy like an Alex Kerfoot type also. But they did need to add a little bit of toughness, a little bit of sandpaper to the lineup that they iced at the end of the year.
I feel like the word grit is just a buzzword that doesn't actually mean anything.
I mean, I think it's really more like, hey, we just need a couple of guys who have a physical play style. A couple of guys who will forecheck hard and get after it. Which, by the way, like getting Ross Colton, quite a bit of grit.
Not wrong.
Yeah, can't help but wonder if that's sort of what he meant in saying that is this is why Ross Colton is here in part.
Math adds up on it.
Longer JT goes unsigned, more likely he resigns. I mean, the other teams would continue to have to spend all their money. And this is how Evan Rodriguez ended up without a market last year. And if that happens again, the Avs need to keep that dude.
Alrighty. Sign an AHL deal so we have something to talk about, Evs. Just give me one name.
Yeah, the thing about Miles Wood, people fucking love Miles Wood, and it's like, yeah, guys, like he's really fast.
And that's the end of the list that he does well.
It's like he's a good transition player. All like that fits obviously with what the Avalanche would like to do, but is he actually any good? Not really. He provides you with a pretty high level of transition offense, and that's literally it. He walks out of the defensive zone with pucks on his stick, and that's because he's flying down the ice. And then he goes into the offensive zone and he shoots it, and then the play either stops or he scores. And that's his contribution. He does not need. There's no playmaking really to speak of. He's not very good defensively. Just not. I mean, there just really isn't like a big fit there. He does not do anything on a penalty kill. He's like a low end play driver in a bottom six, which is fine. You're not going to find high end play drivers hanging out in bottom sixes. He's just not very good at anything else.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it's just hard to be a transition player only in the bottom six, right? You need to be able to function in at least the defensive zone.
Let's go ahead and ban this guy. You don't need to participate, my man. 2 minutes in and I'm in a piss poor mood. 2 minutes that you've been here for 2 minutes. We've been live for what, like two and a half hours?
Yep.
Yeah. You don't need to. No. Thanks for tuning in. You can continue to keep your thoughts to yourself. I'm just not interested anymore. That's one of those guys that makes a Reddit thread about me, and they all jerk each other off all day, and it's just like, just fuck off, dude. Now I'm in a piss poor mood.
Yeah, I was gonna say you weren't in a bad mood until he showed up.
Yeah. Well, and it's like talking about these different guys that could fit. Like the thing about both guys like Miles Wood and Denis Gurianov, right? Like their style fits so nicely in Colorado on some level. Could it work out? Like I'm not writing it off. Like those types of dude and Gurianov especially.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I think there could be more to Guryanov's game there if you get him in the right spot. But
because Guryanov has a kind of like Ross Colton, guy's got a nasty shot when he gets a chance to actually shoot it. And so you look at, hey, they need a little bit of goal scoring punch in the bottom six. If they could get Guryanov to engage defensively and actually play some defense,
yeah,
I think they could have their. I mean, of course, Every coach that Gurrianov's ever had has had the same conversation when they brought that guy in. All right, if we can get him to do the things he doesn't do, he's going to be a really good player. But
it's hard to get players to become something that they haven't been for their entire careers.
yeah, and like at some point, and you talk about the change of scenery. Well, he went to Montreal, and we got a little preview of it. It didn't get a lot better. So it makes you wonder, like, okay, like, yeah, when you're trying to find, I guess the question would be like, how many of these guys can you take a chance on at the same time?
Yeah.
Because if you go get Miles Wood and Dennis Gurianov and put them on your third line surrounding Ross Colton,
Now you're
are
just
you
playing
not-
Russian roulette here.
right? Like you're kind of all in, aren't you? Like you're all like, this has to work. Otherwise, we've just got guys hanging about our roster that may not fit very well.
So go get those two and go get Danton Heinen.
He can pay himself.
I kept trying to find ways of like of getting Danton Heinen in a spot where I thought he would be really effective, because I don't know that I really want him on a fourth line. Like, he's not like that really like rough and tumble super.
He's not gonna.
He's more of a
people.
Yeah, he's more of a skill guy, and I'm like, does he do anything at a really high level that the Avs like really need? And if you go and you look at his microstats, honestly, the answer is yeah, because next to Ross Colton in particular, that is a dude that could help them get pucks out of the defensive zone, because Colton's not going to do it. But he contributes a little bit of everything on offense. He's a willing shooter. He creates his playmaking creates for teammates on a consistent basis. Like, I think it's easy to see if you can get some guys for Heinen to play with that are the gritty, whatever, forechecking hard types. You could find an easy spot for him for a couple $1 million, and I think he would be just fine. It's really just like, he can't be like a priority, because I think he's a guy with specific skills that needs to fit around other guys that kind of work. And so that's where I'm like, look, if we woke up to if they signed a guy or two today, and then we woke up tomorrow and Heinen is the guy, I'd be a lot more excited. If they like started with him, it'd be like, okay, well, what's next? Because I think he's proven in Pittsburgh he's a good player, and he's a consistent player. It's just that he's got certain skills that you need to kind of work with. And Colton is already very much he's got big gaps in his game that you need to start. Now that you have him,
build around.
You need to prioritize putting a couple of those guys around him that do things he doesn't do well. And Heinen may not be that guy that you start with, but if he was the third guy that they went and picked up, I would really like that.
That makes a lot of sense to me too.
All right.
And the wing versatility, being able to move him around, he'd be the perfect kind of like, hey, if we have an injury on one of the wings in your middle six, because I think he needs to play with skill. Pittsburgh's been trying to mess around with him on the fourth line, and when he's at his best is when he's next to some of their skill guys in a higher role.
So who's the guy that fills the gap? $1 million question.
Well, that's where the Pierre Engvall comes in, right? Where like a guy that does like a lot of things pretty well. Obviously, you're going to get flawed players at this point. There's no like, or Garnett Hathaway might be like that guy where you're
not
like
getting complete players for $2 million or less on the free
agent.
Yeah,
like that guy's gonna go crash and bang and act a fool, and he's gonna free pucks up, and that with next to Colton, that might be a really good fit. And then you throw Heinen on a line with them. You have your physicality, but you also have your skill guy that can kind of help distribute pucks, but is also good enough to score himself.
Miles Wood to Colorado. Is this real?
God, of course, I just got done talking about it.
Let's see if anyone is. Yeah, hearing Miles Wood from Fridge. No official terms of the deal yet, though.
So this is the one where again, he's a decent play driver. He doesn't give you anything defensively. He is very, very, very fast. So that part of it, he is going to be a very good Av. He is very fast.
He goes Zoom. He'll give you 10 to 15 goals.
You like the size too.
He can play on a second. He can play on a second power play unit if he has to. And like he throws the body around like a decent amount. It's not a calling card, but
Sure.
it's something that he does.
Hard to play against, maybe in the way that a guy like Nico Sturm is, where it's just like, he's a big body. He's not drilling you every time you touch the puck, but
he's hard to play against because you can't fucking catch him, man.
That's what I'm saying, right?
He is a
how I
bolt
feel
of
about
lightning
it
down
is
the ice. That's for sure.
the cost is how I'm going to end up feeling about it. Let's
Yeah.
see what.
Because he was coming off, I believe his deal was 3.2. That's too high for me.
Yeah, no. If
So-
it's 3, if that number starts with a 3, that's bad.
I'm really hoping for this to be in like 2.
Yeah,
If this is like 2 to 2.5, I'm good there. And like again, how many of these guys can you take a chance on? If they take this chance on this guy, then Gurionov wouldn't make a lot of sense. Now, we were just talking about Danton Heinen. Putting Danton Heinen as the third guy next to Miles Wood and Ross Colton would be a really interesting third line.
It'd be interesting in the ways that you described two imperfect players at this stage and players that you could then complement the shortcomings of those alongside them. I could see that being why it would be interesting, is this combination of players could help address some of the shortcomings of others. And I think they could match each other's speed.
The person who says like Grabner fast, yes. Miles Wood is very, 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 very fast.
Avery, careful analysis, team male model.
Somebody tweeted to me earlier today and said Miles Wood has to be an Av because he's top 5 team male model material.
there you go.
So
That's so funny.
yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Job's not done.
Great. Everybody's gonna respond to the same fucking tweet with their excitement, and there's gonna go, there goes my rate limit. Yeah. Negative 63 is not looking good. Yeah, I mean, he's only spent the majority of his career on bad New Jersey teams. What was his plus minus on a good New Jersey team last year? Tell me literally anything that you think you can know about a player based on their plus minus.
To answer
Yeah.
the question, I don't know if you already know this. He was a +1.
Yeah, I did know.
Okay. I figured you did. I figured that wasn't a question you were asking for someone to tell you the answer on.
It was one of his best possession years on one of the best New Jersey teams he's ever played on. But it was still.
I mean, I've heard this Avs team is pretty good at possession, so
Yeah, it's not necessarily the need he needs to fill specifically, but
So the other thing about, we're talking about where he fits is if you put him on your third line next to Ross Colton, one of the things that Wood specifically does well, again, it's all transition with him. It's all transition. He gets out of the zone. He gets out of the defensive zone with the puck, which is the thing that Ross Colton doesn't do. Offensively, Ross Colton is a guy that will shoot pretty much any time. Transition and off the cycle. Miles Wood's not going to give you a whole lot on the cycle. He wants to do it all in transition. And he's not going to give you much in the way of special teams. He can play on a second power play unit, but in Colorado, I don't think he will. And I wouldn't put him on a penalty kill. because he's never been a good defensive player.
No, he did.
Ever.
Even New Jersey didn't want to put him on their PK.
So you're talking about a really, really fast, just a really fast like transition player that you would probably put on your third line next to Colton. Big though.
For him to be as good a skater as he is too, at his size.
That size, yeah.
He is. Oof. It is one thing that is fun about him is he will get up and down that ice.
Yeah,
His underlings are okay, Billy. Like they're exactly what I'm telling you. He'll drive some play on offense. He's bad defensively, and he's got a little bit of goal scoring in him.
That's so you're putting. So say you're putting him on a third line next to Colton. Are you targeting a defensive style forward on the other side then?
I mean, to be honest with you, we were kind of just having this conversation, but I think that Danton Heinen would be the kind of guy, a guy that's capable of doing a little bit of everything for you, because you've got two extremes right now with Colton and Wood.
For sure.
I think you kind of want a jack of all trades guy there,
just to round out the line generally.
Yeah, exactly. A guy that can kind of fill in and do a little bit of both of those things.
Eric Carlson's Jay Fresh card is never not funny to me.
The 0 defensively.
Yeah, which is
it 100% on offense?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's just so funny because he just won Defenseman of the Year.
Yep.
I would say think of Miles Wood as a much better finishing version of Matt Nieto, but not quite as good defensively.
And big enough to actually be able to body people.
Yeah, well, and he does. I mean, like, he engages physically. He's just not a guy that, like, he's not going to, like, Cal Clutterbuck his way through a game where every single shift he's out there, like, dropping people, you know?
Yep.
So when they talk about adding a little bit of grit and still sticking to their style, like, Miles Wood is, like, the perfect center point there. But because he's never once produced a good defensive result in his career, you need to protect him a little bit. You need to put him with somebody that can help him there.
For sure. I mean, is there... could you consider, like, throwing LOC up there on that line? Or is that a little bit too much, not enough offense to play around Wood?
No, I mean, I think with both the goal-scoring ability of Wood and Colton, that you would be okay there.
I don't want to, like... that line is zipping around, running into everything with an LOC on it too.
Yeah, and that's where my appeal is also. If Garnet Hathaway were the third guy there, it's the same kind of style.
Yeah.
So I mean, right now, somebody was asking about his forechecking. It's quite good. So between Colton and Miles Wood, you're gonna have a pretty dogged makings of a pretty dogged third line right there. You just have to, I can't stress this enough. You have to protect him a little bit on defense, though.
Yeah.
The ability of their depth was what I thought was such an underrated driver of what got them through the 2022 season, was that as good as they were on the high end, as good as their defense was at driving so much of the play for them, teams just could not hang with the bottom half of the Avs lineup. We saw it, I mean, really in every series except for the one against St. Louis, where they had some scoring depth.
I mean, every line was just better for Colorado, right?
Right. You need a top six guy. You need to add a top six guy. But I do like that there seems to be a lot of emphasis on re-bolstering that bottom six, because even had they added a 2C, that was something that was, in my opinion, very clearly more deficient last year than it was the year before. They needed to rebuild this bottom six. I thought that was an underrated part of the identity of that group.
I mean, it gets hard when you were as injured as the Evs were last year.
Totally.
And it gets them back to, again, like that identity of the speed, but there's still some heaviness there, because a lot of times that's what teams are deciding between with players. You know, Ross Colton is an extreme on one side, Miles Wood's an extreme on the other side. Guys who are a little bit of everything tend to make a lot more money, right? So I think it's a really, like, it's a good, like, this is exactly the kind of good start to building up the bottom of that roster. Of
good start is a great
I'm
word.
putting him next to Ross Colton right now. If he ends up on your fourth line, you're really feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Because
Matt Duchene, Dallas.
Gross.
1 year, $3 million.
Boy, I kind of wish the Evs would. I mean, maybe didn't want to come to Colorado, but
yeah, I would have liked that one.
So that's where the Colin Miller money went.
Still don't have any detail on Wood yet.
Yeah, I still haven't seen any of the numbers.
Oh, Daniel Sprong to Detroit. Won by 2 mil.
Detroit doing the most random things today? Just
that does
random.
So random.
Right. Boy.
Justin Hall.
So where does Duchene fit on Dallas? 2C?
Wherever they need him to at this point.
Wow.
I mean, I guess you could put him on the wing next to Rope Hintz.
Matt Duchene loves the Central.
Yep. They continue to have a lineup that would have been like unbelievably good in 2015. Joe Pavelski, Jamie Benn, Tyler Seguin, Matt Duchene. Ryan Suter on the back end.
Oh, did you see this quote from the NHL regarding the women's league merger? We already initiated discussions with representatives of this unified group regarding how we can work together to grow the women's game. We talked about that so much this week. That's exactly what needed to happen.
Yep.
So we have a graphic for Miles Wood. Do we need to wait until we...
I just posted it, so.
Okay, no, perfect. That's even better.
Not that anyone can see it on Twitter anyway.
Good point. That's a great point.
Which actually, do you have the Insta stuff, right, Megan?
I do. I can't post it.
Rip.
I have to do it from my phone, and I'm using it.
Oh, nice.
There, I'll just... Production.
I can tag in as though.
Oh, you got it. I can tag them to whoever. We did get 65 Swede bucks from Flats, who says, with Patches, Wheeler, and others off the board, who are some players the Avs might look at for the final top 6 spot? Cheers from Sweden. The way things are going, who knows? Maybe they look at bringing Erod back in a couple days. I think
Erod's the guy that I'm continuing to keep an eye on for. Is he going to get paid? Is he going to get stuck in the same spot as last year? Because if he gets stuck in the same spot as last year, the Avs need to be all over that.
True. It's all about getting the dollar value for them, right?
Yeah.
Boy, I really wish we could get the dollar amounts on Miles Wood.
That
Yeah.
would
gonna
make
say-
it feel really official, and we could actually react to it.
You feel so different about it if it's a 1x2 compared to like a 1x3.5.
Sprong at that number is really interesting, but I also think that there's a little bit of fool's gold there because I'm not sure he's going to have another 40-point season. Basically, every Kraken player last year had a really, really high on-ice shooting percentage.
Yeah.
And that's where Sprong's always been a decent goal scorer, but his career high in points was 20, and he had a 21-goal season. So either he just totally broke out and this is who he is now, or we'll see. He's
When
always
was the
been a really
last-
efficient goal scorer, though. Like, he does do that.
When was the last time the Avs made a big free agency splash?
What do you consider big?
I mean, just I really can't think of like the last like notable free agent signing they've made. I feel like ever since the Paul Kariya and Teemu Selanne thing blew up in their face in the early 2000s, they're like fringe fixes only on the free agent market.
So does the Barry for Kadri trade count? I know it's a trade, but it was during free agency.
No, I'm talking about like players they've signed off the free agent
Yeah,
market.
that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, they had the Ryan Smith, Scott Hannon at the same time. Both of those
God, I
guys were top
hated
guys at
both
their
of those
position.
dudes.
2006, 2007.
And like Jerome Iginla was a big deal. Francois Beauchemin.
Iginla. I'll give you. See, Beauchemin, I remember not being because he was like the 11th rated defenseman on the class that year.
He was the guy that wasn't supposed to get to the market, and then the day before free agency, he couldn't get the third year from Anaheim.
Yeah.
I remember hating
Pretty
that
justifiably.
the minute they signed it, and then that ended up being like one of the.
I mean,
Jerome Iginla, I'll
Carl
give you.
Soderberg was a 5-year deal. Like, that was a pretty
Technically
big contract.
not free agent.
I mean, they traded for his rights the day before and signed him
Yeah.
the next day. So
Real quick, $5 from Jake saying, "Love you, AJ. Heart. The rest of y'all are all right too. Heart."
like Jonas Donskoy was a 4-year deal. Like
that's
what I'm saying. Like, what is like a big deal? Because
I'm more of talking about like caliber of player. Like you're listing off like a bunch of guys that again we're just like filling in middle six, things like that. Like they do most of their business through trades. They don't like to go at the top of the free
so
agent
the thing is, the top of the
Good
free
te-
agent
good teams
pool
don't.
was signing Gabe Landeskog right before he hits free agency, right? Like,
No, because that was your own player. I'm talking about they weren't in. But like I'm talking about like the Dimitrov or like the top of the free agent.
I understand what you're saying, but they're signing their own players that would have been at the top of free agent classes had they not extended them, right? And because they spent that money on like a Landeskog, they don't have it to go get that guy at the top of the free agent class.
The answer here is Iginla's the last like big like high caliber free agent that they got.
I feel like him and then PA Parento.
I mean, PA Parento is Jonas Donskoy kind of on the same.
Tampa signed Josh.
But he had just had that. He had just had that big year, and he was kind of like the second offensive prize behind Parise that summer.
Sam Steele also to Dallas.
Yo, can we get an AAV on
No
this?
kidding.
Yeah, it feels so.
It was like
unofficial.
everybody forgot it happened. Wow, Jason Zucker to Arizona. What the fuck?
Wow, that is a weird one.
Holy smokes!
All right.
The price?
No.
Not yet.
Arizona doing some things here.
They're shaking it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that top six all of a sudden is quite. You throw in Dylan Guenther, graduating as well, and it's like
Michelli takes another step. Yeah.
all right. You know, Keller, Schmaltz are still there. Krause is still there. All right. day's not even over, and the Avs fumbled this day hard. Man, you've
I
got to take it down a notch.
I just saw that
You've
tweet.
got to take it down a notch.
Well, the Coyotes gave Zucker $5.3 million for a year. So
a year.
Oh, for
1 year.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Still priced him out of like Colorado or something.
So this is where this is where all the players are looking at this and going, we're not getting paid this year. We're getting paid next year.
Yeah.
But if all the players think this way, they're going to go into a market that's not going to have enough money to pay all of them.
Yep.
I mean, Jason Zucker just like signed up to be somebody's trade deadline acquisition.
Yep.
Right.
Like Colorado's 2024 first is headed that way.
Wow.
Yeah.
At 1 year, $3 million, I would have really liked to see the Avs do that with Matt Duchene. Again, there's a billion layers to that in terms of
for sure.
everybody wanting that to work, but at that price.
Yep. I mean, we were talking about it literally at 2, and it was like,
Right.
dude, 3 would have been fine.
Yep.
Do you know what Archibald, the value is for him?
$800K for 2 years, I think.
2 years. 2 years,
Yeah.
$800K each. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of player I could see them really liking.
God, I just don't understand how Tampa Bay continues to get players to take nothing. I understand it's a tax-free state, but it's not. Jesus, dude, is it that different?
Well, here's
That
what you
extra-
failed
that
to
extra, like-
consider.
I understand not signing in California, but
Nah,
most of them.
you have to include the fact that the value of Florida man is priceless. Okay.
It's once in a lifetime.
God, Sam Steele got $850K. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that'd have been a fun. That's a value deal for sure.
Yeah.
Feel pretty good about Dallas's day so far. I feel like they've done well.
They've shored up for sure.
Yeah, defense gets 1 year older.
That's true, and they still have to deal with Suter being terrible back there.
Well, and they lose Colin Miller, who was kind of a sneaky important piece for them last year.
Yeah.
And so is it a full-time graduation now for Thomas Harley and Niles Lundqvist?
I guess it kind of has to be, right?
Because Miro's great, Lindell is solid, Suter fell apart. Hakanpää's always been way
He's
limited.
Fine. He'll get you by on the bottom pairing or something.
I mean, you look at their defense, you look at Colorado's defense. Which one do you prefer? Even with a hole still on
Colorado has a top 3 defense in the league, though.
This is what I'm saying. They're in a division together.
Yeah, sure, but
they are in direct competition with one another.
But I'm also taking Dallas's forward core. And I guess they kind of lack the top end talent. They have Robertson at the top, and that's about it.
Rupe Hintz
he's good, but not like
was
superstar.
Was the Rupe Hintz postseason breakout
right.
a sign of things to come, or was it just a good postseason?
Yeah,
I think. I mean, I really like Dallas's forward core right now. I think it's good. I think Colorado's is also good. They just have more work to do.
Al Bunting got 4.5 for 3 years.
It's kind of a weird. That's kind of a weird deal because 3 years is, the cap obviously goes up, does whatever, but he also gets 3 years older in that time. Is he really going to get a better?
I mean, he'll only be 30 at the end of it.
Right, but I mean, is he going to get like a long-term deal, or is he just going to do this 2 or 3 years at a time?
Fair.
Damn, Duchene was just on TSN, and he said that he did not know right up until before it was announced. They told him like right before the list like came out. So he was like, yeah, pretty. He didn't use the word blindsided, but he was like, did not see it coming at all.
Wow.
Yikes.
He said when they moved on from Johansson that his antenna perked up a little bit, but wasn't expecting to be bought out. And he made a good point there. He said, people see us getting to play this game and you make good money and they don't realize that like I have to go home and explain to my kids why we're moving and what's happening. And, you got to call your wife and be like, hey, I just showed up to the rink and they told me to pack my shit. Yeah. Which that really is. That really is. I get annoyed sometimes when you see people talk about that on Twitter. It's like, what are these people complaining about? They make good money. It's like, what? Like the oldest phrase in the book is money doesn't buy happiness. There's all kinds of like crazy stuff that these guys go through. And yes, it would be very nice to have that money to fall back on. But like, it's a crazy job those guys have. And you end up with stuff like that where one day you just gone.
Okie dokie. Let the madness continue, and we'll never find out what Miles Wood signed for.
Yeah, right.
How do we still not know?
This is like such an Avs thing, though. I feel like this is what happens every year on the free agency stuff, where it's like, hey, it trades out. We're not going to confirm it. We're not going to really say anything. You guys can guess. And the day before the season starts, we'll drop all the official information.
Alex Killorn is still unsigned. I wonder what's happening with that.
I'll bet you he wants more than he.
Put that guy in a. Put that guy in a. On one of Colorado's wings in its top 6, and I feel like that would be fun.
You can't.
I mean, they just can't. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's probably going to be just way too expensive. That at this point, the Avs have to just hope that like this money continues to be spent, and guys are.
There's dudes out there that just didn't get what they thought they were going to get.
Yeah, and this is where it's like, hey, if you could steal like an Alex Killorn or an Evan Rodriguez, for one of these guys for really cheap, would really help your top 9. Talking about style fit, P.S. Suter would be a really fun, interesting addition after Miles Wood and Ross Colton.
We talked about the Michael Bunting 3 years, 3.5 per.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's 4.5 per.
Cat Friendly has it at 3.5.
Twitter, LeBrun just said 4.5. So.
Someone's wrong.
Yeah, I thought I saw 3.5 somewhere as well. That's a big
3.5 would make me feel bad that the Avs weren't involved in that one.
Right.
Yeah.
And Jay Fresh has 4.5. So we'll see what happens here.
4.5 would make me feel like the Avs couldn't get involved in that.
Yep.
Yep. 4.5 seems realistic.
I'm gonna assume it's 4.5 until someone says otherwise. Boy. the big names still just aren't coming off the board, are they?
Yeah, I think they're all trying to come to grips with what
The
Duchene and
reality
Zucker
is,
just did.
yeah.
Mhm.
Just watch these
like-
dudes take short-term,
Yep.
short money.
Yeah. Well, and if you're gonna take short term like that, maybe that's where you're like, okay, I'm not gonna get paid quite what I want. Maybe I pick a more competitive situation.
Right.
Instead of making $4 million, I'll make $3 million if I'm going to go back into the
Try to
market next
win
year.
one. Yeah.
I need to be in a place where I can get the opportunity to have the kind of numbers that's going to justify the deal I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I also wonder about a guy like Brian Dumoulin, where if that does not materialize at all,
You could get him for like $2 million or something.
putting that guy next to Josh Manson on your third pairing would be. Because it felt like the defenseman market went really fast.
Yeah.
With like all the pairing
signed.
guys. Yeah,
Yeah.
all the bottom, like the top guys, John Klingberg, Matt Dumba, Shane Gostisbehere, Brian Dumoulin are all still kind of sitting there. Ryan Graves are all still kind of sitting out there just waiting for a home. Scott Mayfield, I guess he hasn't. I don't know if that's official or not.
I don't know how official
I
this
assume.
is, but some are saying the Pens are getting close to finalizing a deal for Carlson.
Wow.
No terms.
Cap Friendly did update Michael Bunting to 4.5, just for the record.
Okay.
Back to not feeling bad.
Yep.
3 years, 13.5, 4.5 per.
Boy, oh boy.
I'll be honest. There's still big names out there, no doubt, and there's plenty of room for them to do stuff. I'm a little surprised at how passive the Avs have been here. Just a little.
I'm a little surprised at how passive a lot of teams have been, to be honest with you.
I agree with that. Yeah. With the amount of guys willing to take a 1-year deal, I'm just a little shocked the Avs haven't. Because that was what I thought they would be gunning for all along, was who can we get on a 1-year deal?
Well, so right now there are only, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 14 teams with more than $10 million of cap space. And 4 of those teams are utilizing LTIR to get there. And so I'm just saying there's not a whole lot of room out there for guys to be signing $4 and $5 million deals when half the league has less than 10 million.
Yeah.
That chews up half your cap space that's available.
Rangers just signed Bonino to a 1-year deal. Don't know the value.
That's not a guy that was not on my radar even a little bit, so we're cool there.
My question is this going to trickle out over the next week, or are we going to see one guy get signed and that kind of be the cork popping out of the bottle, and then everyone starts to go?
To be honest with you, I think that the Duchene and Zucker contracts are very instructive of what some of the top players who were probably looking to get a decent deal
might not be.
Yeah, exactly. And you have the Pens. Instead of going out and signing any of these like okay offensive defensemen like a Gostisbehere or whatever, they're trying to trade for Erik Karlsson, which is going to be wildly expensive in terms of money.
Yeah. $5 from Kai, who says, does Colorado have to wait to use the extra cap space from Landeskog being on LTIR? Curious why they aren't in on some of these 1-year deals. So the LTIR thing is weird. Every team in the offseason you're just allowed to go 10% over the cap in the offseason. It's fine. doesn't matter. And then the season starts and you put Landy back on LTIR and are cap compliant.
This freaking out about what are they going to do about the top 6 guys. 5 of their 6 jobs are filled right now. Like 5 of the 6 are filled. Their center depth 1 through 3 is done. Their defense 5 through 6, both of their goaltenders are done. The most important parts of this team are finished.
Yep, you need your 6th best forward, and then at least one more depth forward, maybe 2, and then a defenseman.
I wish we could pull up that graphic and put Wood on there so that we can just be like, here's kind of where they stand.
Actually, I could probably ask Yaya for it.
Yeah.
So let's say if it was Vladdy Tarasenko, again, I'm purely speculating because that's one of the names left on the board. How would you guys feel about that?
How much is it?
I mean, let's just say, for the sake of the argument, a little bit more than Duchene, 1 year, 3.5.
Yeah, no, totally. I'm in, man.
Okay.
That sounds great. To be honest with you, as much as I'm nervous about the fact that he's horrific defensively, the same could be said for Patrick Kane at that point. Like, if you're going to talk like 1 year, $3 million, yeah. Like, they should be involved in those kinds of conversations.
Right.
Because that's where, again, these 1 year deals, that last super chat that says, I'm surprised they're not in on these 1 year deals. They are going to be on these 1 year deals. That's where they're going to spend that $7 million that they get from Landy.
Potential comparable contract for Ross Colton here. Cody Glass extended a 2 by 2.5. I know that's RFA years instead of UFA, but a center who had 35 points last year.
Okay. That keeps us right in the $3 million range that we kind of have him penciled in, 3 to 3.5.
Yep.
Duchene signed in Dallas. Yeah, and the amount of depth that the Avs need kind of depends on how you view their roster at the moment. If you have Frederick Olesen and Ben Myers on the opening night roster, then they don't need very much. If neither one of those guys are on the opening night roster, or if they're both scratches, then you do need a couple more guys. So it's really, the addition of Wood, you are still looking at, that was one of that's a bottom 6 guy.
Yep.
They could use another one, and then they'll need, obviously, a top 6 guy. But if you get 2 middle 6 guys, if you get an Inkball, you get a, I don't know, say a Kerfoot, you get a lower end second liner, but you get a higher end third liner.
The guy that can kind of flex.
And there's lots of versatility in your lineup in that. I'm completely just those are just names that are unsigned. So that's all that is.
The most accurate tweet of the day coming from Micah. Milan Lucic is a professional hockey player.
I mean, when you're right, you're right. So right now, the top 6 for Arizona would be Keller, Hayton, Schmaltz, Michelli, I guess Travis Boyd, Jason Zucker, and then Lawson Krause would be somewhere in there as well.
Are you keeping a spot open for Genther?
Well, he's a wing, so maybe on your third line it's Krause and then a question mark at center and then Genther.
Sure.
Or maybe it's Michelli and Genther on your third with Krause.
However
and
you want to flex it.
Yeah, so that's the makings of a really good top 9, but they have the problem. They don't have any centers.
They need Logan Cooley.
Yeah. Christian Fisher is another guy that's still on the board that I would be interested in the Avs figuring it out.
As a depth option, sure.
Connor Geeky hasn't graduated to the NHL yet, so I'm not including him quite on that roster yet. But if he makes it, then yeah.
I don't know that he's that close to making it yet. To the NHL, that is.
What an epic failure today for this organization. Seeing
I
the
wasn't
deals
gonna.
done around the league, clearly not a championship window anymore to you, Chris. Jesus Christ.
I wasn't gonna give that one the airtime. I wasn't gonna read it, but I did see that and laugh my ass off.
Just a ridiculous overreaction. It's almost like people forget that the Avs have some of the very best players in the NHL and will continue to be competitive as long as those guys are here together at the same time.
Dude, poor St. Louis Blues media. They opened Dev Camp today.
I saw that.
That's brutal.
Oh, I didn't even see him. What did he say this time?
I didn't read it. I just saw his username and saw him saying something about being pissy, and I was like, cool, we'll permaban you now.
Bye. Still watching the show, though. I mean, sitting around being a whiny little bitch, but has nowhere else to go. Huh. This afternoon lull is the part that it's like,
Everyone went to
The issue-
lunch.
The issue with this one is that I mean, I guess a lot has happened today, but it's
a lot of depth stuff.
It's a lot of depth stuff.
Jeez. I just don't see how this doesn't drag out for like another week at the way things have gone. I think a lot of the top guys are going to be patient and assess their options, because if you're not going to get the term or money, like, you might as well wait it out and go to the best team available, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
And through all this, we still don't have an AAV.
Yeah.
Miles Wood.
It's very sad.
Yeah, the thing is, like, yeah, they've got the spot open on their defense, but, like, you could really, like, Josh Manson hasn't been very good playing on his offhand on the left side.
Yep.
So you probably want to keep him there. So a guy like Travis Hamonic isn't really going to be of interest to you, because then you would have to break up your top four in order to balance the righty-lefty and get them all on the ice. Like, it's like hoping that Brian Dumoulin just takes a cheap contract your best bet here to get like a quality fifth defenseman out of this market.
It might be.
Otherwise, you're just going back with the Jack Johnson and kind of just shrugging your shoulders.
Wow, Tampa gave Glendening 2 years.
I think they have to give everybody multiple years at this
Just
point to
get
take
them
the
to-
cheap,
Yeah.
like the really cheap deals where they're like, well, we'll trap you for 2.
I love that you can still tweet even though you can't.
Yeah. You can't even see your own
can't
tweets, but
see
you
your
can
own
fire
tweets,
them
yeah.
off.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm definitely worried about Woods' penalty minutes and some of the decision making and all that. Like, I was apprehensive about signing him in the first place because there are big flaws there.
How was lunch, Megan?
It was so good. I had some pizza.
I want some pizza. Be more entertaining than this or free agency deadline so far.
It's slowed, but I feel like it's been really fun. I feel like even though it's not all been very Avalanche related.
I don't. It's fun. I guess making fun of GMs for way overpaying defensemen has been fun. I can't deny that.
That's something I've been thinking about a lot here. Is positionally how much defensemen have dominated today, kicking off, and how there's probably this short list of forwards that teams feel they can take a chance on, and I wonder how that affects players like JT Compher. And I think I heard you guys talking about Tarasenko too. Like seeing Matt Duchene agree to 1 year, $3 million.
Yeah.
Even though he's in a unique position where with the buyout, he's sitting pretty. Other players are in the same position. Does that affect JT Compher's value negatively?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does because you are talking about 83 signings and $134 million worth of cap hit into this process. Teams have made some big decisions, and again, I went through it. I think you were gone for it, but I went through the number of teams that have more than $10 million to spend, and some of those teams, like Anaheim, Arizona, those aren't teams that are probably going to give out very many multi-year deals.
I mean, by the way, how bad does this make Chicago's deals for Nick Foligno and Corey Perry look? I know they have to pay more to get them to come to Chicago, but you're paying those guys more than Matt Duchene's getting.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just about getting to the floor, and it's like, who gives a shit? We're not going to come anywhere near it. It's only worth one year.
I mean, I just feel like there were better ways to get to the floor, but sure.
They're not even. Oh, they are there. Yeah, they're barely there.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona's not there yet, and Anaheim's not even close. And I guess Anaheim lurks is like, I think they need to do. I think Anaheim still has Terry and Zegras this year, right? That they need to do. Yeah, and Drysdale. So that's 2 big money deals, and then 1 not for Drysdale, but. I don't know that there's a lot of money left in the system. Like, you wonder about a guy like Alex Killorn.
Who's just kind of floating out there still.
Is he going to go back to Tampa Bay? Well, Tampa Bay spent a lot of their money.
Pretty much all of their money.
Yeah, they're down to about $3.5 million.
Yep.
I have liked some of Tampa's fringe moves.
Same. I think they've done a good job kind of working around the edges. I mean, the Connor Sheary thing is an absolute highway robbery of a deal.
Easy dub for them to get that for 3 years.
If the Avs could have gotten that guy and Miles Wood at that deal at the 3 years at $2 million, it would have been. This would be a very good day.
What is Seattle doing? They have $20 million cap space.
Ryan Donato to the Hawks 2x2.
So Seattle has to pay Vince Dunn, and I mean, Will Borgen will get a raise.
But I mean,
as we're seeing with these defenseman markets.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I really don't know. I really don't know what that guy's deal looks like anymore. But like, Vince Dunn's gonna get, I don't know, $6 million, $7 million maybe. But yeah, that $20 million in cap space, you're just kind of looking around like, this is why I thought they would try to be more aggressive for a guy like a Scheifele or Erik Karlsson. They could take on something bigger than that and fill a big hole.
I verified that we are still planning to hear from Chris McFarland today, and the fact that we haven't heard yet.
Still working.
They're still doing stuff.
How do you get over a fear of elevators?
Take the stairs.
Kind of. Just take some steps to avoid them. Neat.
All right, let's make a signing so AJ doesn't have to read any more of those.
I only get one per day at 1 p.m. That's it. That's done.
It's the new Twitter model.
Oh, God.
You get one tweet.
Jonathan Druin's still out there.
Elon's
Sure
tweets would still suck.
True.
Yeah, I mean, the weird part of this is that a lot of the depth has been chewed up, but it's the top of it where it's like these guys need to come to terms with the fact that they're not going to get some of these deals.
So I wonder with JT Comfort if there is a reevaluation happening in terms of what he's hoping to get. Will he be more interested in a one-year contract now than he was before?
I don't think I think a 1-year deal for a guy like that, unless he's coming back to the Avs on a 1-year deal, I don't think that would be a.
If he was going to take a 1-year deal to try to keep the offensive numbers pumped up, he needs to go to like Arizona and like drop in the middle of that lineup instead, because it's not going to happen in Colorado. Where's he going to play? Where's he going to play that's going to get him paid? So, I think JT. I think the same conversation should be happening with Comfer, Rodriguez, maybe even like an Alex Killorn. Like these guys thought that they were going to roll into the market and have money on the table, and all of a sudden it's not.
Hasn't materialized that way. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen Tyler Bertuzzi sign.
Yeah. Again, there's like 10 to 15 guys out there that are still, not huge names, but relatively big pieces.
Like impact players here.
Yeah.
I don't know. The one that I've really honed in on for Colorado is Brian Dumoulin. At 31 years old, he's not gonna, if Pittsburgh makes the big move for Erik Karlsson, how much money do they have left, et cetera, et cetera. Him going back there may not make a ton of sense. I wonder if he's just like, go win a cup in Colorado. Yeah, I do think Dallas has had a productive free agency.
Yeah, I think Dallas and maybe Tampa are the two that have done the best so far. Long way to go, though. The Avs have signed Miles Wood. End of list.
Oh, are you recapping?
Yeah.
I thought you were about to give an AAV. You son of a.
I wish I could if I would, or I would if I could, but
I thought something was about to happen that none of us had a hold of yet.
You said that with such conviction.
Insider.
All right. The real way the Avs save this free agency is if they bring back Howler. Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, I think Miles Wood should be right at 2. If that's the AAV, that would make me. Obviously, anything under that would be amazing. But
I'm kind of gearing myself up for 2.5. Anything over that would be bad.
2.5, I feel like would be a fair. He gets paid.
Yeah.
If the Avs
you didn't get a deal, but
yeah,
everyone's fine with it. Yeah.
But if it's at 3 years, I probably feel like okay, everybody's comfortable with this.
All right. It's finally time for me to take a bathroom break.
I can't believe it's been this long.
I know, right?
Dude, I was just about to say, you beat me. You went way longer than I expected.
It is kind of crazy. You look at some of the unsigned guys, and it's all guys that have 60 and 50-point seasons. Not counting the 2 Boston guys, because they
Right.
obviously are in. Krejci and Bergeron are kind of in their own.
That's fair.
But, like, and defensemen that had 40-point seasons, Gostisbehere and Gustafsson are sitting out there. Tomas Tatar, 20-goal season. Max Domi, 20-goal season. Nothing. Interesting.
I'm starting to get actually annoyed at not knowing this, Miles. Because now here's the other thing I'm waiting for with Miles Wood. Confirm Miles Wood signs with the Arizona Coyotes or some dumb shit like that. That it was just like a total false alarm.
Donato's an interesting bottom 6 guy because he's a goal-scoring bottom 6 guy. It doesn't do a whole lot else.
He's bottom 6 just because he's like not quite a good enough scorer to be like a legitimate impact guy.
It does make me wonder where Seattle is at in how active they want to be in free agency, too. What have they done?
Seattle has lost.
Yeah, not
players.
much.
They've lost players, but I haven't really seen a new. Like, I'm actually trying to run through a list now to see how.
They're down to 9 NHL forwards. Just looking at their roster right now. So because they lost Donato, they lost Sprong, and they lost Morgan Geekie.
I saw that they were still hanging around on Erik Karlsson, even though it was looking like it's Pittsburgh, that they were still around on him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, their only deals that are, I think today, are all two-way deals with guys that you've never heard of.
Wow, Nemestikov stays in Winnipeg. 2-year, $2 million. That's fine. I think Winnipeg has very quietly handled their business pretty well so far.
JT Compher, Tarasenko, Kane, Klingberg, Jari. What's Pittsburgh doing in net? That's another thing they got to figure out.
I saw earlier that there was an expectation that Jari would stay. I wonder if like the Carlson.
I'll repeat the question.
Johansson, Tampa Bay Lightning. No way. Jonas Johansson.
JoJo?
Tampa.
I thought he went to Sweden.
He came back.
He decided not to.
Because there's an NHL job, evidently.
Wow.
It's a pretty league minimum looking.
He just has to make sure he's got an NHL job. That dude can't afford waivers.
No, that's why I was surprised to hear he was not going to Sweden, because I didn't think there was a solid job waiting for him. But as long as they commit to him as backup.
Which on one night you could get Andrei Vasilevsky. On the other night you get Ryan Johansson. Both huge, very different ceilings.
That's tough.
Wow, Brossoit going back to the Jets too.
Wow, 1.75. That's not bad.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about a lot about like Killorn and stuff. It would be a major upset for something like that to happen. Because, I mean, the guy had 60 some odd points last year. At 34, it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to try again next year. This is kind of his shot. So, I wonder, I do kind of wonder what, because like a guy, and kind of like Comfort, like he's not going to have that career year again. He's
Right.
probably not going to put up 52 points wherever he goes. So he kind of needs to make this work, you know? But a guy like an Erod or a Kerfoot, guys like that, I wonder if they're just starting to work through options and say
Yes.
short-term deals, you know, 3-year deals are more in vogue than ever because everybody's like, the cap's going to go up so much.
Right.
Oh, what a weird day. If nothing else, this has been a weird day.
Yeah. Yes.
With Twitter breaking?
Yeah.
Just if you add all of it together, and it's just like, this is not what I drew up in my head for free agency day when I went to bed last night.
Yeah, I thought we would probably have a Killorn deal, a Tarasenko deal. Certainly, I thought Comfer and Erod would be off the board.
Well, I thought it would be what we normally see, and everyone would make the joke about tampering, where it would open and you'd get a flood of 20 deals, and 7 of the 10 biggest names all come off right at the beginning of the day. And then it's just the depth stuff that trickles in later, but it feels like the depth stuff has been trickling in, and the top guys have been equally as interspersed. It's just been a really weird way to see this unfold.
It's true, because there's still enough top guys remaining that haven't been signed today to keep it interesting over now a period of time.
Right. Now there's not enough left to be like, oh, well, it's all going to be over the next few days. But yeah, I don't know. This is all odd.
I keep instinctively clicking over to Twitter, and it just goes, something went wrong. Try reloading. And I'm like, this is a waste of my time.
Me too.
I do that on airplanes. I would go into airplane mode, and I'm just like, oh, Twitter. Oh, can't get on Twitter. Close it out. Oh, Twitter.
Oh, Twitter.
And I just, Laurent Brossoit, 1 year with the Jets. That's funny.
Goes back where he had arguably his most success.
Well, he might get a starter opportunity there, depending on what they do.
I think their play is to wait out that goalie market, which hasn't done shit today. Why would you? The Avs weren't going to sign Ryan O'Reilly after they went and got Ryan Johansson and Ross Colton. They made their decisions at center. Like the only people who are upset about that are the people who just weren't paying attention, I guess, for this week. Like they made their choices at center. We talked about how they could use the deadline. If it doesn't work, they would still have the deadline to try and fix it later. But they've clearly made their decisions at center, at least 1 through 3. So, and they didn't have the money to spend $4.5 million on Ryan O'Reilly. We were talking about Matt Duchene. If he would take a $2 million deal, that would have worked. $3 million would have been fine too. That would have been whatever. But obviously, there were way more layers to Matt Duchene and Colorado than just money.
It's not even necessarily that I think it would be bad blood in the locker room. It's just that was a messy breakup.
Yeah. There was I mean,
Dude got traded in the middle of a game. Like,
well, and after as long as it went without a deal getting done.
yeah.
That was just, and I mean, they've told the story. Him and Joe Sakic, hugged and cried, and we did this for
What
you.
the
And
fuck?
What?
It sounds like a 6-year deal for Miles Wood with the Avalanche.
6 years?
That better be for like $1 million.
Yeah, right? Like,
whoa.
What the fuck, man?
He's what, 28? And
He's going to be turning 28 in September.
So that takes him to age 34?
I'm going to wait for a second to see.
Let me tell you.
Hear this.
Miles Wood, I can't confirm Miles Wood has agreed to terms with the Avs.
But what's the dollar value? That's the thing.
I don't have that yet.
Oh, you got the same thing I did.
Yeah.
Literally verbatim.
Because if it's 6 years at 2 or less, great.
Dude, if this is the Cali Yarncrook 6 years at fucking 1.5 million.
Great. Awesome. Yeah.
By the time that 6 years is up, you could bury 1.5 million in the AHL and you're fine. But that's, you want to talk about getting security? What the fuck? That might be the day's like biggest what in the world.
So random, yeah.
Also, if that was on the table, why the fuck did it take Miles Wood 3 hours to say yes to that thing?
Maybe he wanted like 10 years. And they had to talk him down.
Did he take that offer and shop it? The other teams that wanted him were like, hey, Colorado's offering us a 6-year deal. Like, this has got to be a low AAV. Otherwise, what in the world?
Yeah. If this is more than 2, I think it's a weird choice from Colorado.
Even at 2.
Don't love it, but at least like you tried to keep the value down at 2.
I don't know. If it's $1 million, it's gonna be the funniest thing in the world.
I mean, it's a slam dunk if it's $1 million a year.
I just don't know why he would do that though.
Because
there are some players that just want that stability,
How many bottom 6 guys ever get an offer like that? It's like the only guys I can think of are Colton Sissons and Kelly Yarncrook. And I guess Nick Paul got that a couple years ago in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, everyone who plays for Nashville is the ones who used to get those deals all the time because David Poile had like magic.
Nick Bukestad back to Arizona. That was one of the guys. Bro, you've got to think the world of Miles Wood to give a 6-year deal. Barclay Goodrow is another one. But Barclay Goodrow had a couple things going for him. He just won a Stanley Cup. He had center wing versatility. And also the Rangers spent a lot of this offseason trying to dump that deal. But that is...
It's something.
Yeah, boy, we wanted something. That is something.
Are you guys having fun yet?
Kind of. I mean,
I'm having such a good time.
if we get the AAV on this and it's $2 million or more, I'm gonna be a little
having a lot less fun all of a sudden.
Yeah, like 1 point. This has to be 1.5, right?
That just feels like an insane thing for a player to sign.
I mean, it's security.
Well, I know, but I mean, to lock yourself into that, I guess, how old is he? 27?
28 in September.
Keep in
I
mind,
mean,
he
I
had a
guess
pretty
maybe
serious injury last year. Not
right. I'll say maybe you are
but
at the
year
point
before.
where you're prioritizing security, but at that for a guy like that, you'd think he'd want a 3 to 4 year deal for what we've talked about, where it's like there's a legitimate track record of players coming to town here, performing really well, then getting paid on the open market. I just does Miles Wood even get another contract after this?
I mean, so what happens if it's like, obviously, wouldn't like it from the Avs side, but does it make sense for Miles Wood if this is like a $3 million deal?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's
Right.
what I'm saying is like, we'll see once the number comes out.
Avs, what did you do?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is like I was iffy on Miles Wood, and then it was like, hey, if it's like a 2x2, like you could totally 6-year deal is a what the fuck?
I love how we're like sitting here talking about these deals is like, this is so weird. And then every so often a basketball deal slides across my feed. And it's like 5 years, $220 million.
It really is funny, man.
I'm not overly familiar with the minutia of the NBA, but it was Bruce Brown yesterday that signed, right, for the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
AJ, can you give me an equivalent to the Avs Cup team as like who Bruce Brown is?
I think Kadri is probably fair.
Really?
Like a really, really, really important.
Okay. All right. Then
like secondary piece.
Because it's just crazy to me that a secondary piece in the NBA makes double what the highest paid player in the NHL makes. And I know there's so many reasons for that, but it's just so optically funny to me when you see that stuff.
It was, yeah. I mean, when a guy yesterday agreed to a $250 million deal, and that own fan base was like, we like him, but I don't know if he's that good.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like NBA. I mean, it's not unlike when the Nuggets gave MPJ a max contract and he'd had one season.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bruce Brown was really important to that Nuggets team in the postseason. In the regular season, he was a good player, but he stepped it way up. And then the thing about that deal is that he made double the money that he could have gotten from most of the other teams. But there's a team option on year 2, so he probably just got a 1-year deal with a whole bunch of money where it was just like, well, they had the cap space and they used it.
Right.
Oh man, scrolling through, I saw the Lightning announcing the JoJo deal. And I saw a dude wearing an Avs jersey and was like, what is this?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Isles also signed fourth liners. That Casey Zizekas deal from a few years ago was fucking crazy. What was it? 6 years, $15 million? Yeah. God, if they use that as a comparable for Miles Wood. They can't. I mean,
Yeah, Bukestad's AAV was 2.1.
Yeah, it's probably more than I would have been comfortable with.
It's a little much for a hard fourth line guy.
Oh my God, if they gave Miles Wood $4 million per,
that would be too much. Like 3 would feel bad. If they gave him 4, boy, they better know something we don't.
If they give him 3, they better know something we don't, man. Like at 6 years, the deal has like a giant chance to not be a good one, depending on what this money is.
Yep.
I think anything 2 and below, we're good. It's fine.
Who would have thought Miles Wood has the most term?
Yeah,
anyone in free agency right now.
Anyone at what time is it? 1:30 Mountain Time. He's gotten the longest deal.
God.
I think AJ's the only one of us that can say they've been working their current job for as long as Miles Wood's contract is.
He might outlast me, honestly. 6 more years will put me into year 14 at this job.
Jeez.
That is not job security, but you get in America.
That's some Eric Johnson tenure we're talking about.
Yeah, that's just about spot on.
Okay, that's a pretty funny tweet. They realized they signed a devil, not a senator, right?
Because the
That's well
6-year
played.
term,
Yeah.
that's funny.
That's cute.
That's a
cute.
good tweet, Aaron.
I love how information is trickling on just this player alone. Like, we're floated little bits of information. Okay, he's going to Colorado, and then we hear nothing. 6-year deal, and then we hear nothing. Why is this not being shared?
I do like it. Kind of was 3 parts because it was like he's signing, and then it was like nothing, and then it was like he's agreed to terms, and then it was 6-year deal, and now we're just like,
At each stage, we're unsure if it's true because not enough has been confirmed.
nobody tell Kevin what has happened. He's not gonna believe us if we tell him what the Avs have done.
It's not like all of them get hard confirmed either, right? It was he's signing. I'm hearing that he's signing. I'm hearing it's a 6-year deal.
That's what I'm saying. I've only heard it's a 6-year deal one place.
Yeah,
To be fair, it was also the only place that we heard he was signing with the Avs.
it's true.
Right.
Which that has been confirmed now. So
Yes. Yeah. I can't believe we're gonna have to do an entire recap show on fucking Miles Wood.
no, I am making a 60-second YouTube short, and we're done.
10 seconds for every year that he signed. Wow.
I mean, he's a good goal scorer for a depth guy, but whew. Yeah, Miles Wood could definitely skate. How many minors did he take last year? Let's go ahead. We'll just see.
Yeah, it's a lot of penalty minutes.
Yeah, 76. I want to know how many of these are like, is there a
Real.
fighting or a misconduct
Yeah,
slipped
sure,
in?
Sure.
Oh, buddy. So he took 26 penalties. He drew 24. He had 22 minors.
Fairly even on the give and take, but that's a lot still.
That is a lot. I mean, that 22 minors for a guy that averages 12:06 of ice time is a problem.
Sounds like Alex Killorn going to Anaheim.
Yeah, see, that's a guy that had to chase money.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the dollar figure, and like not being funny, what's the dollar figure that everyone's okay with this?
2 and below.
Yeah. Even 2.5 would feel like a lot for a 6-year deal for me.
Yeah, 2.5 would be too much for 6 years. Are you kidding? That's crazy.
Megan, are you in the same boat?
Yeah, it's hard on 2.
Yeah.
So this is Elon Musk related. He just announced they're increasing it to 8,000 for verified, 800 for unverified, 400 for new unverified. It's like, even that guy is like, okay, this is going so horrifically bad.
Testing and production, a great sign of a good organization, for sure.
He's like, I reached my rate limit, so I told everyone to raise the numbers.
Miles Wood really hasn't had significant injury problems. He had the 63-game season, little bit of injury there. The 68-game season was the COVID paused one, so he played almost all the games. The 55-game season was the 56-game season, so he played almost all the games. It's just the 21-22 season where he had the big injury.
He had a hip problem.
Yep.
And I think that's probably why he took a 6-year deal, is because he had that major injury and was like, I can't risk that again.
Yep.
But he came back from it as the same guy.
But one big injury is not a history of injury problems.
Definitely. I
Two
mean,
different
he has
things.
no games or no seasons with 80 games played, but
There's some context to that.
yeah, as you ran through, like he had 2 of them where he was right there.
Yep.
And then this last year he played 76. So it's like,
And, like if a dude misses 10 games a year, that's fine. It's just not that big
Yeah.
a deal.
like Makar and Nate missed 10 games a year.
Yep.
It's just how it is. That is fucking crazy. 6 years, man.
When you
No,
reacted
he's
like
not
that,
a PK
AJ,
guy.
that was not what I was expecting you to say.
I'd be willing to bet that's the case. Yeah. Reading it, I didn't think that it was anything that made sense. I mean, a guy that does not play giving a 6-year deal to a bottom 6 guy who's not a center, so he doesn't give you any kind of like face off, whatever. He doesn't play the PK. It's a really weird decision, unless this AAV is like a joke.
All right, you guys ready for 2 super deep Avalanche cut deals? Travis Barron just signed with the Yotes
Oh,
Cool.
to make $100K in the minors. Jeffrey Truchenville signed
Oh,
with Winnipeg.
he dropped the Truchin a long time ago. It's just Jeffrey Vale now.
Okay, well, he's signed with Winnipeg.
Yeah.
It felt like today was Monday and development camp would be starting tomorrow. Does it start Monday?
Yeah, it does start Monday.
I'm not expecting them on the ice Monday, though.
So
What?
I'm not
I
expecting them on the ice Monday.
We already got the schedule. They're on the ice Monday.
they're on ice.
No,
Yep.
that was not what I was told this weekend.
Bright and early at 8 a.m.
We're told like potentially the on ice stuff starts Tuesday. To confirm.
Yeah, I was saying we were
Yes.
told Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday over the weekend that Monday would be off ice.
They're gonna knock it out Monday through Thursday.
What's hilarious is all they did was add Monday.
Yep.
It was supposed to go Tuesday, Wednesday,
Well, they
Thursday.
just shifted it because Thursday's not an actual day. That's the photo op where they
Team
do
building.
team building.
So is the game Wednesday then?
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, okay, so they shuffled it all up.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I may have to leave to Puerto Rico on Wednesday night.
Have fun.
I will try.
This has nothing to do with hockey. Hard right turn thing here, just because I'm looking at my email right now and I'm just so annoyed. My check card the number got stolen early last week,
Ugh,
so I had to go through the whole thing.
Yes.
And like they refunded the money, all that stuff. That part wasn't an issue. I just every 3 days now I'm getting an email like, "Hey, could you check your credit card information? We had a hard time charging." It's like, yes, I know. I'm getting to it.
So my this is like a year and a half ago now, but my bank got bought by another bank, and they were like, "Oh, you have until this day to switch over with your new card and your whatever." And so I had to switch everything over, and all between a debit card and linked bank accounts. It took like a month to get like everything, like all the last little things that I had switched over. It was such a pain in the ass.
Dude, it's just such a pain. And then you end up finding stuff where it's like, I didn't think that was linked to the check card. I thought that went straight to my bank account, but great. Now I've got to deal with this too. It's just so annoying. I can also
to the Panthers.
I can also officially confirm it is a 6-year deal.
All right. Everything but the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Florida's gone out and gotten 3 defensemen.
I was gonna say this has really changed things between now Kulikov, Mikkola, and OEL. Am I missing anyone?
I think that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
OEL by himself felt real bad.
Yeah, it did. I don't know. I mean, I guess the question is, what do they do when Ekblad and Montour get back? But that's a problem for the future.
Man, 4 by 6.25 in Anaheim for Killorn. What do you guys bet the chances are he finishes that deal in Anaheim?
0. Be 37 at the end of that deal.
Will they be good yet?
Maybe.
They took Leo Carlson, so the answer is no.
Yeah, what did you guys think about that? Sorry, Megan.
Joke.
There was a gasp.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go.
I texted Greg Cronin, like, can't wait for you to get your hands on Fantilli. No joke, they take Leo Carlson seconds later.
Poor Cronin.
Well, he replied to it before that happened. So he's like, all true. Because I was like, this young core, it's gonna be so great. Fantilli, Zegras. I don't know if I even said Troy Terry in that text specifically. I was like, McTavish, this is so great. And he's like, yeah, that's all true, except part of it wasn't true.
Think for yourself. Think for yourself.
I
I'm just kidding.
still like Leo Carlson. I just really thought it was going to be Fantilli.
Fantilli's going to be way better.
Me too. I thought that was such a stupid mistake from the Ducks, but had they done Mitch Cobb, I'd have been like, okay, they took a shot on the guy, they went for a winger, whatever. But I just don't know why you would take Carlson over Fantilli.
Mitch Cobb would have made more sense than Philly.
Yeah.
There's a lot of really interesting stuff I heard around Mitch Cobb this week.
The stuff about him refusing to play for a bunch of teams was pretty interesting.
That was a tough thing.
Mm-hmm.
The Ducks have $40 million of cap space. Even when they give new deals to Zegras and Troy Terry, this Killorn deal is not going to really do much there.
They should sign me.
What are you asking for? What's your contract?
6-year deal.
6-year deal.
I know a team that would give it to you.
They're just throwing them out like candy.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what the AAV on the Wood deal is yet, so yeah, we're going to continue to potentially freak out about the fact that they committed 6 years to a bottom 6 player.
Because if it's at the right dollar figure, you actually kind of like that. It's like perfect.
If
Live
it's at
in this
$1
bottom
million,
6.
yeah, you love it.
Right. Because it's like you live in the bottom 6, and that is now one player we don't have to think about in the bottom 6 of this team for 6 years. If it's middle 6 money, I get worried that you get into the realm of like, can he work on the second line? And it's like,
yeah,
please don't do this again. This was all the 2010s were. Please don't do this again.
I might have even been stretching it when I just automatically put him on Colorado's third line, like willy-nilly. Like,
I mean, I think that's a pretty safe bet in the immediate. Obviously, the injury worries you a little bit, but I mean, the production he's got, I think if he was your third liner for the next 5 years and then the 6th year, you kind of whatever, I think that's great.
It's funny
Assuming
because
the money is right.
the 6-year deal to Wood, I've been advocating for the Avs to give Colton a 5-year deal to try and keep the AAV closer to 3 instead of 4. And it's like, if they were to actually do that, and it's like, oh, so you guys have just committed for 5 years to 2/3 of the same level. Give fucking Dan Heinen a 5-year deal too for $1.5 million. Let's go. You just don't have to worry about it anymore. You're done. It's fine. I mean, you give out deals like this. You don't even have to try and pretend like you have prospects that are going to take jobs ever again. It's cool.
Stop.
Why keep draft picks?
Stop. Sad.
Trade all the prospects. Trade
No.
all the prospects.
Boo.
Trade all the prospects.
Ban him.
Trade all the
Kick him
prospects.
out.
What
Is
if
Tiff
what if
producing or are
I
you
She
doing
is
this
not.
show?
No.
Oh, okay, Tiff ban him anyways. I don't know.
what if I start a Danton Heinen chant right after that? Trade all the prospects. Sign Danton Heinen. Trade all the prospects. Sign Danton Heinen. What's making
All
it?
right, all right.
Can't boo. Okay. Yes.
Complicated feelings.
Trade for Troy Terry. Trade all the prospects for Troy Terry.
All right. Ban him, but unban him tomorrow.
Unban him tomorrow.
I was like, now I'm just
All
trying
right.
to get kicked out of this slow ass free agency show. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
Totally kidding.
Achari to Pittsburgh on a 3x2.
Boy, even that is a little rich.
Yeah.
Because I think he had like a. Yeah, Chari. That center.
Eric
Yeah.
Shalgren with the Devils. Sorry.
You gotta really like the center thing for Achari. I guess $2 million is just not that big of a deal.
Well, I sure hope it isn't in case we just signed Miles Wood
For 6 years.
for
Well,
6 years.
I mean, Achari's like he has like a handful of seasons where he's not played very many games.
He has one 20-point season in his career.
You're right. It is very different. He's
Yeah,
A little
but it's also
better.
like he is crazy pants physical when he's healthy, but that's probably a reason he's had trouble staying healthy. But he also wins a lot of faceoffs, and it's like, and he scores a decent enough goals for a bottom for like a 4C that you're like, okay, cool. All right, I've talked myself into the Achari deal being fine. It's fine.
I'm talking.
Now I'm gonna look up his underlyings, and we'll see how I really feel about it.
The way that I know we've already talked and joked about this, but the way this deal has come out, it is getting funny at this point. I was annoyed for a while, and now it's just like, okay.
It's drifted into ridiculousness. Yeah.
Longest
Yeah.
free agent individual signing of all time. The initial report was like 2 hours ago.
Anthony Stolarz to Florida.
To replace Alex Lyon.
Yeah, I guess.
Weird. No, I mean, I think I would be surprised if the Avs made any kind of a trade, because I'm just not sure. What deal do you make? Teams have been giving away wings for the entire week.
Basically nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, so a Gerard deal would have to only include somebody that's of similar age and of similar term, and who's if the Avs were to give away Gerard for a similar caliber but as a wing, it's a terrible deal from dealing from a position of strength and making it not one anymore. So it just wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, at this point, it's hard for me to see how Girard's value isn't just more important on the Avs than it would be.
Yeah.
Unless someone is doing something egregious in what they're giving up for him.
Well, and like if you were gonna do that, you needed to do it before free agency started scooping up all the guys out of.
Exactly.
Unless you know that you've got like a Shane Gostisbehere sweetheart deal in your back pocket.
Yeah. Yeah. And now we're back to nothing happening.
Did you ever get that graphic from Yaya?
He had to go track it down from Kale, but he says he will get it to me soon.
Okay. I forgot Kale was the guy yesterday.
Yeah.
He's so rarely our producer that I just forget. Although we sat and bullshitted for an hour after we got done. I probably should have remembered that.
That's life, though. You literally
listening.
You literally summoned it. He just sent it.
Wow.
Yep.
God damn, Miles Wood for 6 years is.
I hate that we were floated 6 years and have no additional information.
Yeah.
Well, while we wait, we can talk about it. Hang on one sec.
I got rate limited on Avs.
Rest in peace.
Yep.
All right.
Signing into the DNVR account. Gonna rate limit DNVR Sports now. Let's go.
So, this is roughly what the Avs roster looks like right now, with Miles Wood slotted in on the third line.
I like that it says Miles Wood.
Yeah, he's the only one with the full name.
Yeah.
If you're here 6 years, you get first and last.
LOC didn't even get a name. He just got
LOC. But this is what you're roughly looking at for Colorado.
So this is kind of where you are right now. If they were to add a Cogliano to replace Olofsson,
whatever,
adjust from there. If they wanted to bring back a Lars Eller to replace Myers and move Myers where Olofsson is, adjust from there. Whatever you need to do. So let's do some quick math here. So they started the day with 15.5 in cap space, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Let's take away 3.5 for Byram.
That's pretty cheap, but sure.
Yeah, and then we'll take away 3.5 from Colton.
Sure. 7.
All right. So we're at 8.5. Let's say Wood is at 2.5, okay?
Sure.
I feel like I'm going halfway between good and bad deal there.
Yeah.
God, that's probably how they got there.
You would have to think that the term keeps the AAV down.
That's
Who
the only thing.
Who else is giving Miles Wood a 6-year deal? That has to be what it is.
Yeah, and where else was he gonna get a 3-year deal at $3.5 million somewhere else to make up? Anyway, let's just keep doing this. So that's where we are. Let's say those are roughly accurate numbers. That gives them $6 million of cap space with these 3 spots to fill. Oh, I got to take away. Let's take away $1 million for Ben Myers. So 5. Now you're at $5 million with those 3 spots to fill.
Yeah, that's tough.
Why don't you use the cap friendly builder? Because it's incredibly ugly while you're building it. When you're done, it's fine, but this is a lot easier. But you use cap friendly for the finished product at the end.
I mean, the Avs.
So I don't know why you think there has to be a trade, because $5 million, and you're talking about potentially 3 roster spots with some adjustment if you want to move them around. Because what are they going to trade? They can't trade for any kind of significant money without money going the other direction. And right now, you've set up the strength of your team right now is you have elite talent, your center depth is good, and your defense is good, and you have reliable goalies. All right?
Yep. It's just trying to solve that middle six / second line wing spot for good money value is the hard part of what they have to do here.
So to solve those 3 spots, if we were to, let's just generously give Jack Johnson $1 million just to make the numbers easier. You're down to $4 million for those 2 forward spots.
Yep. I mean, should you be trying to target one of these bigger pieces and say, hey, we'll give you the same deal Matt Duchene got? 1 year, $3 million to be our second line winger, and then you spend that last $1 million on whoever to fill out the rest of the forward core.
Yeah, I mean, and again, like these are rough numbers. If Colton takes $3 million and Wood takes $2 million, I just opened up an extra $1 million right there.
Yep.
You know, if they get if this Wood thing ends up being like 1.25 or 1.5, then
there's another $1 million.
Yeah, exactly. McDermott's salary is accounted for in this.
We're just not playing him.
Yeah, he's not. He's not because we didn't put scratches on here. We were just using the starting lineup. But his money is accounted for already in the 15.5 starting figure.
Yep.
So he has been accounted for. He's not missing. They just don't want to play him because they've seen him play.
There we go. Yaya must be watching. He updated the roster. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. Now it just says Wood.
Miles.
Nice.
R.I.P.
Miles would have been really funny. Just putting Miles on there.
All right. If his AAV comes in under 2, he can have the miles back. How about that?
Have the miles back.
We'll give it to him.
Wow. Okay, I didn't think I was reading this right. Chris Wagner. I thought people were talking about like Ryan Wagner coming back for the Eagles. This is super different.
Wags.
This is very different.
Wagner's more of an AHL player at this point, though.
That's how I feel about Chris Wagner, as well as Ryan Wagner. Respectfully.
Yeah, Wags is more of a. You could put him as one of your call-up guys. He's not going to be. I'm not putting him on this roster right now because he's not good enough to overtake LOC. I don't even know if he's good enough to overtake Olofsson at the moment.
Ryan Graves to Pittsburgh.
The Dumoulin dream lives. Let's go. Who's the worst contract currently on the team? That's actually a good question. Before we find out the AAV for Miles Wood, is there I think it's Josh Manson, right?
For what?
Worst contract on the team right now?
Probably.
I mean, you're talking about $4.25 million for a third pairing defenseman.
Yeah. But like at this moment, yeah, it's probably Manson.
Well, to say, I also feel there's a little bit of that where it's like because it went really bad last year.
Yeah.
When the deal was signed, it was like, well, if he plays up to that same standard, that's really not too bad. Maybe a slight Stanley Cup tax overpay. It feels much less good right now, I think.
Yeah, it's not Landeskog because you could still spend his money. You can't spend Manson's money. If Manson was hurt and you knew he wasn't going to play for the entire year, you could spend that money. So, it can't be Landy. It's not holding you back from anything. seriously still waiting for this.
Even Chris McFarland thought Foodie might not quite be ready.
DeBrincat would cost at least a first-round pick, and the Avs don't. I mean, and probably one of the guys they just drafted, and maybe something else, and then it would cost like $9 million to sign him, $8 or $9 million. Shit, even if it was $7 million, they can't do that.
Pittsburgh committed to Jari.
I was just about to say, yeah, Jari back to Pittsburgh.
Do we know what Graves got in Pittsburgh, or is it just that he's there?
I haven't seen a number yet.
Okay.
That I am curious that too.
You want to move Gerard for a right wing, and then you also say that the contract is valuable.
Is Chris Wagner even in your starting lineup on opening night?
No, I was going to say he's an Eagle.
No, man, he's an Eagle.
I was going to say, he's like...
Very Anton Bleed, but how Anton Bleed should be utilized.
Yeah. This is a guy who has, he's played 2 NHL games in the last 2 years, so...
Oh my God, it would be really funny if guys like Friedman and Drager got rate limited today and they just couldn't tweet anymore.
And they have all this information. They're just
exactly.
They've known the AAV for Miles Wood for hours.
Just can't get it out.
Gotta wait for 2 more hours for that shit to reset or something.
Holy shit.
That's funny. Avs fans gotta let this Schmaltz and Keller thing go. It's just not.
It's not happening, man.
Arizona has never indicated that they really wanted to move on from those guys. They said, hey, if you give us a good enough offer, but it's not like they were actively looking to move them.
And when the Avs did not use 2 first-round picks in the draft that they were all sitting on the floor together to make a move like that, they weren't going to.
Yep.
Wow, that Tristan Jari deal, I hate.
5 by 5.375. Yeah.
I think that's terrible.
Yeah.
I think that's terrible.
How in the world?
I actually was just reading a tweet from Dom saying that Alex Killorn is the worst deal signed of the day. And then one scroll up was Tristan Jari, 5 by 5.3.75. And it's like, well, never mind. That's terrible.
Well, and in terms of impactful, Killorn isn't going to do shit for the Ducks. It's just not going to matter.
They won't be good anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jari is not good enough for that. I tell you what, that might provide a comp for Georgiev in a year or two if they need one. Yeah, the $4 million, the math included Landy's $7 million.
Yep.
Come on, guys, give me some credit. You guys think I'm gonna forget $7 million laying around? Oh shit! We're good then. Sign them all. Come on now. Christian Fisher's the guy that I'd be excited if they went and got for a depth job.
For the right price, of course.
Yeah, I mean, for that's a guy that, just given his age and the way that he is, I would give him a 3-year deal pretty comfortably. Again, the number has to be in the ones.
1.2 or something like that. Yeah.
1.5. Yeah,
Sure.
Would be fine. Dude, I would love if I found a $7 million bill in my pants pocket. Even if it was Monopoly money, I'd be like, I need to know the story. I think the Avs have already won today. They didn't need to do very much in terms of a drastic move.
Just, at the rate that moves are getting made, it's hard to say anyone has won or lost free agency yet because it's going to go on for the rest of the week.
Dallas, I think, has had a very good day.
I think you could say Dallas has done well today, but free agency is so far from over.
The Matt Duchene, because whenever you see deals come in, it's just my mentions, because those are the one things I can see.
I can't even see those.
It's just people going, why didn't they? Well, why didn't the Avs? The Avs could have. And it's like, yeah. All 31 other teams that don't sign a player can have that same conversation. The only one that I really do today say, man, I wish the Avs would have been more aggressive on that. And again, there's layers to it. It is the Matt Duchene deal. And that's why I'm with you, AJ. I think Dallas has had a really good day. I think that's a great deal for a very productive player in your top six. I mean, that's almost like a free player.
Look, there's a level of philosophy here where if you come out of free agency having not made any mistakes, you did okay.
Totally. Well, there was a reply to one of the DNVR Abs tweets. I think it was about the Miles Wood. It was the person who was saying it was an epic failure.
Oh yeah, that guy's having a really tough day.
And someone replied and they were like, literally 0 championship teams are built through free agency.
Yeah.
Can you maybe add a player here or there that helps you, that you like? Totally. That is not typically where you find this type of stuff.
And to be honest, the two biggest moves the Avs needed to make, especially once they traded Newhook, is they needed centers. They needed the biggest question mark was 2C. They filled it. I get that some people don't like how they filled it, but they filled it. Then they went out and they got a 3C that was a very, very, very good fit for them. Like your biggest thing, you need center depth. Center depth is very important to postseason success. Center depth is a thing that you just have to have. They've rebuilt that. All right, they're good down the middle right now. Again, you could look at Ryan Johansson and say he's not very good or he's not really a 2C. Just because you say that doesn't make it true. In reality, he's just a low-end 2C. But for $4 million and at 0 asset cost other than that $4 million, you weren't going to find a better deal there. And then Ross Colton for a pick who, you improve your 3C there because you go from a guy in Newhook who's a misfit there to a guy who's a great fit and brings elements to the game that the Avalanche needed. They filled their most important thing. That's it. Like their center depth was the biggest that had to get filled. They filled it. They filled it pretty well. You can quibble with Johansson all you want. It's fine. Like it's not a home run, but it was free. It's not very cheap. It's not a long-term commitment. We'll see how it goes. It won't be very hard to get out of if it goes very poorly.
I didn't talk to a single person in Nashville this week that didn't really like the gamble on Johansson, given what they are paying him and what the cost to acquire was. Everybody really liked that.
The upside isn't very high, but the downside is basically non-existent. Especially because you do this now, and if it does not work during the season, you have the trade deadline in which you can go and try and work on it again.
Well, and I honestly even disagree that the Nedeljkovic to Pittsburgh 1 year, 1.5. Yeah. I think there is a decent amount of upside there. Like I think you could easily get a 50 to 60 point guy out of Ryan Johansson in one of or both of his years here in Colorado, which I think you feel very good about as a second line center.
In his job, if he doesn't get a 50-point season this year, it will be a disappointment. If he ends up with a 47-point season, you're kind of like, I mean, come on, give me a break here. But if the guy goes out and has a 38-point season, he gets hurt, he's not available as often as they need. Like, yeah, there's an issue there. Like there was risk involved there. But that was their biggest offseason need. They went and filled it. They're good down the middle. We're talking about filling a second line right wing spot. Like,
right. And the other thing that I had to have someone remind me, this was several years ago, because I remember being disappointed with the Avs free agency day. And a buddy said to me, like, Jesse, the roster doesn't have to be finalized by the first day of training camp. Like, you can always be adding. You can be looking at what deals work best. You can make trades. You can read. Like, Rudo, I think it was you who said it. If you get at it today without making any huge mistakes, and we're not sure they haven't, then you feel good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel really good about how Evan Rodriguez came to Colorado last year, and I still hold hope that something similar to that could happen this year. And so, like you just alluded to, it doesn't need to be finalized. In that case, we'll have more
Today.
clarity even going into camp, but it doesn't need to be finalized today or tomorrow.
Yeah, totally.
And we've talked about, like, you can see over the course of the next few days as some of these guys reevaluate. Evan Rodriguez himself could be reevaluating and say, "Hey, I'll take $3 million to come back to Colorado. Give me a 1-year, $3 million deal, and I'll come back." And that guy, you just saw that guy put up 40 points for you. So that is that's an easy, like, okay, we'll take that. And there are enough talented guys still sitting out there that with offensive upside that you can talk yourselves into, where you're like, okay, sure. If you get a Tarasenko, if you get a Patrick Kane, sorry, go ahead. Did you have our AAV?
No. And I've realized right after I did that was probably misleading.
Son of a bitch.
I know. I'm sorry. It's the Ryan Graves terms, and I'm really curious what you guys think on this. 6 years, 4.5 per for Ryan Graves.
6 years?
6 years, 4.5 per.
Oh dear.
The Brian
That is
Dumoulin
for
dream
Ryan
is
Graves, by the
really
way.
alive. What? Let me see. Let me see what their cap situation looks like now. Assuming that's on there.
Yeah, as soon as I shot my hand up, I was like, oh, they're going to think that I have different information than I do.
That does not include. So right now, they have 6.9 million in space. That does not include Graves. So you said 4.5, so they'll have about 2 million left in cap space. There's another team that is now out of money.
Yep.
So you're down to Tampa Bay has 3 million, Vancouver has 3 million, Vegas has less than 3 million. LA is actually 700K over the cap. Montreal has 11 million because of LTIR. All of it is LTIR. Wow.
Give me Victor Arvidsson to the Avs.
Dallas only has 1.3. St. Louis has 2.3. Calgary has 2.4. Carolina's finally fucking out of money at 2.8.
Alex Galchenyuk to the Yotes.
That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, he was there before he came to Colorado.
1 year, 2 way.
He had to there. Even when he was done with his PTO from the injury.
Yep.
So I wanna let's look at teams with cap space that think they're going to be competitive. All right, Seattle, 20 million.
Yep. That's
Detroit, 20 million.
How competitive are they going to be, though?
The Islanders, 10 million.
Sure.
The Jets, 10 million. The Avs, 15 million. The Wild, 8 million. Boston, 7 million. The Rangers, 7 million. And we just talked about the Pens now not having any. And then Buffalo and Edmonton, both just a shade under 6. So there isn't, like, where does JT Compher get paid? Where does Evan Rodriguez get paid?
Bad teams.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What?
I feel like this is going pretty well for Colorado.
I think
until
so
we
too.
get Miles Wood contract terms.
Yeah.
And I changed my mind.
It's really not a stretch now to see Evan Rodriguez back in Colorado. He liked it so much.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd see the potential to chase a cup here over other teams.
You're still talking about unsigned right now. You're still talking about just productive guys from last year. This is just the list, okay? Obviously, there are going to be some guys that you could scratch off of it, but I'm just going to go down the list of unsigned dudes, okay? That are forwards. You have Patrick Kane, Max Domi, JT Compher, Vlad Tarasenko, Tomas Tatar, Evan Rodriguez, Phil Kessel, Zach Parise, Alex Kerfoot, Jonathan Taves, Tyler Bertuzzi, Pierre Engvall, Jonathan Drouin, and then you start to get into depth guys like Oscar Sundqvist and Christian Fischer, et cetera, et cetera. That's a pretty good list when you're talking about a league that's running out of money to spend.
Yep. When you're the last guy on the block that can actually pay someone.
Well, so I do wonder if we will. And now here's the other thing that's going to be interesting because, you know, the Coyotes signed Jason Zucker, but I believe they have 2 of their 3 retention slots like already spoken for.
I can check really quick.
It's 1.
Just 1? Okay. I was like, that's the other level to this because you may see some of these guys, do some 1-year deals with non-contending teams just to get flipped later, but that could also run into some issues.
I mean, see, that's where I think Matt Duchene becomes really interesting at the deadline. If Nashville's out of it, Duchene is going to be so cheap against the cap that
Dallas.
Oh, Dallas. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Why did I say Nashville?
Because he just got bought out there 20
Yeah. and like Dallas
Dude,
should be a playoff team this year, but you never know. Like,
I was gonna say, man, if Dallas isn't a contender after the moves that they've made,
I just don't like.
Jake Ottinger died.
You look at that team and you go, well, if Jamie Benn starts getting old, if Joe Pavelski can't do it anymore, like.
Well,
You're
and
not wrong. You're not wrong.
I think that what they've done is buoy them, is shield themselves against
With Duchene,
a Jamie Benn regression.
That's fair.
So no, the guy that hates Pierre Engvall is it's way over the top. He's really big. He's way too soft for a guy who's 6'5", but he is pretty effective and he's a fine middle 6 option. Like I live in Toronto. I know how bad it is. Like it's fine. He's certainly a flawed player. He would probably drive some people crazy. In the same way that some people just can't handle a 5'9" defenseman, some people can't handle 6'5" forwards who don't like physically dominate. But like he's a fine forward. He wouldn't be a bad option for Colorado on the other side of Miles Wood and Ross Colton. If it's Pierre Engvall, it's a pretty good line.
Mason Geert said Vegas Golden Knights.
Have fun, bud.
Yeah.
More.
The funny thing to me about the people who are upset that the Avs didn't get Shattenkirk for $1 million is it's like, what does he do that Colorado needs? Like
Plays defense.
It,
I mean,
not
not
really,
hold on.
though.
He is a listed defenseman.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But that's it though. Otherwise, I feel like that's the anger is, hey, that's a guy that I've heard of.
Yeah, at the price he signed, I would have liked that for the Avs. I think.
Don't you really run the risk, especially with that guy where he's kind of extreme, where his defense is not great, and he still moves pucks decently well, but you have plenty of that up and down your lineup. You've got like one gritty guy right now that you would say is like a rough and tumble, hard to play against in Josh Manson, and then obviously Taves, Makar, and Byram have different levels of they're miserable to play against for different reasons, but none of them are overly physical. So I think that's where you could be looking for and saying there's an archetype that they're after.
Yeah.
And this is why I keep pushing, like, the Brian Dumoulin dream is starting to like round into shape here. Because a lot of the teams that are really hard up for defensemen that are actually trying to compete have spent their money already. You also wonder, John Klingberg is out there, Matt Dumba's out there. Again, those are guys that probably don't have skill sets you really need. Klingberg is the same conversation as Shattenkirk. But if you get to the end of it and you're like, hey, that guy's $1 million and we haven't filled that job yet.
Yeah.
There are worse answers.
All right. Does everyone get kicked off Twitter first, or do we find out Miles Wood's AAV first?
Miles Wood should get Twitter, and his first tweet should be the AAV.
Just a number.
Yeah, you remember the 30 games of Chris Wagner in Colorado? He was pretty good.
He was a perfectly fine depth guy 8 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, he was like totally like he was a waiver claim, and it was like, okay.
Hey, they're technically at 100 signings today. If you count all the nothing deals.
I feel bad. There was a baby shower today that we were supposed to go to that Hannah recently left to, and we were talking to her. I was like, "Oh, what do you got going today?" She's like, "Remember the baby shower?" And I was like, "Oh, I won't be at that."
It is free agency day.
Yeah, I was like, when is it? Is it this evening? She's like 2:00. I was like, yeah, I'd start setting that expectation now that Daddy probably won't be there. Me being Daddy, of course.
Yikes.
Oh God,
I'm uncomfortable.
Go buy a pack of cigarettes at the store or what?
Dude, maybe. So I need to feel something right now with this free agency day. Just pack of Marlboro Reds. Marlboro Reds.
Yeah, we've really ground to a halt here, eh?
Yeah, nothing is happening now. Probably because everyone's Twitter just rated out. So
Seriously.
Everyone's trying to find the Miles Wood AAV.
I like our theory that they've known it, they just can't tweet it.
I like that too.
How's it that you made yourself a social media website that you don't even have available as a read only?
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Like if I logged out, could I go read Twitter feeds?
For like 300 tweets until you get rate limited.
I was gonna say the fact that they've already thought ahead to the point where it's like, well, and if you just go start new accounts, those are even more limited. It's like, oh, you really just don't want people using this.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You want
So
to file
weird,
for bankruptcy.
man.
That's what you want to do.
You want to do what?
File for bankruptcy.
Yeah, dude.
The fact that we can't get the AAV on the Miles Wood thing makes me think it's bad.
It's way too high.
No,
Yeah.
Like
that's not
like
why. That's not
like
why.
I'm fully in on like they're like burying it because they called it into registry and registry was like, what? And nobody believed them.
Yeah, everyone's like, we're not putting that in there. That's
That
not-
had to have been a typo, so we're
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and we'll wait for the reconfirmation. Yeah, that would fucking suck.
Dude, I can't even like get directly linked to tweets. This is the worst.
Sending it out via smoke signals would be fucking hilarious. above Ball Arena, they've got like 4 puffs for his
Yeah.
AAV. Well, I don't think that the Avs can pull the trigger on any player without the player's consent. So the fact that Max Pacioretty isn't an Av makes me think that Max Pacioretty didn't want to be an Av.
Math adds up there.
Like, they can't just sign anybody they want and be like,
Could you imagine?
here you go.
Just like send a guy out to like Dallas and be like, nope, sorry, Jason Robertson's ours now. Yep, we kidnapped him, so we've got him now.
We've got him now.
I mean, I would have signed him in a heartbeat if he wanted to be an Av. Then the deal that he got, I would have 1,000% given him $2 million with $2 million in incentives. With that extra $2 million rolling over to next year's cap, yeah, I would have done that in a heartbeat. But if he didn't agree to it, he didn't agree to it. I mean, you would have been taking the chance on his health, but no, he's not mistaken on Wood. He has agreed to a 6-year deal with the Avs.
We know that much.
We have all of that hard confirmed. Really, the last part of the show today is us just sitting here waiting for Miles Woods AAV.
That's
We're not
it.
even trying.
Yep.
We're not even talking about other signings. Has anybody else signed in a while? Like,
I don't know. My Twitter's rated, so
Duran to the Avs.
is that real?
was that an
I was
actual
gonna say,
thing?
I saw that in the comment.
No, I'm seeing it from some pretty reliable places.
Really?
What does it actually say?
Hey.
Hold on, let me. So, like, I have it on my phone come through, but I check on Twitter next. I feel bad. I don't know how to say his name.
Is it Renaud?
Yes,
Lavoie?
Lavoie.
He is ultra reliable, other
Yeah.
than the Blake
That
Coleman
one
thing.
time that he was wrong.
Yep, the one time that he burned me bad on Blake Coleman. Do we know anything else?
No,
Bob
nothing.
McKenzie from Darren.
Yep.
I mean, this
So-
is the one that we saw coming all along, right?
Can we
This
can
is-
we Voltron high five? Hold on. How do we do this?
I gotta go this way.
We got to go in the
Yeah,
corner so we can all high five.
Oh
The
no!
corner would be like down there. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you got to put your hand in the
Ooh.
corner. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, wait.
Let me
Use my other hand.
Yeah, there we go.
There it is.
Nice
Ready?
job,
Look at there you
guys.
go.
Woo! Good job,
Yes.
everybody. We got that.
Yeah. Let's give Jonathan Duran a 6-year deal too. Fuck yeah.
Might
He's
as
got it.
well. Who cares?
It's really good.
Let's go! I'm actually amped about this. I wanted this 6 months ago. Yes.
That was so. All of that was so loud right in this headphone.
Yeah. Well, you did that to yourself with the headphone part. I did the rest.
Oh, I was like, what?
Okay, DNVR waiting for what is going to be what our that should be our that should be what our the thumbnail says on our before our recap for this
Waiting for
afternoon.
Wood.
We should be waiting for Wood. Okay, so a 1-year deal with Jonathan Duran is perfect. That's exactly what they should have done. Can everybody stop freaking out about the top 6 now? Because there it is.
Yep, it's done. $5 more from Jake, who says 4 corners clap. Okay, so let's actually get into this, because I think the Jonathan Drouin conversation has changed a little bit after the Ryan Johansson acquisition, right?
Yeah.
What was initially a guy you're looking to
Jesus.
feed pucks on the second line.
Christ.
6 by
2.5.
2.5 for what?
Yeah, okay. Well, that's
That's the absolute
Too much.
highest number that I will stomach, but I still don't like
it's
it.
still too much, right? Like,
That's fucked
You
up,
hope-
man.
You hope that ages okay.
That's the thing. It's really like it's probably too much this year, man.
but when the cap is up
Right.
$10 million 3 years from now, do you really
The
care?
big question is why the 6 years? 2.5 over 3 years would have been fine.
Yep.
Why the 6 years on that? That's so fucking weird.
Okay.
That's so weird.
It's a weird,
Anyway.
really long contract for that price, but also Jonathan Drouin exists.
So
Do we have the terms on that? Drouin?
I don't think
Just
so.
1 year, I think, is what they said.
Okay.
At this point, I have to trust chat.
Yeah, we're
Dude, I was
Twitter
gonna say.
limited, so
That really is that's insane. Just for 1/2 second, the Twitter thing, just to rehash this one last time. That is so insane. There are 4 people that do this for a living on this show, and we cannot access Twitter.
Yeah.
That's mind blowing. Sorry. We can move on.
I mean, you are correct. It's true.
yeah, we got 1 year.
Kulikov 1-by-1? That's crazy.
That is
He's
a good deal. Yeah.
crazy bad now.
He's
I went
crazy.
through his micro stats last night. There wasn't one single one that was good.
Unfortunate. I still want to have this conversation though. Where do you put Drouin in this line?
Y'all are reporters and you're not paying for Twitter. We have a paid Twitter account
We
that is rate limited.
Yeah, we rate limited our
My
paid
guy.
account.
It is rate limited.
That's hilarious.
Do you want Drouin with McKinnon?
I mean, if you don't at bare minimum try it for a game.
I mean, I'm sure they'll try it for a game, but I'm talking about starting. Where do you want Drouin to start?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would start him there. And then when it doesn't translate to the NHL like it did 9 years ago in junior, we can all move on from it. But you cannot possibly bring in Jonathan Drouin after all these years, after all the speculation and the way him and McKinnon played together. I don't think there's any way you can't not try that out of the gate. And then you can drop him into your bottom 6 when it doesn't.
All right. So my question is, if you try it and it doesn't work, is it fine if you do a Drouin and Johansson together? Can that function, or is that too much passy, not enough shooty?
Depends on who's with them.
Well, with those two guys, it's got to be Nuke. You need an adult.
Sure. Can you trust Johansson to slide into the more of a goal scoring role there? Because Druin's not going to do it. He's not going to be a big goal scorer.
I mean, look, if they just pass the puck back and forth between the two of them enough times, eventually the net will be open, right? They'll get the goalie moving enough that one of them will just be like, fuck it, and one time it.
Yeah, I guess.
With Drouin, you're betting on all of the past issues have been put behind him.
Yep.
All of the he's not going to be in a bottom 6 because he is one of the league's worst defensive forwards. It's like him and Patrick Kane. Just absolutely terrible defensively.
Sure.
So you don't want him in a bottom 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear the Avs want him to function in the top 6. Will it actually work? That's not a guarantee, but
right. But this is where they were going to get. This is why we had talked about Drouin to the Avs as often as we did leading up to free agency, was because they needed a guy that could give them way more value on a contract on whatever 1-year deal he's going to get.
Yep.
Like whatever his money is, $2.5 million, whatever it is.
Whatever
right?
the number ends up being for 1 year. Yeah.
They had to take a chance exactly like this.
Yep.
That there's significant downside here, but if they get it right, if that guy stays healthy and he keeps his head on straight, and he stays afraid of Nathan McKinnon in a proper way and not a scary way, then you could talk yourself into, hey, this is the best situation he's ever been in his NHL career. He's been forced to grow up. He's been through a lot of not great things off the ice and away from the game. And if he keeps all of that stuff in line and stays healthy, He will fit in with how Colorado plays the game offensively. And on a 1-year deal, that is exactly the kind of thing that they were looking to do. We were talking about guys like Kane and Tarasenko for this exact same reason. Duran is the same for all of that. There is significant downside here. There's a reason that this is a 1-year deal, but you are putting him in the best environment he has ever been in. There is no pressure on him to be a superstar or to live up to a contract or to live up to anything under the sun other than we think that you might be able to help us. Come try to help us. Let's see how it goes.
Well, AJ, I think you were talking about this on Twitter the other day with someone when they were saying, oh, I hope the Avs aren't just going to try to get all these, high risk, high reward type guys for cheap. This is what you do when you're in this position where the Avs are. You need some value deals. You need some guys that are maybe going to market that typically wouldn't be, paying a little bit less than what they would normally get. But you're banking on the upside. You're saying we think we can bring you into our system with our coaches, with our players, and we can get you to perform above market value. So the Tampa Bay Lightning have done, the Pittsburgh Penguins have done, and that's how they've stayed relevant. We were all making the joke earlier about, I don't remember who it was that Tampa signed, but all right, if they get, 40 points out of this guy, all bets are officially off, and Tampa Bay just has some secret sauce. That's what the Avs are attempting to do here with moves like this. I really like this one. I really like Jonathan Drouin. Obviously, we're still waiting the exact dollar. It's 1 year. I don't much care. 2.5 for Miles Wood. You can live with it. This is officially flip me. I really like this day for the Avs. I still think it could have been a little bit better if you tabbed a guy like Matt Duchene. Don't care about that. I really like this for the Avs. I think you are getting back to feeling very good about that forward core and the depth. You can bring back a guy like Erod, whatever, for some cheap a week or two from now. I love it even more. I really like this move.
You have a $5 super chat from Eric letting us know you can put the notifications on certain guys.
I did that actually. I saw that. Yeah. That is hero's work right there. Paying $5 to give everyone that tip.
Yep.
Round of applause.
So we don't know Drouin's AAV yet, so we don't know the exact dollar amount the Avs have left to work with. But what we do know is they still need probably at least one more forward and a defenseman.
Yep. And really, you would really prefer another defenseman. You would prefer a defenseman that you would play and then a Jack Johnson type that will serve as your buffer between injury and Curtis McDermott, because you really don't want to do that.
And Brad Hunt.
And Brad Hunt. So, yeah, it's $500K too much for me on Miles Wood, and the 6 years has always been fucking crazy. I don't understand the 6 years. I will never understand the 6 years.
The fact that you gave him 2.5 and the 6 years both feels like
right, because had that been 3 years at 2.5, I think it would have been a
fine
perfect deal.
Yeah,
it would have been perfect. So, yeah. Right now, if you're going through, can we pull up that roster?
The one without Drouin on it, you mean?
Yeah, it's fine. We don't need Drouin.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. There you go.
Okay, so throw Drouin onto that second line on the right side.
In the top 6.
Yeah, and just for you, if they're left side, right side, I'm not quibbling with any of that right now. So you're talking about we had it as $4 million in space before the Drouin deal, because I had it at 2.5 when I started doing the math.
Yep.
I also overpaid Jack Johnson and Ben Myers by a couple $100K. So, but I had it at about $4 million. We'll see what the Drouin thing is. But you've got so now somewhere less than $4 million for these two spots. So your power plays are fine. You've got those guys. Your PK, you're a little more concerned about right now because neither Johansson nor Colton have ever really been PK guys, and those are also your best face-off guys. So you don't have an answer for that right now, even though Lehkonen and Nichushkin and LOC would be your obvious 3 of your 4 guys to play on it. You don't really have a guy. I guess you're just going to lose every face-off right now. You just don't really have a guy to do that. If you wanted to try Johansson or Colton there, fine. Like, we'll see. But it's still a concern at the moment of there isn't a lot of, like, PK depth. You suffer one wrong injury here or there, you're going to need a couple more guys here for a PK. And if they get again, like, we don't know what they envision for Olofsson or Myers as in other roles. Those guys might be on a PK. Neither one of those guys might even be on the team on opening night. So at the moment, they've retained their rights. And in Olofsson's case, he has a contract, so he's on the roster at the moment. So let's see. That's if you're looking for that last forward spot, I think that's what you're looking for, is a guy that probably brings you a little more defensive acumen and plays on a PK.
Yep. Would make sense. Chet, I understand if you don't want to like Drouin, but the idea that he's terrible is just not true. Like,
well, and it's a total misunderstanding of all the issues that he's gone through over the last few years.
Exactly.
He went through a ton of off-ice problems and had to get his head straightened out.
Yep.
And he's not been much of a goal scorer, but if you watched him in Montreal a little bit last year, there was a little bit of spark there. And again, you're talking, you can't be mad that they don't have a top 6 guy. And then when they go out and get one of the very few guys available on the market of having a top 6 kind of season, while understanding that you're getting him for very, very cheap on a 1-year deal, you're taking a chance here.
Sure, there's plenty of games that he's missed, but on the ice, he was a 42-point player pace last year.
Same thing with Johansson. The same when people look at, he only had 12 goals or whatever.
If he can stay on the ice, Drouin can produce for you.
He's got a 20-goal season, an 18-goal season, a little bit more recently. And look, the reason this was rumored all the way back to when Patrick Waugh was in charge was because there was like an electric chemistry between Nathan McKinnon and Jonathan Drouin coming up through junior hockey. It's a very different game, very different pace. Things aren't the same, but like just to the point you guys are making, his pace really has not been bad at all over the last couple of years. And then to the point that AJ alluded to earlier, he is going to fit, I think, really well in the Avs system, assuming health, assuming he can stay on the ice, and then putting players with guys that they know, they're comfortable, they're happy, all that stuff. That's never a bad thing. I'm sure Nathan McKinnon's pretty excited right now. I know they're good friends.
I would also just reiterate, this is the best professional situation Jonathan Drouin has been in his entire career. He's when he got drafted by Tampa, he had all the top 5 pick stuff. And then he got traded to Montreal. They gave him a big contract, and his whole life fell apart. And it took a long time for him to come back from that. There is a reason that he is available for 1 year and probably not very much money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's again.
Yeah,
the Avs can't go out and pay $6 million for an established winger. They don't have the room.
This whole thing about replacing Landy with a equivalent level of player, that would have been the best player in free agency.
Yep.
The best player in free agency was a free agent for 12 hours. I guess 24 hours.
What do you think realistic expectations are for Drouin in Colorado?
Have we gotten the AAV?
We have not.
I feel like that sort of sets the expectation a little bit too. I think middle six projection is fair. Plays the way Colorado needs him to play. The speed, I think, is there. The creativity has offensive upside that they've been sorely lacking. But I still, what remains to be seen is whether it's like, can he satisfy second line role, or does it get a little bit more buried in the depth if things don't go according to plan? But what I will say is, I think you could bury him in the depth more comfortably than an Olofsson we're looking at presently. Like, I don't have him penciled in the Avs lineup for next year, personally.
Sure.
I think if you can get Jonathan Drouin to stay on the ice, if he can stay healthy, all that stuff. I mean, with the way that this all fits in terms of play style, I think you should be looking at a 40-point guy, 40 to 50. And I think he has that kind of potential in the right situation, staying healthy. Because, I mean, really, that's what he's been for the last number of years over an 82-game season. The issue is he hasn't played more than 80 games since 2019, but he has been at or over a 40-point pace every of the last 4 years. Since he played 80 games, he's been at or just over a 40-point pace.
So I kind of want to ask you guys this. Where's the big weakness here on this roster? Like, obviously there are two players that aren't there yet.
Yeah.
Right.
But if a third line right wing and your other third pairing defenseman is, what's up?
Byron's been re-signed.
Okay.
2 years. We don't know the value, but he's been re-signed.
How many? 2?
2 years. The bridge. Okay.
I said he was gonna get term. I feel a little silly, but they needed to get this done.
Why do you feel silly? That's literally all we can do is guess.
Yep.
I'm exiting the show and quitting.
Okay, so the Avs are now doing all of their work in a 30-minute window.
Wow, yeah. We've only been on 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like,
they just wanted to make
it also
stew.
comes immediately following us finally getting Miles Wood's AAV.
Yeah, right.
That's so funny. They took 3 hours to get that out, and then once that's out, wow, Ilya Sorokin, 8 by 8.25.
I love that for them. I love that for the Islanders.
Locked him up.
Yeah, and keeps him from ever approaching that 10 million during anywhere near his prime.
Yep.
It's a good call.
All right. So to get back to your question, I think maybe the one spot you're seeing as a little bit of a weakness here in this lineup for Colorado is the penalty kill.
Yep.
Oh, 100%. No Cogliano, Helm, Comfer. I think that a player like Colton can help in that arena, but those are
remains to be seen. Yeah.
3.85 for both.
Eric
That's
Johnson
fair.
too, honestly. I know on the PK there was he was questionable at times, but
2 years, 3.85, you said?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fine number. I
Yep.
wish the term was longer, but I'm not going to complain.
Yep.
It's 350K more than I had him projected. So
Well,
just in this rough that I've been using.
So
from a pure dollars and cents points, that does help them stay a little bit more flexible and fluid here in the immediate.
Yeah. The thing that you don't love about it is that I think he and Rantanen expire at the same time, yeah?
Yeah, they will expire the same year now.
Yeah, and so those are two potentially really big deals.
Okay. So Bose is not on here yet. Is Woods on here yet? Yes.
On Cap Friendly?
Yeah.
Bro, I've been refreshing for the last 20 minutes and I had not seen it. There we go. 6 years, $15 million for Miles Wood. Good for him.
So you add Bose, that takes him down to about $9 million in space. You add whatever Druin ends up being.
Oh my God, they really did use the Casey Zizekas comparable.
There you go.
The exact same contract.
Yep.
I felt for Bo as an individual because he was in a really tough spot. It was obvious that how the ceiling that he's got, like he just didn't have the leverage. Like he just didn't have the leverage given the injuries and the stuff like that. Like I would be willing to bet that he wanted something higher dollar amount, but like how can you argue with the games played?
So depending on if we continue to leave $3 million available for Colton, depending on whether Druin signs for $1 or $2 million, I'm assuming it will be somewhere in there.
Yeah.
The Avs still have like $4 to $5 million to work with to figure out these last two spots.
Yeah, Dumoulin to the Kraken was something that I was definitely keeping on my radar when it was obvious that they still had lots of money to spend. And Ron Francis sure loves to give him some money to 30-year-old D. Yeah, I want to see what the Druid number is so we can get an accurate idea of the how much money they have this year.
Yep. Once the Druid number comes up, we will have a very solid idea.
To be honest with you, getting Bo done now is actually wonderful business so that we don't sit on it all off season.
Yep.
Because that had the potential to be a serious problem of that dragging on. The fact that they got it done now tells you that they were never going to be able to find a long-term number. So I know people were talking about they were worried about an offer sheet or there was offer sheet potential or whatever, but
just sounded like they wouldn't be close. Yeah.
This is one of those things where it's like, because which team is going to do it? Like, honestly, like if Chicago were to do that, for example, wouldn't you just take the picks and be like, yeah, sure, well, thank you.
Right.
Thanks for the top 5 pick next year.
Oh. Well, I mean, some team would have, especially given where the Avs cap situation was for this season in particular, a year before the cap's going to go up, it would have had to be a really significant deal for them to balk at.
You're drifting into the offer sheet area of like 3 firsts.
Right.
Boy, the money that it looks like they might have available, they could make a serious run at a guy like a Danton Heinen and a Christian Fisher.
They could have like $5 million left over. If Druin signs for like $1 million-ish, they have money to work with.
All right, could we bring roster back up real quick?
Yep.
Because I wanna reiterate my point of
I'm gonna eat some lunch, but I'm gonna sit right here, so I'll spare everyone. I'm gonna get off, but if anything happens, I'll be right back here. I'll be right here to jump back on. So I just want to be chewing in people's ear.
Fair enough.
But so if you need anything, I am sitting here, I'm listening. So just say Jesse and I can jump on.
Just say pulley RV, and he'll be summoned.
Well, it worked.
I was going to say Megan was looking down when I popped in.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to appreciate.
The comedic timing at work here. What's the weakness here?
Still the PK.
So the PK. Because right now, and then defensively, Taves, Manson, I guess Byram.
Yeah, I would assume Taves, Manson, Byram, Gerard, I guess. Presumably the defenseman they go out and get will have some PK acumen. I don't know.
Okay. So I would say right now that 4th line is still probably just more unproven than I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, that's fair.
100%. I watched how unsure of Myers they were at the end of camp like coming out of camp, and then through the season, just the trust wasn't quite built there, that I would still feel similarly entering this season, that there's still a lot of trust to be built with Ben Myers. I don't think they've given up on this player by any means. I just think they're going to shelter him a lot. And they need a fourth line option that they're more comfortable with, even if it means comfortable putting Myers on because of who he'll be playing alongside.
And this is where maybe the option of a 4C. You could still talk yourself into being in the market for a 4C. Lars Eller, Jonathan Taves. One of those guys.
Sure. I think they have a bunch of different options that they can go to there, but maybe it's hard for me for them to want them rather to do that right now. I think you should solve your defensive spot. I think you should solve the spot left on your right wing of your third line, if you want to call it that spot. And then the last thing you can do is round out that fourth line with PK guy X, whoever you like there.
Yeah, I would like a guy to take a face off on a PK. You know you're getting to a certain point of the offseason when that's what you're talking about, right? I want a PK guy that takes face offs.
Yeah. Can it be Colton?
In theory. He's just never really done it in the NHL. So it would just be they would have to see if they like that from him. I just from what I've watched of him, I don't really know how it would go. But he's a good PK guy, or a good face-off guy. So if he wins the face-off, clears it, and then he goes and changes, like you're off to a good start on that PK. So yeah, I don't know.
It's the thing is, like everywhere else, I think you feel as reasonably good as you can. You look at your power play, your top unit, McKinnon, Rantanen, Johansson, Makar, and one of Nuger Lecky probably.
Oh.
PP2 now, one of Nuger Lecky, Druin, probably Colton, and then 2D, or maybe you could run 3D if that's what you want. Feels pretty good on that front.
Yeah, you're probably more comfortable with your power play options than you were expecting to be.
Yeah.
825 for Druin.
What is it?
Under 1 mil. Wow.
825K. That's a great deal.
Jeez.
That's an amazing
deal.
Okay.
And Lars Eller's with Pittsburgh. Just throwing that up. But
right,
I can't even process that because Druin that's just such good money.
If he gives you 20 points, that's a good deal. Let alone
that's an outstanding deal.
Yeah.
When you're talking about rolling the dice on a guy that is an upside play for you, it almost doesn't get more risk free than 800, because at that point, if it's a total bust,
you can bury it.
You bury it. Yeah, you put him on waivers, you send him down to the Eagles. Somebody either claims him or it doesn't, and you move on. Like, that is a totally buryable contract. Changes the math on that completely. Because if it just doesn't work, then you don't ever worry about it again.
Yep.
That's
just good business.
Yeah. All right, Cap Friendly. Hurry up and update. They've got Byram on there. Wow, 825, man. Yes, Bo will still be an RFA when his deal expires, so you're fine there.
Yep.
Yeah, so before the 825, they're at 9.2 mil.
So it's like 8.4, say 3 for Colton. So they have like almost 5.5 mil to play with.
Yeah, so you're talking about just roughly just go with a 4 to 5 million.
Yep.
So 4 to 5 million to play with for a right wing spot on your third line
And a bottom pairing.
and a
D.
bottom pairing D, and then maybe 1 or 2 more $1 million depth guy, like a Cogliano.
Yep.
If you were to do if you did a Cogliano and a Taves, $1 million each for your fourth line.
The Islanders gave Engvall 7 years.
Yeah, $3 million. I don't know, dude. I don't understand how that Lou is just like, let's lock in this roster until I'm dead. Does he just not want to have to negotiate contracts anymore? Does he hate it? So he's giving everybody 7 and 8 year deals? It's so weird.
Yeah, if the Avs didn't do anything else today, would you be happy, assuming they continue to fill these spots down the line?
Oh, they re-signed Byram. That's huge in my eyes. Honestly, I was expecting that to be dragged out. That by itself is already so important to me from today.
Brad Hunt's not the third D because I don't think they want to do that.
I don't think they want to either.
They didn't. They'd rather play him at forward for 21 seconds.
God. That was so fucking weird.
These are fun.
Oh, they sent out the press release.
For all of it, or just for Wood?
Byram.
They got Drew on there. They sent both, yeah.
They did all three. Byram got his own separate.
He's special.
He's special.
Yeah, even with the Wood deal feeling a little bit expensive, I don't know how you don't feel good about what Colorado's done here.
Yeah. Okay, so they've got 4 or 5 million to play with, and they've got, let's just say, at least one other depth guy that we have. So Olofsson or Myers gets kicked.
Sure.
To a healthy scratch or to the minors.
I can live with that.
Let me pull up
the free agent list.
Yep. Let me pull up the free agent list here and just kind of see. I want to start with the defender just because I think there's way more limited
options left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, I need to get no RFAs. I saw Vince Dunn on here and was like, stop wasting my time. So, I mean, it's kind of an interesting list, honestly. John Klingberg, Matt Dumba, Shane Gostisbehere, Travis Hamonic, Patrick Nemeth, Ethan Bear, Travis Dermott, Caleb Jones, Nick Holden, Anton Strawman, Jack Johnson, Nathan Bolio, Cal Foote, Calvin DeHaan.
Can Calvin DeHaan skate well enough to be a PKer still?
Gavin Bayreuther, Michael Stone, Scott Harrington, Robert Haig. Lieber Hayek wasn't given a qualifying offer. Eric Gustafson. Forgot about Eric Gustafson. Simone Benoit.
Do we know when is Ethan Bear supposed to be healthy?
December.
That's 2 months.
If you went and got Jack Johnson to play that job.
Yeah, and then become the 7th once Bear's healthy. I don't hate that, man. I don't hate it.
So we're assuming right now 3.5 for Colton. We have him kind of just roughly penciled in that range.
Yep.
Yeah, which is 4.9, by the way. So they're at 8.4 right now before Colton. That would give them 4.9 in space. So if you were to do Libor Hayek is awful. Yeah, I know. Oh, he's so bad. But
So
if you were to
Ethan
do like
Bear
Jack Johnson
at 800K or whatever,
yeah, I mean, I'm just going to do $1 million just to make math easier.
easy rounding, yeah.
Yeah, if you were to do Jack Johnson at $1 million, Bear at $1 million, and Andrew Cogliano at $1 million, that's $3 million. And
So you have a little less than 2 to go get a third line winger, basically.
yeah, and that would give you 2 defense. I mean, that would
You have your seventh D at that
they
point.
wouldn't do that because I think they'll just like if they were to do Bear, they'll just live with McDermott
for the first 2 months or whatever. Yeah.
But also, I wrote last night that if there was a pesky third line right wing spot that hadn't been filled, keep in mind that the team is hopeful that Nikolai Kovalenko comes over at the end of the
In
KHL
March.
season.
Yeah, that's true. Do you think would they be willing to YOLO, assuming they bring like a Cogliano back as a veteran down there? Could they YOLO a Foodie or something on a third line?
Foodie, no.
You don't think so?
No.
You're muted.
I know what that was.
Foodie and Olausen were the 2 names that he gave me this week that he said they were hopeful that they could make a leap, but that they weren't counting on it. So I just find it interesting that those were the 2 names in particular that he called out.
Yeah, I think it would be tough. Both of those guys, you just don't know what you're going to get defensively out of at the NHL level, right? So it's hard to just drop them in on a third line.
Yep. Especially if your third line is Miles Wood and Ross Colton. Like, you really want somebody to be a
some
defensive
stability
guy.
there, yeah.
And that's where I think that's where Dan Heinen would actually be a really good fit here because he could kind of slide around. Because if Dan Heinen, if Jonathan Durant doesn't work out in your top 6, Danton Heinen could at least slide in there and do a passable job in a top 6 role.
Yeah.
So if that works out.
Yeah, I mean, it's in the matter of 45 minutes, we went from the Avs have some serious holes to fill to, you know what, they can kind of just now pick around the edges of the rest of the roster and be opportunistic with the guys that they target. So, again, sitting where we are at this moment, it feels like the Avs have done some good work with some more to do, but give it time.
I mean, you won't like bank on Kovalenko coming over, but if you have a pretty good idea that he is, you're going to at least be like, hey, we'll have a spot for you.
You don't hard fill the spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't go out and give a multi-year deal to a guy.
Yep.
So I almost wonder, with this amount of money left, let's say they do Cogs for 1 year at $1 million.
Sure.
All right, so you're down to 3.9.
Yep.
And you need a depth defenseman and
a
third line
of
forward
some kind. Yeah.
Would you consider? I mean, I wonder if Evan Rodriguez would consider, say, just a $3 million deal.
Yeah.
If it's $3 million, and then they were to give $800K to Jack Johnson, you'd be $100K shy of the cap.
And okay, congrats. Holton now gets 3.4. Done.
Well, and that's where you're like, hey, we'll give you a fucking 6th year apparently, and let's get it at $3 million for Colton.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely do that if you can get Erod back at $3 million, and you can, Cogs and Jack Johnson's name, just insert depth guy there that you like for $1 million and $800K. Like,
yeah. They're in a good spot here to take advantage of one of these guys who's marked.
Yep.
Oh, third line right wing that can win a face-off PK for you. I mean, JT Compher's unsigned, right?
Yeah, there's no way he goes as low as 3, right?
I mean, at this point, I have no idea what he's up to, man.
I mean, let's see.
That Duran deal just made the whole day kind of feel like a steal.
Yeah, it really did. Would you consider Comtois?
The only thing about Comtois is that he's still pretty heavily wrapped up in that 2018 Canadian WJC team case.
Sure. Off ice issues, yeah.
Yeah, and so I would probably, and I'm again, you need kind of a reliable guy to slide in on your third line there. I don't think so.
Yeah, okay.
I would way prefer a lower end offensive guy, but like a Garnet Hathaway.
It's going to be Hathaway. Yeah, I knew you were going to go there, but
or a Garnet Hathaway, Christian Fischer, man. Christian Fischer would be just fine there too.
yeah, there's not a ton of other options, but
honestly, Garnet Hathaway, I would prefer Garnet Hathaway over Cogs for that spot. Let him do the same exact thing. I just think he's better than Cogliano at this point. But we also know Cogliano is like really, really well thought of by the Avs organization.
Yep.
So if he shows any level of health whatsoever, they might just be like, that might be one where everybody's waiting to see how he recovers, and then at the end of the summer, if they're like, "Oh, you're healthy, okay, cool."
Yeah, DJ, I think there's a pretty decent chance the Avs will run a roster of 22 for a good part of the season.
Yeah, I mean 21 or 22. The Avs have been doing
they could
that
even
for a
do
long
21.
Time.
Yeah.
The Avs, I don't even know the last time that the
They
Avs had
23
on opening night. They never do it anymore. That's one of the contract values of Curtis McDermott, is that in theory he's a 14th forward and a 7th defenseman for $1 million.
Yep.
So Fischer would be a guy that I would really like if they were to, honestly, Garnet Hathaway and Christian Fischer would be really good business with that last $4 million. I guess I forgot a defenseman. So
yeah, that's the problem.
Give them each 1.5.
So I really think part of the key here is if you can get Colton at 3 and you really have $5 million left.
Yeah. You're very comfortable at that point.
Then say you give Erod 3. Then you have $2 million to get a depth forward and a depth defenseman.
Yeah. I think the depth defenseman I'm nervous about because I just think that the quality
could aggressively recede.
I already think a lot of it is gone. I mean, is there a defenseman that anybody really likes still sitting out there? Like at $1 million, you could talk yourself into Matt Dunbar, John Klingberg for certain reasons, right? Like
for sure.
But
I was literally about to jump in and say, I don't know, Matt Dumba, John, Klingberg, if you're talking $1 million to $2 million. And then you said, if you're talking $1 million, you could talk yourself into.
The big downside with those guys is that with Dumba, his defensive metrics haven't been any good, and he's coming off a 14-point season or something. Like,
yep. Kind of the problem with a lot of those guys. If you're looking at what the Avs need, and you're like, hey, a defenseman that can PK for us.
Right, where where there's a lot of these dudes on defense left is Eric Gustafson's still out there. Caleb Jones. Caleb Jones, I think, is actually a really good option.
Lou gave Varley 4 years?
That one I don't understand. I'm telling you, man, I think he's just tired of negotiating contracts. So he's giving everybody on the Islanders a long-term deal so that one of these off seasons he's going to get there and be like, I don't have any deals to negotiate. Best offseason ever.
I know you guys said Kulikov is bad now, but would you have been comfortable with him one by one?
At $1 million, I would have.
I wouldn't have.
I'm not sure. I would have personally also, Rudo, but
I always liked him more than AJ though.
Mayfield 3.5 for 7 years.
So I was wrong. He didn't get between 4 and 5, but he
got
made up
7
for
years.
it. Yeah, he made up for it.
Good for him.
In terms of forwards that are still out there, I wonder. I mean, it just does not fit what they need in that spot. But it's more like Jonathan Durant's failure insurance, but Tomas Tatar.
Can you get him for 2 or less?
I don't know.
That's kind of because he had what, a 40-point season. Like, I just think it would be
48.
tough. Yeah, it's going to be hard to get him on a price that makes sense for Colorado.
Yeah. Wow, I can't believe day one is going to end and Evan Rodriguez and JT Compher are still going to be doing this. Dude, Evan Rodriguez is going to hate free agency.
Yeah, he's never wants to go back.
You guys have any more of them 6-year deals back there?
Yeah.
Sure, at the low price of $2 million per.
Yeah, be like, hey, we're only giving out 6 years at $2.5 million today, so if that's what you're comfortable with.
It's yours.
I still can't believe they gave Miles Wood 6 years, man.
It's so weird.
It's weird. It's not the dollar amount. You're like, okay, I can live with it. It's just weird. It's just a weird.
What convinced you to commit to this guy for 6 years?
Right.
What did he tell you?
Like, I wonder if they if they called up and they were like, hey, like there's a lot of competition for this, 3 years, $2.5 million, somebody else is offering us 4 years at $2.5 million. And they were like,
Yeah.
6. like the guy that's like not getting his way during an auction. And he's like, I'll just jack this up to an unreasonable price right now because I can afford it.
So, AJ, I think you were maybe kind of running through this a minute ago, but at just past 3:15 Mountain Time on July 1st, I'm legitimately surprised that Tarasenko, Bertuzzi, Tatar, JT Compher, Kerfoot, Yamamoto, like I'm Max Domi. I'm legitimately surprised that those guys are still just floating out on the market. You always end the first day with guys still out there, obviously.
Yep.
But those names I just listed off, and that's just not without even scrolling. Those are just the names that fit on the screen. And then there's 20 others that go along with them. But I'm really surprised. Toronto, John Klingberg.
Klingberg off
What
the
a
board.
mistake. What a mistake for them. That just doesn't help them at all.
Do we have any details on it, or just that's team?
No, just he's there.
Cool.
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't say what a mistake. Again, if that's 1 year, 1.5, it's like fine. But of all things the Toronto Maple Leafs needed, I can tell you right now it was not John Klingberg. That was not like in the top 50 things that the Toronto Maple Leafs needed.
Dude, if they need 50 things, they're further away than I thought. That is a lot of stuff.
Which is
Only
my
50
point.
contracts.
Right, which is my point. They're like, well, I guess if we wanted to run a list past 50, we could. Soda, vending machine prices, like all that's on the list, and John Klingberg's below all of that.
Looking
We need to
at
get the carpets cleaned this summer.
does the Drew Ann knowing that he's really going to have to be top 6 or bust for you, that he's going to have to be shielded, protected with some defensive help, that he's going to have to be put in some pretty heavily offensive situations. Does that remove guys like Kerfoot, Phil Kessel from this third line right wing spot that we're talking about?
Dude, I won't lie. I was.
Yes.
You think so?
I think it does
Yes.
too.
See, I didn't want to say this earlier because I could only imagine the response I'm going to get from just people. Phil Kessel's a name that, like, I think is an interesting one for your bottom 6 healthy scratch range. Again, I know I'm just saying that guy hanging out there. We talked so much last year about that bottom 6 being a black hole of offense. He wasn't great last year offensively, but
so I mean, here's my thought process with it. Right now, you have Ryan Johansson and Jonathan Drouin as the 2 guys where you're like, hey, hopefully at least one of these guys can succeed. Let's go get a third line guy that can help round this out, do things that they don't. And then you play out the first half of the year. Whatever happens, happens.
sure.
You solve whatever problem you have. Drouin doesn't work out. Okay, bury him. Go at the trade deadline and fix that.
In the minors.
Yeah.
Bury him in the minors.
Yeah. Not in a field.
Yeah. If Drouin doesn't work out, bury him. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Rudo. Sorry, keep going. I'm just being a dick at this point.
But you can solve that spot at the trade deadline if things don't work out. I don't think you should be like having backup plans on your roster.
I agree,
Oh, you're not.
built
What was that?
I agree. Oh, JT Conn for Detroit. What is Detroit
He's
doing?
going to Detroit?
Right? That was one of the teams with money. Okay.
How much is the question? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I actually think that is tremendously funny that they go Andrew Kopp and then Andrew Kopp's doppelganger, and JT
Just
Compher.
gonna say, dude, they went Andrew Kopp last
Can
year.
you imagine?
5.1.
That's like slightly-
5.1.
It's just Andrew Kopp, but $500K cheaper. Like
Chicago was only offering a 5x5, so
that
Detroit had
extra
to beat it.
0.1.
0.1.
No, wait, I'm sorry, Megan. What did you say was the term?
5 by 5.1.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my God!
You know what? Good for you. Go get paid.
Hey,
Seriously, honestly, good for him,
Maybe
Good
Bruce
for
Brown
him.
was Jimmy was JT all along.
dude. No kidding.
My gosh, have fun.
We should do the like one of our shows next week should be like the good for him awards. The free agency good for him. Like we don't love these deals for the team, but good for that guy.
Miles Wood might be.
I was gonna
He
say,
might be on that list.
close.
I mean, after the Islanders, I mean, you're looking at Pierre Engvall, Scott Mayfield, Miles Wood, and JT Compher. You've got the good for him all-stars.
yeah.
All stars.
Woo!
I don't even know. Oh, we were talking about the extra forward, and it's. I don't know. I feel like we'll already have a couple built in a Myers Olafson type player.
Yeah, it is
Not when we trade the prospects, am I right?
Stop. Unless
For
it's
what?
decided at the end of that,
Oh,
you
no.
keep quiet.
You're right. I am sorry. That was part of the deal. That was part of the deal.
This is where I'm like, what are you trading for at this point? Like,
Don't know.
you're not done
Well,
working.
And that becomes a conversation. Like there could well be a spot on this roster going into training camp where the Avs are like, yeah, whoever earns it, earns it.
I do also think I mentioned Phil Kessel. I do think Jonathan Taves is a real possibility to third, fourth line center role. Once he decides what he's going to do. I know there have been a couple different reports today that is not a guy you expect to see sign in the near future. That's definitely going to be a few weeks at least, if not longer than that. But he is a guy that, I mean, it's a pretty easy bottom 6 center that you feel good about.
Is there going to be much more today?
Well, they still haven't announced their media availability, so
That's
until
true.
they,
That's true.
when they announce
say.
when they announce that, we can do the recap show. Until that happens, man, I'm not comfortable doing it. Even though
Fair
we are
enough.
going on 6 hours, and
It's been a way. I mean, you can take a break if you need.
Dude, I was
Yeah,
gonna say I really wanted to go the whole show without breaking to eat, but I was like, we're at 5+ hours right now. This is insane.
So, guys that I
And
think
of course,
you
my
could,
food showed up right as they did everything.
guys that I think would be interesting for that third, if we're specifically talking about third line, like wing. It doesn't necessarily have to be right wing, right?
Sure.
I'm not even allowed to look at my own tweets.
Yep. It's so dumb.
Obviously, we've talked about Hathaway, talked Christian Fischer. I think Oscar Sundqvist is an interesting name. Again, if the market doesn't materialize for him, and we just saw JT just got like
What he wanted.
giga paid.
Paid.
Like, would you? I wonder if Tyler Bertuzzi would entertain that conversation of this.
Would he take that low enough value? I don't know.
Yeah, because you start to look at the names that are left, and you're like, Kerfoot, as we talked about, Kerfoot and Kessel are kind of like bad fits.
Yeah.
With what you really need for that last spot. Tatar and Domi aren't really like, again, not great fit. Patrick Kane, Tarasenko, these guys aren't really great fits for what you're after here.
Yep.
More and more I like the idea of Danton Heinen. You could also be having we had this conversation as the Miles Wood thing was literally like unfolding, but Denis Gurianov remains out there. If you do Gurianov or even like a Noah Gregor, I think you're running the risk of it being a little too samey.
Sure.
Of trying to get too many upside gambles here.
I don't know if sameness is necessarily the thing. It's just at a certain point you have to manage the risk of YOLOing on every dude, right?
I wonder about, he didn't get an offer yesterday, and I thought it was really interesting, but Jesper Boqvist. He's real small, but he doesn't play that way. He's a real, like, feisty 5'9". He's real fast, and he's good defensively. And he's got offensive upside and can play any forward spot for you in your bottom six. He could be kind of like your super sub down there.
I mean, how much do you believe in Wood and Colton to not get caved defensively? Because sure, 5'9" good defensively, fine, but there's going to be some limitations there.
Well, and I want to know, I want to know what Colton actually looks like as a dedicated 3C when he's not getting bounced around.
Sure.
Because he had stronger defensive results when he was a little more consistent in his role in Tampa Bay. And last year when he got, when he was moved around a lot more, you saw inconsistent results with him. If he has a set and forget, especially next to a guy like Wood,
Yeah, if we could see the future, selecting the right player would be a lot easier, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm going through this list, and we're like, hey, we want a guy that can do some different things. Now, Boqvist, I don't think is PK'd for the Devils.
Yeah.
But given how good he is defensively at 5v5, I wonder if you could get away with it. Doesn't solve the face-off thing, though.
I mean, they might just have to live without the face-off thing.
Yeah, I mean, what's funny is, we're talking about it, but it's like they went and got two excellent face-off guys who just don't play PK.
Yeah.
At this point in their careers. Now they could just make one of them a PK guy.
I heard you guys talking about this earlier. I just walked away. Kale kills penalties.
He does.
You don't want him to, though. In an ideal world, you want to save the wear and tear on him for those couple minutes.
Blocking shots and stuff like that. If they need him to, he's really good at that too.
I mean, the thing is, all five of their D can kill penalties, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just who do they want to actually do it?
Right. Because, ideally, Makar and Gerard aren't doing that for you.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, I say that, and Gerard actually has
been very good at it. Yeah.
His PK results have been good. So, they just have been. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's I don't know.
Somebody brought up Tomáš Nosek, and that's a guy that could be, if you were going to go the 4C route, there's your guy. Like, excellent on the faceoffs. Can PK for you, is defensive. He's just been, my only concern about him is that he's been on a steady decline each of the last couple of years. Has never been great defensively. Used to drive a lot more play offensively. So having like handing over your 4C to that guy is kind of like, eh.
Yeah, I think that might be the reality though. Of if you're trying to solve the 4C spot, you're just kind of get something that you're targeting and has weaknesses in other areas, right? Like,
Yeah.
I want to circle back real quick to something that AJ said a minute ago. We haven't gotten a Chris McFarland availability message yet.
Yeah.
The Avs are usually pretty quick when they are done. Even if he's not speaking right away, the message goes out.
Yeah. Oh, hey, this guy's talking in 90 minutes or whatever.
Right. The fact that we haven't heard that, and I could finish this sentence and the text could come in, but the fact that we haven't heard that even as recently as the last signing does make me wonder, are they still working the phones?
We got an email 2 minutes ago for 4 p.m. Mountain Time.
That's so funny! That is so funny!
I was just going to add to that, though, Jesse, because we also haven't heard for Chris Wagner. I'm assuming it's a 2-way contract with an AHL salary included, and we just haven't seen anything about Chris Wagner to Colorado. So I was just like, oh, they're not done because we haven't even heard that. But
I cannot believe that's maybe the funniest thing that's happened all day.
This is pretty funny, you guys.
I think the Chris Wagner thing will be usually what they do is wrap up a lot of the AHL dudes in one email and say,
these 5 guys.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the 5 guys that we
They post 5 tweets back to back to back, and it's like, oh.
They'll put it in one email and be like, Avs signed 5 players. And you're like, okay.
All right. So with that, the email came out at 3:28 p.m. Mountain Time. The clock just tipped over to 3:31. To me, that tells me they're likely done for today.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, and I certainly remember doing the press conference and then Kadri getting traded fucking 10 minutes later.
Yep.
Oh, that's a great point.
Doing another presser that night and being like,
did they do it that? See, because you know what feels very Avs is for them to be like, well, we'll do that presser tomorrow.
No, they did them both that day, and it was like, and then the Kadri thing was like 2 days later, and it was like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, we're about to tip over into hour 6 of this show, so.
Do we go 5 more minutes, get it to an even 6, and then call it ahead of the presser?
Well, I mean, we want to make sure that we're kind of in this awkward in between here where we've got a recap show that we need to do.
Oh, are we doing that today?
Yeah.
Oh,
so we're done.
Right.
That way we're done. And then like we also want to be there for the presser. So it's like,
should we just do our recap show at like 5?
Yeah, for me I'm like we'll just hang out until 10 minutes before the presser,
which is 20 more minutes.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'm going to jump off then because I did not realize we had another 90 minutes to do after this. So
got to do a pod about it because we're not going to put this up as a pod and have that be like, that's our Saturday show.
Yeah. Watch all 6 hours if you want to know our thoughts.
Yeah, as all 3 hours of the Miles Woods saga plays out.
All right. Well, I am going to BRB for a second either way. So.
All right. Well, I'm going to jump out. We got presser coming up here in about 25-ish minutes. So I'm going to jump out, kind of get ready for that. And then, I guess we'll be back. All right.
So are we keeping this thing alive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's fine. I'll just sit here and just talk. As I keep looking at free agents, trying to talk myself into things. Does Zach Parise want to come back out west?
Yeah. I like Parise.
I do too. Same problem as Miles Wood. You're not going to get any defense out of him at this point.
question.
Yeah, I don't know how to write this up today. Do I do this in a grades? Do I do this in a analysis?
I like it in the grades.
Yeah.
I think people like grades too.
Yeah, they're easily digestible. I don't like overusing them, you know.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's easier just to do like a pro and con and not just be like, hey, here's how here's my I gave him a B- for this or whatever, and it's just like, yeah. So I don't know. I'll flip a coin. I'll figure it out. I'll be super excited when we're done though, because I've written like 10,000 words this week, and I'm just like, I'm good. I'm ready.
I'm excited for Dev Camp.
Oh yeah, I wish we got that roster. I want that roster now so I can start watching the undrafted and the invitees.
I also wish we had it now. I don't know why they're being
So
so secretive. Some teams have already begun theirs.
yeah, the God, the Avs have always been a pain in the ass about this.
Truthfully, I think they were genuinely still finalizing it because of the timing of it. And losing some camp invites.
Oof. Dave Riddick to LA, that's not going to help them. Yeah, so if they assume that they go and get one defenseman and two depth forwards, I think Danton, Heinen, Christian Fisher, and Garnet Hathaway are my three guys that I would, and Andrew Cogliano would be fine, obviously, just being comfortable there.
Definitely. No, I agree with that. I am interested to see what the defenseman option is at this point.
Yeah. Because Jack Johnson is like your actual, hey, we're actually like trying to have this guy be our 5th or 6th D. Wouldn't feel very good. But if it was Jack Johnson with Ethan Bear, and we'll just wait until Bear's healthy. Because you can LTIR Bear until halfway through until he's healthy, and then when you activate him, you just drop one of the forwards off your roster.
You know what could be fun too is if they gave Malinsky the time that Bear was getting healthy, an opportunity to see how he looked at the NHL level.
I don't think it's just Malinsky either. I think they'll probably want to take a look at the guy they traded for in the Newhook deal, Fairbrother. They'll want to see if he's healthy.
Healthy, yeah.
Because he's exactly the kind of style of guy that they need in terms of physical defensive defenseman, competitive guy, scrapper type. So that would be a guy that, at least for right now, I think you keep an eye on. But again, you don't want to count on that.
Definitely not. I've been curious to see how, because I think they should give Malinsky NHL games to see the fit, but you can't count on those games being because he's the only player available for them.
Yeah. I wonder, just because he's got left-right versatility and he's such a smooth skater, but Travis Dermott would be a guy that seems like he would kind of fit their general ethos, as well as obviously Caleb Jones we've talked about. I'd really like Calvin DeHaan, but that guy's also super injury prone, and I could see them just being like, hey, for Max Pacioretty, you take that chance. For Jonathan Duran, you take that chance. For a third pairing defenseman,
with an already unclear on injury status Josh Manson.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know that I have the same enthusiasm for that chance.
I agree.
Yeah, so as of right now, Anaheim is the only team with like a real amount of cap available. Arizona has a ton, Chicago has a ton, but who knows how much of it they're actually going to spend.
Yeah. As long as they've hit the floor already, that was their goal.
Yeah. Seattle has a lot for a team that you would think is going to try to continue to be competitive.
That worries me a little. I know they have to re-sign Dunn though, so
yeah. Even after Dunn though, they should have like 10 million plus.
The deal that Dumoulin ended up getting was such a solid enough value that I'm like, had I known the Avs were going to be good on cap space like they are right now, I might have prioritized that. But I'm not going to pick that nit. It's ultimately fine.
Yeah, I'm not super concerned about it. I'm not super concerned about pretty much anything for Colorado at the moment, though.
It really does feel like a tidy day of business.
Yep.
Like in the last week, they've remade their center depth. They've now filled most of their forward core. The one big thing that they just haven't done is that 5th defenseman spot.
Yep.
6th defenseman spot, whatever it is. 3rd pairing defenseman spot. Yeah, so the JFresh cards, it's really like you really need to understand how much goal scoring drives those percentages. And when Jonathan Duran is 1, terrible defensively, and 2, doesn't score goals, he's not going to fare well in that projection, in that model, even a little bit.
On top of that, it's a 3-year floating average of 3 years in which Druin has barely played half of these seasons, like half of these games in each season. Yeah. So,
yep,
it's a little bit wonky for players that have missed time like that.
Yeah, and again, guys that don't score goals.
Yep.
Just really, really, really struggle in those projections. And I mean, the guy's just bad defensively. Like he has not been a good defensive wing in the NHL. And Dermott's defense is better than I realized.
Who's?
Travis Dermott. As a guy with both left and right side versatility, as a 3rd pairing guy. I wonder. It'd be funny to sign both Dermott and Ethan Bear. Just take the Canucks cast-offs.
Mm-hmm.
Turn them into actual players and be like, sorry. But them going and get Carson Soucy was good business. I'll give them that.
Oh.
Yep. Yep. Man, that guy that tweets at me all the time about cap space has got to be pissed today.
Why is that?
Because they have some. They've got enough to do to comfortably do what they need to do. The only thing is, man, the only area where I can say I'm really uncomfortable right now is not knowing what that 3rd pairing defenseman spot is filled with.
Yep.
If you had to pick between signing 2 defensemen or 2 forwards, which one would you prioritize?
Defenseman. I really like the Bear Jack Johnson angle.
It fits, doesn't it?
Well, and I feel like the Avs, certainly up until the trade deadline, the Avs can get away with a forward spot being filled by a rotation of Olofsson, Foudy, Olausson, whatever depth AHL veteran they have. Like, I just think they have more options on that forward side to rotate through a spot and just get away with it as opposed to the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many guys at forward right now that you could still talk your like.
For sure.
That you could be like, hey, I mean that list that I gave Megan of Fisher, Heinen, Hathaway.
Yep.
I'm forgetting one, but like those guys, we're talking about filling one spot with those guys.
Yeah, like I mean, unless you're a huge believer in Sam Malinsky making the jump next year, the defensive organizational depth for Colorado at the pro level just isn't really there.
I mean, it got better.
It got better, but it's not like it's all that close to the NHL level yet.
Yeah, I mean, you still have Hunt down there. You saw a big step forward in Keaton Middleton.
For sure.
Last year. I think Wyatt Amott continues to be a guy that I'm keeping a close eye on. And then obviously you do add Malinsky and Fairbrother to that, and it's like, hey, there are some guys here.
I mean, I think it's hard to go into the year with much expectation for Fairbrother, but sure.
Yeah, Fairbrother's like pass a physical, and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair enough. All right. The Byram thing, really getting that done.
Yeah, that felt like it put a nice bow on a day where Colorado certainly did all the things they want to do. You know, we'll talk about it in our recap show in 45 minutes here, probably.
So, would we say that the only thing we don't like today is 6 years for Wood?
Yep, that's where I'm at.
I agree.
The slightest of like, I would have loved for them to get the defensive spot filled today, and they still might, but that's like such a minor nitpick. As long as they get it done sometime in the next week or whatever, you know.
I agree, because positionally, I think that's what has been picked through by other teams the quickest, in leaving fewer options. Makes that a tighter than window for Avs to pick from. But they might have some people really specific in mind that they're still working on things with.
Yeah. Andreas Englund went to the Kings, right?
He did.
Yeah.
Could Alex Edler still skate?
No.
All right. End of inquiry.
End of inquiry.
Could he ever skate, though?
Come on, man. That guy was really good in his prime.
He was never like a great skater, though.
I've never been a fan of Dom's model ever.
Yeah, I much prefer Micah's Viz stuff.
Yeah. Dom's has always felt like, especially because he ties the contract value into it, and the numbers are so extreme, where it's like, this guy's a negative $16 million value, and it's like, Jesus, what?
Come on now.
Dude.
So just to keep people in the loop, we'll be hopping out soon from this
Correct.
to go do the availability and then be back with the live show.
Correct.
I don't know how long the availability will be, but I'm assuming shortly after it ends, we will be hopping back on.
I'm expecting it to be 10 minutes, and then we do 5 minutes to reset, get water, do whatever we got to do, and then do a 40-minute wrap-up show, and then we're good.
And then the Avs will do something, and we'll have to hop back on for an emergency.
Yeah, see, no. After this, I would say very unlikely to do another emergency.
Unless they do something big,
Yeah, like signing Caleb Jones is not going to be an emergency pod.
Not.
That's going to be we'll talk about it on the next day show.
That can wait for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So we should definitely. Did you update that graphic with Duchene?
Yeah.
people are going to take it as gospel, but it's like this is kind of roughly what they're looking at right now.
Yep.
Yeah, if they trade for Elias Lindholm, we'll do an emergency pod, I promise. What's funny is we haven't been talking about Duran to Colorado. We've been the outlet that's been talking about how it doesn't make sense. This was the first time it ever actually did make sense to go and get Duran.
I was always uncomfortable if it was ever above 1 million.
Yeah.
And that's why that 825 is so perfect.
Yep. They have pretty much nailed that one.
Yeah, it feels. I mean that number just felt like it was like you can even with a downside here, like even if it just totally fails at 825, you're just like whatever.
Yep, it just doesn't. If it's a complete whiff, obviously you have to solve that roster spot still, but like
right, but
inside it costs you nothing.
Right, but that's where the deadline comes in, where you're just like, okay, like you still have picks to play with, and now you've got your 2026 picks in play, so you have first, second, and third round picks again to trade somebody. Avery, I know that the bar is hosting Women's World Cup stuff. I know that they're planning on going really hard into that. I don't know, because I won't be here for it. I didn't look into any of the specifics of it, but I do know that big time watch parties are being planned for the United States games. I really wish I could be here for those, because that team fucking kicks ass.
I'm going to hop out and get ready for CMAC, and then I'll see you guys soon.
Yep.
Cool.
Have fun with the availability.
Wish you.
I'd tell you all to go follow Megan and Jesse's Twitter for the availability, but
it's almost like this availability is not even going to exist, because like it's going to happen, but nobody's going to be able to do anything about it.
Yep.
Like, are we gonna tweet? Are we gonna? Nobody's gonna see anything that gets tweeted out. Yeah, I wonder when Elon realizes that encouraging everybody on a holiday weekend to go do something else is maybe not
the best idea.
The best business strategy. Like right now, we're all addicted to our phones, and we all are trying to figure out how we ever survived before Twitter. Guess what? People are pretty quick. They'll adapt. You give them 3 days of this, and we'll fucking bail. We'll
be somewhere else. Yep.
Blue Sky invites are about to, like, if you're running Blue Sky right now, aren't you like invites?
Get them out. Get them out now. Which, by the way, send me one, please. If you're listening, Blue Sky.
Am I allowed to send an invite? Do I get invites?
I have no idea.
That's funny. Our systems are currently experiencing some degraded performance as a result of record high traffic. That's Blue Sky right now.
I wonder why. What?
I'm actually just browsing Blue Sky right now,
Oh, I see.
getting my fix, you know. Unfortunately, all of it is just Elon Musk dunkathon, so
Yeah,
I'm just
that
like,
sounds
okay,
about right.
this isn't doing a whole lot for me. Yeah, Comper's defense this last year was incredible.
A whole lot closer to what people thought it was.
Yeah. He's never been a play driver offensively, but his career high finishing, and this is what I'm saying about points drive
Yeah.
Jay Fresh's WAR percent a lot. That's why you need to use the other player cards that he does and the micro stats to really get an idea of what a player does well, other than just that like narrowed version of it.
Okay. McFarland's availability is about to begin. Should we wrap this up and reset here, AJ?
Yeah, let's wrap it up, and I'm going to jump on and join that one.
Yep. It should be fun. Hope you guys have a good availability. For everyone in the chat, same YouTube channel. We're just going to put up another video. We should be live sometime in the next 20 to 30 minutes with a full recap of the day and everything Chris McFarland had to say. So if you want to tune in for that, we'd appreciate it. We will talk to you guys in about 30 minutes. Bye.